Hey there to all you wonderful folks ready to kick off today and have a nice, well, probably end to cross. We've got to have our redirect, of course, but might be an interesting one. I mean, it's been a lively cross so far. I'm curious how all of you have taken that. I actually expected a lot more fireworks and theatrics by now from the defense. I expected them to to really be going hard at this thing, but well, not yet, not yet. Now today it may bring something ugly out in them too. You never know what the defense is going to bring there, but hey. Loving the exposure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good that this stuff is seen on a worldwide stage. The problem with media, especially picking up this story, is media is very fickle. Media will turn on this. Right now, it's just like Hollywood. A lot of people have been pointing out that Hollywood stars, oh, they're backing JD. They're right there in his corner. Yeah, hey, they're very fickle. In the moment, of course, they're saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna be there with that guy," but they turn quickly. We Warlock, welcome. Thank you for that membership. Also, let me start that again. Thank you and welcome. Also, thank you for that membership. Welcome, Tugs Thugs. First one. I always butcher at least one there, but got it right on the got it right on the extra. I was looking up something. I want to point this out while we're here. So I was looking at fake followers for Miss Amber and her fake follower accounts over different social media platforms are actually quite insane when you get down to it. Her fake followers along Instagram. I mean, you're talking about somebody with 4.1 million followers online that is attached to an insanely big brand with Aquaman. You would think that they wouldn't have problems with fake followers. They would actually be able to pull their own followers. Well, check this out here. So if you look up fake followers on here, she has an audience credibility score of 76%. Now, if you're wondering what that means, a 75% triggers warning bells saying this person buys their followers. So she's 1% off of warning bells going off, telling you, again, when you look up credibility scores, this person, they don't have any credibility. They have giant PR firms behind them. I mean, they have some of the biggest companies in the world behind them, billion-dollar advertisement brands behind them. They would know where to cut it off before the alarm bells go off. That should say something to people. That should say quite a bit, in fact. What it should say is, "Oh my God, are you kidding me?" What's going on with that? What's going on indeed with it? Gail, what's up? Thanks for the 5. JD correcting her lawyer makes me laugh. Slam dunk schooling. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's been funny to watch. I mean, there's been some pretty good highlights. My favorite thing was when he made when the lawyer actually read the throat joke. Again, it was a let's just say off color joke. I know some people are listening to this at work and everything, so I'm just gonna say an off color joke there. I could think of other things besides injury to use your throat for. Again, I'm paraphrasing that, but yeah, when you see that, you think, most people, the average person would look at that and laugh. A defense attorney looks at that and thinks, "Gotcha, gotcha. You said the word injury." Everyone else is like, "Yeah, that's not what he said at all." To Phoenix, thank you and welcome. Also, thank you for that membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you there. What time is it where I'm at right now? It is 8:40. So we got about 20 minutes before the trial kicks off. But yeah, we're just up and about in the morning. It's it's still kind of early. Well, I mean it's still moving around, as a parent and everything else, you're already up and about, but it's not afternoon or anything, you know. Get me caffeine. That's what I'm doing. Crystal Star, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. The fake follower account is not just the only alarming number in here either. If you look at the engagement rate, now of course you have to adjust their engagement rate because they shut down comments, but still, the typical person using Instagram gets a minimum of 2 to 5%. All right, that would be like me if I went out there and I started using Instagram, right off the bat. As I grow my engagement rate, I'm going to get a 2 to 5%. Now Hollywood, they automatically get one heck of an adjustment to that. And she still pulls the bottom rung for engagement. What that tells you is not that people aren't interested. It's actually a more telling statistic. What it says is that they have a problem with fake followers. They have a big problem with it. When you put all of that statistic together, I mean, that's an alarming one. Now, their numbers across Twitter are much, much worse, too. Like across Twitter, their numbers get all the way into, their numbers get all the way into 30, almost 7% fake followers. Like that's insane. When you're getting into 30% fake followers, you've got some real issues, like some big ones. And I'm shocked to see numbers like that. Man, I tell you, like I've been looking at some of the videos that YouTube has been trending for this trial, and it's insane. YouTube decides what should or shouldn't go out, and they trended. So audience reaction to it was horrible, but they trended a special from 60 Minutes yesterday, and the 60-minute special was just it was an utter hit piece. I mean, it was nasty. And they trended it at number 5 yesterday. It was kind of insane. Like I said, the platform, it's just like fake follower thing. You have arbitrary boosting. People don't decide whether or not it happens. It's arbitrarily boosted by something. In this system here, media, mainstream media is given, there's a line in the coding for the algorithm. This happened. It actually was added in because of Marvel movies, but media is considered a trusted source. This was actually recorded in there, and the people at YouTube bragged about it because they said that's how they fight the trolls. Well, what they really did is they fought what their users like, because you'll see overwhelmingly negative responses to a lot of things that end up trending from the mainstream media, but they bury any other coverage. It's kind of astounding when you watch and you see how that works. Like I said, it's just like the fake follower thing. Tina Taylor, thanks for the 20 there. Ice cream money for Little Umbrella Girl. Thank you for that. Loved hearing them last night on the live stream. Yeah, they're a bunch of little cuties. They're cute. They're fun. They're they're works are days too. The little ones are. We have a 2 and an 8-year-old. They love getting around the computer too. The 2-year-old does now. She's discovered the joy of the stream. Let me put up something real quick before we get moving too far too. So, of course, we have our own project. We have a comic book. I'm going to link it at the top of the discussion. So you'll have a link there. You'll also have one in the description. We complain about all these terrible companies all the time. We talk about how unfair they are. This is our sponsor. We sponsor ourselves. I don't pick up. I did have a sponsor advertisement from something I use, which was shocking. I don't think I've ever had one. But even then, I just don't pick up sponsors. Instead, we complain about industry. We complain about places like Warner Brothers. Well, have some kind of alternative. This is actually how you do it. You put up alternative in products. Again, you think about this case, for example. It wasn't just that Warner Brothers set on proof for 2 years, because they set on it after they fired a guy from 2020, and they revealed that in the public sphere. They revealed it in 2022 to try to keep out of the courtroom. But it wasn't just that they went with that measure. What was even more egregious about what they were doing is they attacked the customer while doing so. Every major company that's been involved in that has done this. So they do it with everything else too. So you walk away from them and you walk towards something. Walk towards something better. That's the only way to get a choice. I'm going to pull that down though. But link is at the top if you want to check that out. We could always use your help with it. Man, I tell you though, like this trial has been some. So how do you folk? Do you feel good about what's been presented so far? Because you got to remember this. In presentation, this has been all of JD's side so far. It's his side of it, and they're saving the most salacious details that they're going to throw out there. They're saving them. It looks like when Amber gets on the stand, they're going to start producing pictures. They're going to start producing this tale, and the tale under cross-examination is going to be an interesting one to watch them try to keep together, because what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to rely on Amber Heard being cross-examined. See, and keeping the story together. Under cross-examination, she's never had to do that, really. Like, she messed up big time in the last trial. In UK 2020, she messed up. What happened is she alleges 14 incidents, if people haven't kept up with this. One of those incidents, she and her sister majorly screwed up on the timeline to it. And during that timeline screw up, they got caught. The judge let them correct. They both course correct at the same time. What that means is they were in communication. It was flagrant. It wasn't just like, oops. They both corrected their timeline. They both corrected their timeline to the same time. And they both started talking about the same information leading there. But the judge wouldn't allow it to be brought up. That's a problem, a big one. And that was considered a fair trial. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Do you have your Amica cream? Brutal Monday is up, indeed. Indeed. Get that Amica cream on. Get your Amica cream. Let me pull up some Amica cream. Yep. We love our Amica cream. You better love your Amica cream too. Get your Amica on. Spiral Down, thanks for the 5. Scamber talks about makeup skills as if she could paint her own face on the side of a hippo and we wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Well, it is amazing to hear. Oh, well, starlets, they can do that. Really? Okay. All right. Well, why do you hire professionals? I think Isaac B. brought up a very good question in that. If you are so talented with the brush, why don't you hire yourself? Why don't you just skip that professional? You're so good at it, right? But it's going to be funny to hear that one. I wish we'd get a demonstration of how well she puts her makeup on and how she conceals it so you can't tell that she's wearing makeup. I would love to see that. Medusa 2.0, thanks for the buck super chat and the little devil sticker. Appreciate that too. like I said, I would love to see them try to explain away a lot of the stuff that we hear with that. Man, there's not a lot of, aside from law and crime, there's actually not a lot of places that have live streams situated for today, which is kind of strange, you know? Sky News, for example, they don't have their live stream situated for today. I thought that was kind of strange. I see USA Today. Aside for that, have you folks noticed that there's not a lot of live broadcasts for that? Reminders on? Looking, there's CBS is. All right. I'm just looking to see who's put one up. I know the the Daily Mail. That's kind of interesting. I'm trying to see who's covering this thing, you know? Trying to see exactly like who's been popping in, what networks are covering. And that's actually a very important distinction when you're looking at trials too. Why does that matter, you might ask? Well, it's always interesting to see what networks are spinning fact versus fiction. Fox News, I see you, CBS. I'm surprised like Sky News doesn't have a reminder though, to be honest. Usually they're up there. Finbar White, thanks for the two. Get ready for who's ready for the mega pipe, magic cream? Exactly. Hypno Witch, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you there. Yeah, I mean, this has been an interesting trial to watch, and it's told the world. It's told the world about a lot of insanity. There are a lot. I mean, a lot of claims that you could easily prove by audio that have come up. I mean, that are easily proven by audio when they've come up. It's just insane when you get down to it. Yeah, Timpson, thanks for the 10 there. Hey, please make more short videos of that nameless person with your cool voice. And JD, many channels now try to get views. Well, I can act like they care. They have nothing with the umbrella. Yeah, I always try to put up. You get in the way YouTube works. You get 3 reminders on a day. So 3 reminders will go out to the people that follow you. So I stick to 3 videos or less. Live streams count too. So the big live stream. I dropped a video this morning. The video did really well and then got throttled. So it did really well for about 15 minutes, like very well. And then it's interesting. Like when you put up audio, you never know how the system in this responds to it. Sometimes it responds well. Sometimes it throttles the heck out of it. Ethan Flash, thanks for the 5. Flashcast was fun, but like myself, was too short. Only 3 hours. True Flashcast must be 5 hours plus, dwarfing my height of an incredible 5'1". That's hilarious. What's up, Ethan Flash? Katrina, thanks for the 5. Did you see the video I sent you on Twitter? The cat lady was spotted. Yeah, I did. I just showed that. I was showing it last night. That's hilarious. Was spotted amongst JD friends. Tried to take a photograph. Yeah, if you folks missed that, I think that's hilarious. So you had cat lady lawyer was spotted amongst a bunch of Depp fans trying to get a photograph with Johnny Depp. Maybe that's why she's so angry, you know? Because she couldn't get her photo on. I mean, I thought that was hilarious, though. And what was really funny about it is that somebody did a. Let me pull that up real fast. I think we have enough time to show that. Give me 1 minute. I'll pull it up. I think it's hilarious, though. So yeah, the crazy freaking lady though, she was spotted in. I gotta turn the sound off on it. I'm sure the music is copyrighted there, but check this out. I'll show it to you real fast. It's one of my favorite videos so far. There's always funny videos, but and I thought, man, is that a fake? Nope, sure not a fake. So check this out there. So you have, let me pull this all the way up. Man, I hate the autoplay on Twitter. So look at this here. JD all popping up, walking. Look, who's that in the background? Look at that. Uh, look. That's why she's so mad. She couldn't get her photo on. Oh my God, that's the best. Oh, that's good stuff. It's good stuff. She's mad because she's like, "Come here and sign my cat. His name's Captain Jack too." And he was like, "I don't hear her." He didn't hear her, so she was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna burn his life down." No, so okay, what makes it even better is okay. So deep fakes. If a person pulls a deep fake and they put her face in there, you can see the cutaway. Right. Well, give me 1 second. Let me pull up the deep fake on that. So there's actually a deep fake check that came along with it, which I do appreciate having on there too. Give me a second. I'll pull this up. Oh man, like this trial. I don't know. There's just every day there's something funny or crazy. I mean, you're dealing with a bucket of crazy to start it anyway, right? But okay, so check this out. Here you have your deep fake. If you look at it, nothing in the audience here is sticking out. Look at that. Oh, here, let me switch over to this view. Zoom it in. That was my bad. But look at that. Nothing in the audience sticks out and says, "Huh, this isn't real." Oh my God. Wouldn't that be funny? That's her entire motivation. The quality, the reason we stop at 720 with the broadcast, what happens with when we pull up the live view, if we pull it up to 1080, I found this the first day. When you pull it up, it started issues with their live view. So I capped it on 720. And it's not on this side, it's an issue with the live view. It doesn't happen the entire time, but it was causing like these just ugly little lines in the broadcast where we were picking up it's something in their live view signal. It's like I said, it's not very good there. See, as it says, behind the scenes too, with YouTube, it even tells you, it warns you about it behind the scenes. So there's not a, there's no benefit to adding quality if the quality isn't there. I'll because I'm watching for the thing to go live here. Because they go live when they go live fast. You know, it's it just goes into trial. It doesn't. There is no like lag or buffer between it. It's just bam, you're in the courtroom, and it's off to the races. Wind of the Soul, thanks for the five. Here's a grumpy. So you get yourself a mega pint of Amica cream for the next installment. Appreciate the coverage and dedication. Hey, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been an interesting trial to watch play out so far. It's been interesting to watch it. When I say play out, I'm not just talking about in the courtroom. I'm talking about outside of the courtroom too. You know, it's been insane to watch it go all the way from the beginnings all the way to where it is now. Hate ever heard so much. I don't think hate anything that much other than her. Well, you know, when you look at this, you just have to remember there are people like this out there that do this kind of thing all the freaking time. Everybody's waiting for this thing to go live too. I haven't seen anyone go live yet. I'm watching like 4 networks so far. It's nuts. 1 second. Crap. They go live for. Give me 1 second. It looks like half the networks have not gone live. The Live View has not gone live, but there's a couple of networks that have. All right, so we have. I'm going to go ahead and set up coverage with one, although I find it very fascinating that some of the other places have not. They're just sitting in the courtroom right this moment. So I'm going to bring up the picture from the courtroom. God, the quality on that is off, even though. Give me 1 second. Bring that up for you. So you're just sitting in the courtroom here. Turn that up. I'm looking for a different network, by the way. Wait, I'm not going to volume boost it until I hear it. I'm going to volume boost it a little bit, but I'm not going to deafen us with it until I hear it. 1 second here. Here, like I said, they're just sitting there. But there are multiple. It's weird because there are multiple networks that are just sitting. They're not doing anything, you know? Ooh, man, Mondays. It's like there's a mess with this all the time too. All right, here's a better one. I've got the one I want now. I was looking for one that I actually wanted to put in front of myself. So it's kind of funny how that works. One second, I gotta close. I'm closing out like 5 different broadcasts. I watch 5 of them to make sure that it does actually come up live. Because some of these. All right, here we go. I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Get that situated. And I'm gonna pump up the volume, and we'll wait. Like I said, they're not doing anything yet, so it's not like we've missed anything. Just to say. Sure that's good. Pretty. Oh, got to make sure my icon. You have to keep your freaking icon on there for some stupid reason. It's part of the joy of that too. I've been pumping up the volume all the way to 600%. You know what's sad is that's how low the courtroom actually has been. We're pumping up the volume to 600%. That first day in the courtroom, even at 600%, you couldn't hear them. Like, I thought that was insane. Does AH have makeup on today, or is she just wearing Amica cream? Did you see the video over my video was taken out? Yeah, it got throttled. What I'll do is I'll put it up tomorrow. I'll recut the beginning. I can tell there's going to be a problem. Here's just something interesting, too. I leave mid-roll ads in the middle of my video, and I forget. I have to take out a bunch of them. Like, YouTube will put in 5 sometimes, but if they don't put in 1 at all, you know your video is going to have problems. And that video this morning, it went live, and for about 12 minutes, it did phenomenally well. You know there's a problem when you see, like, it's clocking 100. You can see minute by minute, so it clocked 150 views a minute. It was climbing, and then it cut to 55. So it just died in the middle. So that means it's not going to go anywhere. So Usually, what I'll do is I'll recut the video footage of it, and I'll recut the beginning because their bot has triggered on something. They don't demonetize it, but they don't let it go out. They don't throttle it outright, but they throttle it as it goes through. It's kind of a shadow banning technique, and YouTube very much does shadow ban videos. They've done that for years. It's kind of nasty there, though. I've got a really good video for later today. I'm going to drop at 6 o'clock. So those flyers that we were discussing, that were being handed out at the courthouse, the people doing it, they don't have indirect connection with Amber Heard. They have direct connection with her and her team, and I will prove that today. I will put that in video form so you can see it's not just some rando. The reason I mention that is because it's not just some rando out there that was handing out items that could potentially sway the jury. It was somebody with a direct connection with Amber Heard that has been directly connected with their legal team and has been directly connected with Eve Barlow and other people. Now that what that tells you is, like I said, a zealous fan, which I'm sure they would probably blame a lot of that stuff on. Oh, just it's an overzealous fan. No, this isn't an overzealous fan. This is somebody they have direct communication with. Timson, thanks for that. Hey, Umbrella. Okay, another option. Make short TikToks. I don't do TikToks. I just hope the ones that look at it as long now get the views. You have a video, audio, and voice. So get the views, okay? You're the man. I don't like short form content, and I may put up something that has like a clip of something. Maybe I'll put it up on Twitter, but I don't like short form content. I don't think it really gives you the gist of what's going on. I've shortened content from like 19 minutes to 8 or 9, but but I never liked short form content. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Does anyone send Amica cream and diapers for Turd's birthday? Did you see the video where the woman actually went in the Fairfax court to tell his lawyers about the makeup company? No, I did not see that. I know that people have gotten that, though. I'll say anything that is needed to go forward, it goes to the team there. Like, I will forward anything that needs to go toward the team. I will definitely make sure that it gets there. You like how long your streams are? This is a chance to hang out together. Yeah, I enjoy the stream content with it. And like I said, videos. Look at a video as making a point. Like it's there's always background. See, unless it's just a clip from a live broadcast. Like you could clip this and make short form content. But if you're wanting to show people what has been going on, a lot of people, like if you've been following this case, there's a lot of assumption that other people understand what's going on too, and that's quite simply not. You know, there's a lot of brand new eyes that have just tuned into this case, and those folks, they have to be walked through just like we all had to be walked through at one time. So, hey, Ian Lassiter, thanks for the $27.99. No statement on that stem, but plenty of statement. Thank you for that backing. Tagged you on Twitter. Yeah, if I miss, like, if you tag me into something on Twitter and I don't see it, whew, my Twitter is like a nightmare, which I'm not complaining about in any way. It's just, it's a mess. It has been an absolute mess. Man, they've had a lot of, like I said, they've had a lot of setting. Maybe that's why a lot of networks have waited for their coverage to go up. Yeah, Depp, again, if people, well, even if you have been keeping up, I believe what Rottenborn was saying was that this will probably be the end day. It's if it's the end day, it will probably get nasty. Let's just be blunt about it and say that as it is. If this is going to be the end day of him discussing trial, this, like I said, it'll definitely be one to try to keep up with on that. Let me see. I'm making sure there's no issues whatsoever. I've got, until we start, I actually have three different broadcasts of this thing. So if the broadcast dies, this happened the first day. No, I'm sorry. This happened the first day I picked up, which was, I think, day 5. So on day 5, the way this broadcast goes out, you have people that are filming in the courtroom, and you have people that are picking this up through live view. Live view is their satellite feed, as it were. Okay, well, their satellite feed crashed. I don't know if that's because it's set up and it wasn't ready for all of the different networks trying to gain access. I'm not really sure why their satellite feed crashed, but everybody went down. So after they all went down with that, there was a scramble for coverage, and after that, I've started putting up extra backups in the background just to make sure that if it goes down, most networks are not a problem with that either. Most networks don't really care because it's not their trial. But places like, you have to be careful because places like Law and Crime, they strike folks. Yeah, watch the spamming too. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and, I guess, turn this on subscriber only. I hate doing that. I'll turn it on 1 minute. So if you are not a subscriber to the channel, just go ahead and subscribe. It'll take, and then you can comment. Like I said, I hate doing that, but it cuts out on the spammer bots. I do not like the bots. So I'll have to, I hate that you have to do stuff like that. Every time, though, you have to cut down on something. So I'm going to cut it to subscriber mode again. I'm going to cut that on right now. It's strange how long it's taken them to get to the trial today. All right, so subscriber mode just cut on. Again, you just have to be subscribed 1 minute and you can comment. That's the only way to keep bots from actual bots, not what not what the mainstream has been trying to call bots. Man, they've been nasty too. I think the mainstream feels threatened by all of the support that Depp has, and a lot of that you got to remember, a lot of that support is fair weather as far as as Hollywood is concerned. Like, a lot of people have been saying, well, Gal Gadot, for example, started following JD. Jason Momoa. You had Baldwin's daughter come out and support. All of these other people, they're fair weather. They didn't support the guy while he was while his career was running the gauntlet, as it were. It's good that they've popped up, but it's like I said, it's fair weather, and it'll turn on somebody. They go where they feel the social tide is. Some of them, I'm not saying every one of them, that is unfair too, but many of them, they go where the social tide is, where they feel that can actually take them. And it's kind of nasty when you get down to it. To get a drink there. On JD's side, since when? Well, I mean, if you notice that and you think, man, there's a lot of evidence there. There's no problem with that either. Well, I do have problems with places like Court TV, for example. Court TV, when they started picking up coverage of this, they thought mainstream, all these mainstream places, they think that hating Depp got them clicks because that's all the mainstream has done. And it doesn't work that way. So, what the mainstream would do is they would do anything to make something more salacious. So, they took this is talking about Court TV. They took 2 minutes of footage. I made a video on this. They boiled that 2 minutes down to 6 seconds. They hyper zoomed on Depp. You saw the video. You saw the video. They call it slamming cabinet video. Where JD he's being filmed. She's slid in a camera. She tries to use that mousy voice. Well, during that, you had 6 seconds of it. You had JD, like I said, hyper zoomed in. And in the hyper zoom, it made it look like JD was actually assaulting her. I mean, that's how crazy their coverage was. And now they're trying to pretend that they've been on JD's side the entire time. Now that's something that I don't think is tolerable, to be honest. Like that kind of stuff, that irritates me. So networks like them, Law and Crime, they've been this, Law and Crime, of course, all these places that feel like it's big clicks there. They've decided to shift the narrative, and that's just, it's nasty. I mean, when you get down to it, they deserve to be called out for that. They absolutely deserve to be called out for that. Today, too, after we do our thing, go and check out the best recap show right now, in my opinion, Andy Signore is putting on. I think it's been quite good, in fact. I don't know if people he gets good numbers on it too, and they're deserved because he does a great recap show. So if you've not checked out his recap show, make sure that you tune into it. Thanks for the 5. Sky News this weekend had its comments deactivated on their live coverage. Yeah, they don't want you commenting. They don't want you going out in support. Like the media especially. Like I find that to be so nasty because I want you to be able to comment. I don't care if you agree with me either. See, public discourse is what made this thing change. People went out and they corrected the narrative that the mainstream put out. People got together and fixed this issue. It wasn't the mainstream, though. They were just as guilty as anyone else of wrecking, of doing damage. So the bailiff come in. I'm always, here's one thing I meant to do. I'm always nervous with the sounds. The sound hasn't come in. When you see people moving around, if the sound hasn't started yet, I always check multiple places while we're talking. But the mainstream, they canceled him. The accusation did its damage, but the magnification of that is what destroyed his career. Not fact-checking it. When any accusation comes out, I always talk about that the due process portion isn't saying that the man is innocent. It's saying that you don't know, just because a person or a bunch of people, like you see, Manson is a good example of a bunch of people. Marilyn Manson, he was accused, and you had a bunch of those people just fall by the wayside, like right off the bat. Bam, they weren't true. Like they were horrible. And one of his two main accusers is somebody that their claim to fame was painting a picture of a political picture. Again, not getting into that, but a political picture of Orange Man with a let's just say with a tiny Cheeto. I'll go with that. And when they painted it, they would get into they got their minute of fame with that, and then a few months down the road, they got their minute of fame by saying, "I was accosted in public because someone didn't like it. A fan of that guy, they attacked me," and then they said it happened again. So I'd never heard of them before, but I mean, they were known for doing things like that, and then they came out with salacious accusations. I mean, these are accusations like people don't even bother to fact check accusations. They just walk into it, and you'll hear people say, "Well, you need to listen and believe." No, you need to listen, maybe, but you don't. You should never just believe a person. If you think that people are so honest, in fact, then I would recommend that you never lock your doors, and just I would recommend online. Here's a great thing: if you truly believe in that kind of honesty, I want you for just females, all right, because it's listen and believe women, all right. I want you to set up a private chat with, say, 100 random females. Make sure, I don't know how you're going to prove they are. I don't know, driver's license. Ah, look, we're all female there, so they're all trustworthy. Every one of them there, and then put your banking information in there. Make sure you have money, but put your banking information in there because those trustworthy people, none of them will rob you. None of them, because they're all trustworthy. I mean, really. Natasha, thanks for the 5. Is it just me or the Barlow crew infesting the courtroom again? Look at the front row. It is sus. Yeah, I'm wondering. Like, she didn't have any support in the courtroom, which is kind of interesting from before. Professor James A. Moriarty, thanks for the 20. Dear Tug, what if the jury's bought? Yeah, I've always been worried about stuff like that. It's like this. Here's something that always worried me. If the mafia can buy a jury, what about the richest men in the world? Huh. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. I thought we were on a tight schedule. Court time. Hey, I respect the court's time. I respect the court's time. The judge is wasting the court's time. I know. What's up? They're wasting our time, too. I mean, we're going to go to lunch break before they get in here. I mean, paperwork is exciting to watch. I find it rather stimulating to watch a paperwork in a courtroom. Dun-dun-dun. Better not do the Law and Order song too much. Stickrafty machine couldn't handle. I know. I saw him like pull it in there. I'm shocked by all the comments. YouTube. If your comment doesn't show up on the screen, you'll notice they pop up after a minute. That's where a moderator actually lets them in. I'm shocked. I can see where anybody with a moderator thing, you can see when they pop up. Blonde just raised her hand. Hey, are you listening? Raise your hand. It's going to be funny. We got a delay. Raise your hands in the crowds. Woo! That would be really funny, wouldn't it? No, what would be really funny is if you did that and like Rottenborn and Crazy Cat Lady, like they raised their hands. You'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. It's creepy. Slow mode. Nah, I don't like slow mode. I turned it on subscriber mode. Like that's pretty good. But with a few thousand people should be able to speak and have a little bit of fun. I mean, if it gets crazy, like I said, I took out the spam bots. So, but I put it on 1 minute mode for subscribers. Like I said, I don't like forcing people to be part of a channel to watch something. But the only way to stop the bots that come in, I call them bit bots because they don't even like the word there. So those or the prawn bots, when they come in, I'm always afraid somebody will click those links too. Ugh. Hey, waiting tea time. Thanks for the 20. I wonder if those flyers are going to come into play today, since they could be deemed jury tampering. What do you think? I don't know. It's an interesting question. I've got like I said, I've got a video primed and ready for a 6 o'clock today, where I will show you direct connection between those and Miss Aquaman Starlight. Direct connection. I've got it primed and ready. I just knew if I dropped it this morning when the trial goes live, and if anything came up with it, well then, you would have your discussion. And there's always people who are like, well, it needs to go to the legal team. Obviously, any information, I will push through sources to get where it needs to go. So that's without question. But yeah, it was funny though too. Like, some people were mentioning, well, that could cause a mistrial. Well, whose fault would that be? Is it the fault that people are reporting that? Absolutely not. The information needs to be out there too. That would be the fault of Amber Heard. Amber Heard definitely should shoulder that blame too. Stephanie Wilson, thanks for the 5. I wonder if something is happening pertaining to the Flyers. I don't know. That, like, they got something going on for sure. Nurse Shammy, thank you and welcome. Also, thank you for that membership and welcome to Tugs Thugs. It is strange that. All right, here we go. Sounds on. All right, I'm going to magnify the
Good
sound.
morning. Everything good now, Judy? We're good?
All right, that
thanks.
is.
All right.
That is.
Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury?
Just two preliminary matters, Your Honor.
Okay,
One, just to hear, we have redacted exhibits from the
Okay.
court from last week. We've given them to Ms. Myers this morning, and they've confirmed that they look okay to them. So
okay. All right.
Talk into your mics.
paper copies, the thumb drive contains electronic copies of these as well as the excerpted audio recordings that were. And,
Okay. Well, I kind of need a thumb drive for each audio recording, but
oh, it's separate thumb drive for each.
it's marked as different exhibits, so I have to have it as different exhibits. So,
Have that to you by tomorrow.
okay, good. And we'll go through them and see what we have. And you have yours as well?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may approach.
Okay.
This is exhibit 40 redacted.
Okay.
So they're just handing in exhibits real quick. I mean, that's just some,
The knives.
like they said, preliminary matters.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Captain
Great. We'll go
Bartlett,
through
thanks
those.
for
If
the 5.
we need anything else, we'll let you know, okay?
And each of the excerpted recordings are on a separate audio file on the thumb drive, so if you'd like a separate, I understand you're saying you'd like a separate physical.
Just because, so we can have them numbered that way, correct?
Sure.
All right. I gotta keep Jamie happy. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just had one more issue that I'd like to approach about.
Okay, sure.
They're taking care of their preliminary matters, of course, because they can't. They have an entire day Friday to take care of those, and they can't do that. That's awesome. Kathy Bartlett, thanks for the 5 there. Justice for Johnny, indeed, indeed. God, they can't. They run 30 minutes late. They can't handle their business beforehand. Just a note with this channel, when he's testifying, unless it's something like a lag, I will not talk during that. I find that to be distasteful, I guess is a good way. I don't want to interrupt what's going on. Oh, look, she's in mourning today. She's in mourning. Isn't that lovely? I love how she does her best to play up that victim look today. She's been trying more because what that tells you today is that they are going to pull out the stops. They're going to throw out some pictures. They're going to throw out some accusations. She's trying to look prettier today with her hair, but the outfit to me, that signals that she is going to try to play up the victim look today, for sure. I mean, when you think about this trial too, I mean, there's some nasty accusations that pop off, you know. That I'm typing that she looks like she might cry if you hear me typing. She's got that look today. She's got that look. Like the other day, what was funny is she got caught on camera. It was one of the most telling things where she was faking the I'm gonna cry. She went, I mean, real time. She went from I'm doing fine, I'm making jokes to, oh my God, I'm gonna cry. It was so, ugh. I feel like that a lot about a lot of the stuff they do, though. It's just so disingenuous is probably a good word. I hate the way they fake that stuff, though. You know, Depp sitting there. He looks good with his hair pulled back. I think that's a good look for him with testimony. Teet, thanks for the 2. She's really trying to be the 50 sweet pea today. Yeah, she's got that look there. Man, her crocodile tears, like somebody else mentioned, her crocodile tears were showing the other day. Big
All right.
time.
Thank you. You can be seated. All right. Just a reminder, Mr. Depp, you're still under oath, okay, sir?
Yes, yes,
All
Your Honor.
right. Cross-examination.
All right, we're going
Alright.
to get cross. I'm going to mute out, all right? So, commentary off unless there's a gap.
Morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice weekend.
Don't you be
Mr. Depp,
talking to
we've
the
talked
jury.
about this a little bit, but you've testified that abuse can come in many forms, correct? Physical being one of them, right?
Yes, indeed,
Emotional,
indeed,
verbal,
indeed,
psychological abuse.
indeed. Some of those sort of flow into the others.
I'd like to talk, understood. I'd like to talk about some of that abuse. Can we pull up Exhibit 582, please? Your Honor, this is a recording, Defendant's Exhibit 582, that we will play the entirety of.
All right. Any objection to 582?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 582 in evidence.
Put your fucking cigarettes out on someone else. You fucking have consequences for your actions. That's it.
Shut up, fat ass.
Yeah, you got me there.
Can you play that one more
That's it.
time, please, Michelle?
Shut up,
Objection,
fat
Your
ass.
Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Move on.
Mr. Depp, when Ms. Heard tells you in that recording to go put your cigarettes out on someone else, you don't deny that, but instead you simply say, "Shut up, fat ass." Is that correct?
I think that was another grossly exaggerated moment of Miss Heard's. I did not put a cigarette out on her or throw a cigarette at her.
Let's pull up Exhibit 581, please. This is another recording that we'll play the entirety of, with your Honor's leave.
Any objection to 581?
No objection.
581.
I fucked up and cried in my bedroom after I had dumped you a fucking week prior. A fucking week prior after you beat the shit out of me. And then a week later you show up at my doorstep in my room saying you want to say goodbye. Okay, say goodbye.
Oh, I said it?
Yes, you did say it. I'll go to the text messages so that we're clear on
Yes,
the tape.
because you sent it forward to me.
Okay. No doubt. But you did not say you're to come over to say bye?
I made a huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me?
Huge mistake.
You didn't say that to me?
Well, I won't do it again.
What's the mistake then? Did you or did you not say you're coming over to say bye?
Can we please pull up Exhibit 598?
Is this another audio?
It is, Your Honor. And I will give the excerpts that we propose to play. And I'll say, Your Honor, it's a lengthy recording where,
Well, I already have 598A in evidence, so.
right, and I just wanted to clarify, spoke with Ms. Myers this morning. We're gonna speak at a break. We're trying to be very careful about whether there's a third party on the tape. This is one where at the very end, someone else comes in. But Ms. Myers and I will speak, and we may be, to the extent your Honor's agreeable, we may be agreeable to just entering the whole thing as evidence. But for now, since there's a very small portion at the end that we're not going to play of a third party, we'll just I'll just give you the excerpts if that
Well,
works.
then I need 598B, and I need
Yes.
to know what the time of the excerpts are, and,
We'll prepare that for you, Your Honor. Thank you.
well, I need it now, I mean,
I have the
Okay.
excerpts. So this would be 598B,
okay,
and it's seconds 1 through 20. And then it's minutes, 30 minutes and 2 seconds through 31 minutes and 45 seconds.
okay. All right. Any objection to 598B then?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I meant what I said.
You of not being able to do,
No, I meant exactly what I said.
what did you say?
At least I'm not doing it behind your back. I'm telling you. You gave me shit that I was recording, and I said, yeah, I'm recording, but at least I'm telling you.
Okay.
And if
So,
you had asked me not to, I wouldn't.
well, record, huh?
Okay, so the next excerpt is 30 minutes and 2 seconds.
But die. Walking away is necessary. Is necessary, especially between you and I. It is of utmost importance because the next move, if I don't walk away or just go out for a little while, it's just gonna be a bloodbath, and like it, like it was on the island, of course, like it was, It's not worth it, man. It's not worth it.
Yeah,
Why be miserable? Can we just
if the options are there.
have some semblance of understanding for each other?
Please, can we? Because I'm not trying to say, hey, by the way, no one in their right mind is gonna choose bloodbath over walking away. Obviously, if you're given the option between the two,
Then why has it been chosen so many times?
it's that snowball. It is not a distinct choice. Either one of us make at any discernible point.
No, it's stubbornness and it's all
You know, and
kinds
it
of shit.
builds, right? Like you build, I build, it isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now a bloodbath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a bloodbath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a bloodbath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Can you please pull up Defense Exhibit 161, which was admitted into evidence on Thursday, Your Honor, I believe?
Okay. Yes, it was.
Thank you. Now, that recording that we just heard, Mr. Depp, isn't the first time that you refer to an argument as a bloodbath. In fact, in this text exchange that we saw on Friday, when you inform Ms. Heard that there exists a book entitled Disco Bloodbath, and she asks you if it is about last Friday night by any chance, you say, "How can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? Yes, it is. Funny bitch." Did I read that right?
Certainly did, sir. Thank you.
Can we pull up Exhibit 586, please? Your Honor, the only, the portion of this exhibit that we would plan to play, it's a recording, is minutes 7:35 to 8:20.
Okay, but I already have a 586A.
So this would be 586B, if
735 to what?
8:20.
Thank you.
So that's supposed to make
No objection
Amber
to
look good.
586B?
No objection.
All right, 586B.
Well, yes, you do, because you wouldn't have used that as a way to hit me. I was pouring my heart out to you. What do? Let me get it. Let me get it. Stab in here. That's what you saw, huh? You listened to me cry, and you're like, now I can get her.
Is that what you think? You just do it without thinking. You do it without thinking, huh? You don't get a stab in when you can. You throw a swing when you can. And what win better than to win on the floor? Because that's when it's really good to hit someone.
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 366? This is another recording, Your Honor, that we would propose to admit all of, although we will only be playing minute 320 through 338.
All right, so no objection to 366 in its entirety, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, 366 in evidence. He's only playing part. Oh, plaintiffs, I'm sorry.
You're a flower. Every other man I know, every other relationship I know, there's man, is like, oh, yeah, shit. And you're a flower every single time you get it. Because you're a fucking cunt!
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 396? Your Honor, portions of this were used on Thursday, so with your leave, we'd like to introduce this as 396B with the following excerpts. 2:44 and 0 seconds through 2:44 and 16 seconds. And then 2:49 and 30 seconds through 2:49 and 55 seconds.
All right, any objection to 396B?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 396B.
You like how they play part of a fight? They're like, oh, gotcha there. You said 3 seconds of audio and oh my God.
Please, what? This is your last plea. This is your last plea. This is your last call. This is the last one. This is not helping! You stupid fuck! This is not helping!
If you could please go to 2:49 and 30 seconds, please.
I don't fucking care. You shut up with that. Impossible. I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later. Talk to you later.
You heard Miss Heard say, "Get off me," right?
No, I did not. I heard distant screaming, and I heard, I'll talk to you later, I'll talk to you later.
Let's look at Exhibit 857, please.
Yeah, so they you hear him leaving and they're like, "Oh, we heard you abusing her." It's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
57?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is this another audio file? Oh, no.
It's not, no.
Okay, is there any?
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the second to last text
Yes,
on this. This is a text from you to your agent, Christian Carino, on August 15th, 2016, correct?
that's correct, that's what it looks like, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and prejudice.
If you could approach from almost. You make it.
So they're going to argue for a moment about the relevance on this. But that last snippet was really telling. You have Johnny Depp saying, I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you later. I'm out of here. Then they cut back to it. And they're like, oh, you heard her say, get off of me, right? And it's like, no, I heard him actually saying that he's leaving a fight. He doesn't want to be there. So that's the kind of mind gaming you get with these folks. They're gaming. They're playing games. Nasty stuff, too. There's always some kind of nasty gaming from these type of people. Marie Watson, thanks for the 50 there, by the way. No statement. Plenty of statement. Appreciate that, too. I thought she said don't leave. Well, here's the thing. What they're playing is this gotcha game sucks. So he's like, you know, he yelled in an argument. You have people at their worst, at their heated, and what they're doing is they're playing gotchas. You know, he was like, this is not helping, you stupid F, I'm going to say, in that. They're like, gotcha there. Oh, you know. And she also said, you listen to me cry. Is that what you think? You do without thinking? When I'm on the floor? That's when it's really good to hit someone. Now, they're saying that that's proof of him hitting someone. There's an accusation. It could be anything. And she, I mean, again, God, that's the game we're going to get. We got you're an effing out of that. And again, that's, oh, gotcha. You know, abuse takes many forms, right? You're calling her mean names in there. Well, you know what? When people argue, they say some nasty stuff. I don't even want to think about some of the things that I've said in anger toward other people. Because when you're mad and in the moment, and also when he said, this is not helping, he's talking about that whole process of what they're going through. And obviously it wasn't helping. The recording is supposed to be a therapeutic tool that they use. It started as part of their relationship therapy, and now it is being utilized as a gotcha tool in court. It's nasty. They're not doctoring. Someone said doctoring. What they're doing is they're just pulling snippets for gotchas, you know? Yeah, the audio proves just how much she gaslights. Well, it's funny. They were saying, oh, she said something about cigarettes put out on somebody. Okay, well, where was the next day with her all those cigarette burns again? I kind of missed that. You know, did you?
Your Honor, for the sake of time, I'll go ahead and may I ask the witness about the portions that we discussed, and then we can provide a redacted version.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, in this text message from you to Christian Carino, your agent, on August 15th, 2016, you tell him, you go on at some length about Amber, but you say, she will hit the wall hard, 4 exclamation points. And then later down you say, I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Did I read that right?
Objection compound.
I'll allow it. Mr. Chairman.
You read that correctly, sir.
And this wasn't the first time that you talked about Amber hitting the wall hard. Let's pull up Exhibit 213, please.
Hitting the wall hard based on the
We'll just take a look at the
accusations
next
that she
exhibit, Mr.
brought.
Depp.
I'm sorry, I was talking. Is that all right?
You had answered my question. We'll take a look at the next exhibit. Thank you.
yeah. As long as you're happy, sir.
Oh,
Mr. Depp, this is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014. The text at the top
where
of the
am I
page.
looking, sir?
On your screen, please.
I
sorry.
figured that out.
The
Thanks.
top text on the screen.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a specific, if it was third from the bottom or somewhere around the corner. What would you like me to do?
This is a text that you sent to Bruce Witkin on February 4th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed.
With the redactions applied and also the identifiers. That's
Okay,
Yep.
redactions
We have that,
identifiers.
we have that ready.
All right, 213 in evidence with redactions.
You're supposed to be kind and nice when someone ruins your life. Remember that, kids. If you say, I hope
Move for the
karma,
admission
you
of
know.
this, permission to publish, Your Honor.
It is in evidence,
Thank
so you
you.
can publish it.
Mr. Depp, on February 4th, 2014, you tell Mr. Whitkin, Amber and I hit the wall hard. You see that?
I do, sir.
And that's the same phrase that you used in your text to Mr. Carino from 2016 that we just read, correct?
They are similar words, but they have different meanings. If,
Can we
I
pull
don't know
up
if that makes sense to you, but
Exhibit 498, please?
So they're pretending that means hitting an actual wall. I'm confused by what they're trying to say there. Hitting the wall hard means aging. We all know what that means, but they're
Mr. Depp,
playing.
is this a text exchange that you had with Ms. Hurd on or about October 28th, 2015?
yes, sir.
And I'd like to direct your attention to the third text down.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 498 with identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
relevance, Your Honor.
All right, let's,
May we approach?
okay, sure.
I do not understand the quote unquote logic to what they were trying to say there. If I say, man, she hit the wall hard, I'm not saying that, oh my God, she bashed her face up against a brick. You know, I mean that's some Scooby-Doo absurdity right there. What I'm telling you is, man, she really fell off. You know, once she hits that age, what he's saying is one day she's not going to be able to use all her looks, her feminine wiles to get her way. One day she's actually going to be judged for who and what she is. And that, wait until that day. Then they take another statement that says Amber and I hit the wall hard, and they pretend that's the same. I mean, anyone with two brain cells to rub together understands that. But of course, this is Amber Heard's defense team and a guy named Rottenborn. Go on. They got to have something, right? Got to attack a guy for substance abuse claims. Because he's a domestic abuser. How do you prove it? Oh, he snorted cocaine. Okay. Look, he's texting about her hitting the wall. The Christian Carino texts come after the breakup, by the way. That is after the breakup where he was saying that. So he's supposed to be nice after she ruins his life.
Can you pull up Exhibit 330, please? Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the middle text on this page, which is a text from you to someone named Ryan A. On January 12th, 2015. Do you see that?
January. I'm sorry, the second one from the last.
Yes.
January 12th?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is that Ryan Adams, the singer?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 330. Just plan on asking him about that text.
He was like, can I get an autograph from Ryan Adams?
Your Honor, I'm happy to approach if you want.
Look, he's exasperated. He's like, they actually objected. I swear. Like every time, it sounds like he's going to have a meltdown here. They're allowed to object, Rottenborn. You do the same thing. Quit freaking out, you know? I swear, he must have wore his he must have wore his manlet Speedos today. He's like, she's objecting to me. Yeah, she's allowed to do that, buddy. You know? I know. She's actually objecting to your game in there. They're asking for relevance. God, he is such a manlet, too. I can't even imagine if my last name were Rottenborn. Like that has to be a life hurdle. Maybe that's how you end up actually representing someone like Amber Heard. You're like, well, fuck it. My last name, I am a villain. Why not play one on TV? And you're doing that. Congratulations. You can be like, Dear Diary, today I crossed Johnny Depp and attacked him. Felt very good about attacking domestic abuse victim. Tomorrow, I will rob a bus full of nuns. Signed, Mr. Rottenborn. It's like the... God, man. The first thing you could have done for your child way back when, give him a legal name change. Come on. Be like Not So Rottenborn. You could have named him that. That could have been his first and middle name. Not So. It could be like Mr. Not So Rottenborn. That would have been nice.
Can you pull up Exhibit 620, please?
Oh, man. You know it smells bad over there by the cat lady. You know it has to. Like when you stop by.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to text number 40.
Okay,
It's the third one down.
yes,
This is a text from you to Malcolm Connolly. Is that right?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this document with the third text down.
If I just,
Sure.
I'm happy to approach to discuss if Your Honor would like.
You say, like I said, he's got his manlet Speedos in a twist. You can hear it.
relevance objection again, Your Honor.
Okay, if you want to approach.
I'm ready to approach if you want to. he is so worked up today. I'm loving it. You know, you're supposed to work the other team up. You're not supposed to get worked up yourself. Oh, this is hilarious. He's pouting. He is actually pouting. I'm gonna approach, Your Honor. I'm ready for it. I'm loving it. It took nothing to get under his skin. Absolutely nothing. And he can't imagine what he's doing to like Depp up there. What they've done is they've slowed his attack process down. Like he's supposed to keep Depp on the
Mr. Osborne,
ropes.
if that's coming in, we'd allow, like, the contextual text messages as well, if we might take a look, please.
I'm sorry.
We would like to take a look and just make sure the contextual text messages are coming in with the one that you're directing Mr. Depp to.
Yeah, basically, oh look, we're going to take something out of context.
I'm just going to address the court. That was the text message that I would like to get in. If they're, I'm not sure what she's asking, Your Honor.
We'll just go forward with that text message for now. Okay.
So no context with whatever they're going to put in here. They refuse to put in context. Great job there. I like how that went right to the jury too. I like how that statement may have not just been for the judge. That may have been for the jury. Hey, we'd like the context of this. Context.
Mr. Depp, do you remember last week the jury saw the video of you, as you called it, assaulting the cupboards in that kitchen on Sweetser Avenue?
Yes, sir, very well said.
And that was on or about February 10th, 2016, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
I don't know when that's from. I have asked for the metadata, I've asked for the date and received nothing.
Okay. This text you sent on February 10th, 2016 to Malcolm Connolly. Malcolm Connolly is one of your security guards, correct?
Yes, he is.
And in this text, you say, "Thanks, dear Mal. I'm just at the point where I feel like I'm going to puke all the time. Once I get this shit moving and get myself out of her level of shit, I will never mention this cunt's name again, ever again. And the first prick that asks about her gets a warning. Should the single-celled prick decide to push it, he never forgets me and will always be remembered throughout his life as the guy that got his fucking nose bit off, chewed up, and swallowed by Johnny Depp. While I do have some civilized bones in my body, just on a matter of principle, I must force him to watch me fulfill this promise of mangling his motherfucker of a beezer. Love you, X." Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to your views on Miss Heard's career. Can you please pull up Exhibit 195?
Seriously, like that was their big gotcha gun too? Anybody that asks, I'm going to bite off his nose. Do you remember any tabloid journalists like talking about how Johnny Depp bit off anyone's nose? Because I missed that story. Oh my God.
I'd like to direct your attention to the second to last text from the bottom. This is a text message exchange between you and Miss Heard on October 29th, 2013, correct?
It looks like it is, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 195 with the appropriate identifiers redacted.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is him expressing his views on her taking a meeting about a movie, her career, his views.
They're chopping up his flow, man. They are busting him up. That last message, though, so I pulled it up. Listen to this. What they're saying is, anyone that asks, should the single-cell prick decide to push it, he never forgets and will always be remembered throughout his life as the guy that got his effing nose bit off, chewed up and swallowed by Johnny Depp. That's kind of an awesome quote, to be honest. I kind of like that. I mean, but again, if you remember the tabloid story, remember TMZ again will do a video on a celebrity buttering a bagel, but they somehow forgot to cover the story about Johnny Depp swallowing some random dude's nose.
Evidence with redacted with the identifiers.
Oh, she, of course, got to get that grin on, right?
Mr. Depp, you see the text that from Amber that says, "I'm at a coffee meeting now." You see that?
I do,
It's right there. So she tells you at 12:41 p.m., "I'm at a coffee meeting now. We'll be home soon." And then you respond, "Holy crack whores. No goddamn meetings. No movies. Why? Why do you deviate from our agreement? What species of meeting? Fuck it. Just tell me when you get home." Did I read that right?
You did, but a coffee meeting.
You didn't want her to take the meeting that she was taking that day, correct?
It seems as though we had an agreement, what seems like we had an agreement to do something together. I'm actually asking what species of meeting. So this is not necessarily an angry text. It's just, why do you deviate from our agreement? It's not about her doing films. How do you think she got Aquaman, sir?
You tell her no goddamn meetings, no movies, because you didn't want her acting. You wanted to control her career, correct?
Objection compound.
That's
hold
patently
on,
untrue,
Mr.
and it's a
Mr.
great
Depp,
guess.
sir. All right, yes, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Sorry.
We can move on. Exhibit 394, please. Defendant's exhibit.
Nitpicking yet again. I didn't even bother to screenshot that. That was so pathetic. Are you serious? I mean, that was some of these exhibits are sad. Like, again,
Mr. Depp, if you can take a look at the fourth text down. This is a text from you to Dr. Kipper on, it's in the timestamp issue. I believe it was sent on March 8th, 2015 in Australia, timestamped March 7th, 2015. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of 394.
No objection with the proper redactions of the rest of the text messages and the identifiers.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
394 in evidence with redactions.
God, he respects the court's time, right? He respects that court's time. You have to.
Permission to publish?
All right, yes, yes, sir.
This
Mr.
is
Depp, on
nit-
this date,
Nitpick.
right after you had suffered an injury to your finger, you text Dr. Kipper and you say, "Hi, fucked, man. Had another one. I just cannot live like this. She is as full of shit as a Christmas goose. I'm done. No more. The constant insults, the demeaning, belittling, most heartbreaking spew that is only released from a malicious, evil, and vindictive cunt. But you know what? Far more hurtful than her venomous and degrading, endless educational ranting is her hideously and purposely hurtful tirades and her goddamn shocking treatment of the man she was meant to love, above all. Here's the real deal, mate. Her obsession with herself is far more important. She is so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was acquired, mate. Although she has hammered me with what a sad old man has-been I am, Cowan has done me the most cruel of favors. I'm so very sad. I cut the top of my middle finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital. I'm so embarrassed for jumping into anything with her. Fuck the world." Did I read that right?
Yes, Mr. Rottenborn.
So even as you are ranting about Ms. Hurd to Dr. Kipper, even as you were talking about her ambition and expressing your objections to that, you still admit to him that you cut the top of your middle finger off, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, sustain as compound.
You're complaining about her ambition in this text to her, to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm realizing that her ambition is far stronger than her supposed feelings for me, yes.
And there's nothing about this text that's trying to protect her.
Protect her?
And
From what?
And you tell Dr. Kipper, I cut the top of my middle finger off in this text, correct?
It's just the way it was worded. It doesn't mean that I actually literally cut my finger off after, at the age of 12, finding the only thing that gave me peace, which is playing the guitar. Very unlikely. Why didn't I start lopping off digits when I was 13 then?
Just the way it was worded. Now, Ms. Hurd wasn't the only one who had a problem with you can take that down. Ms. Hurd wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking and abuse of alcohol, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection if you want.
Ms. Hurd wasn't the only one who had a problem with your drinking, correct?
Sir, if anyone had a problem with my drinking at any time in my life, it was me. The only person that I have ever abused in my life is myself.
In fact, you tried to hide your drinking from your daughter, Lily Rose, didn't you?
Objection, relevance.
What's the relevance?
When your nerves are
But,
pushed...
sir, if you
Can
can.
we approach, Your Honor?
Pardon.
Gunning for his kids again. What's the relevance? They want to make him angry. He brought in a good, actually, Johnny Depp brought in a good statement. Finding the only thing that gave me peace at 13, playing the guitar. Why wouldn't I start then, lopping my digits off? He's talking about why he wouldn't cut off his own finger. He's saying, you know, I find peace with the guitar. I can't play it. I mean, it makes sense too. If the only thing that gives you solace is playing a musical instrument, and then you chop off your finger where you may not be able to play said musical instrument anymore, yeah. I love the manipulation in this stuff, though. This just shows you why lawyers, if you really want to understand why lawyers are pretty much universally despised, here you go. This is like a crash course study in why that exists. You know, for every person that you enjoy on LawTube, and you think, yeah, I like that guy over there, or that lady over there. Remember, there's like 500 million lawyers out there that you're probably going to despise.
Can you pull up Exhibit 207, please?
Oh, man, I wonder if we'll get any context on this one. Christian Carino, by the way, she fought to keep him out. I'll talk about that at the break. The Christian Carino thing is very fascinating.
Scroll down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the last text on this page. It's a text from you to Kevin Murphy. He was your estate manager, correct?
He was.
This is a text from you to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, correct?
He's the poop finder, too.
Yes, sir.
Or the poop.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that portion of Defendant's Exhibit 207 with redactions.
With the identifiers redacted, that's fine, thank you.
207?
Poor Kevin Murphy will always be known as the guy who ended up introducing Amber Heard's poop picture to Johnny Depp. Poor Kevin Murphy. I hope he got a trauma hazard pay for that.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Didn't they already give you permission?
And in this text to Kevin Murphy on January 21st, 2014, you say, just trying to get over my shocking discussion with Vanessa that lasted 5+ hours. Vanessa's your former partner, correct?
She's the mother of my children, yes.
The mother of your children, that's right. And then you say, I feel ill and have invested my guts into some side corner. Now, Lily Rose hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right. But I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. Come to master in main house. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1092, please?
So we're going to hammer substance abuse again. We didn't have enough of this already. Oh, he drank a lot. My God. Like, we haven't heard this for 3 days. We get it.
Mr.
He
Depp,
drinks.
is this a picture of you passed out in a chair during daylight hours?
Again, isn't passed out, that's a very specific term. Sleep could be one, passed out.
Let's try it this way. This is a picture of you in a chair, correct?
That is correct.
Move for the admission of 1092, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I'm relevance, Your Honor?
Your Honor, I'm trying to move this along, and when we stop with
Well,
relevance,
I just, do you want to lay a foundation? I just don't.
this is a picture of Mr. Depp. We've introduced another, on Thursday, another picture of that.
What is the date of this photograph? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so again, look, Rottenborn is losing his cool yet again. I'm trying to move along, Your Honor. Yeah, every time he introduces something, it takes him like a month of Sundays to pull it up on the screen. I love how, they conveniently, they've turned drinking now, drinking or having problems. Again, substance abuse does not make you a domestic abuser. If it does, then Amber Heard is admittedly an abuser. What's fascinating is they just entered messages where Johnny Depp is complaining to his doctor about how she treats him as the sad old man, as she treats him like absolute trash. Oopsie, ignore that stuff, Ignore that, because that doesn't count. That we'll pull that message up in the brink too. But someone remind me, like I said, of the Christian Corona thing. These Rottenborn is so easy to make mad. That is a weakness in a lawyer, because the lawyer.
Can you take that down and put up Exhibit 470, Michelle, please?
So they lost it. They lost that one. So they're just putting up random pictures of a man pass out. Like, I fall asleep in my chair here after working all day and doing other stuff. I'll fall
Mr.
asleep.
Depp, is the bottom text on this page a text exchange or a text
his
message
face.
from you
He's
to
mad.
your personal assistant, Stephen Deuters, on September 3rd, 2015?
That's what it looks like, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text and the appropriate redactions. Exhibit 470.
Again, of relevance, Your Honor. And cumulative.
I'll allow this one if we just.
Thank you, Your Honor.
With the redactions.
He looks so mad every time they speak. He's like, how dare that woman speak? Is that abuse, by the way? Under Rottenborn standards, even making an ugly, made an ugly expression, that's probably abuse. Is this respecting the court's time, by the way?
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, in the effort to move this along, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to start with the word main bits, which is 5 lines down. You write to Mr. Deuters on September 3rd, 2015, main bits needed are Xanax and Adderall, and I want no judgment from Kipper or Debbie. Kipper means Dr. David Kipper, correct?
That's correct.
And Debbie means Debbie Lloyd, your sobriety nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Just found out from Joel last night how much I spent on having Kipper and Debbie around. Millions and fucking millions, mate. All the while, Debbie just hung around Broad, BCH, and gave me new meds like every 2 weeks. She was on set maybe 4 times. Wow. And 5 money symbols. Sorry, just how it is. Did I read that right?
You did?
Can we pull up Exhibit 587, please? This is a recording, Your Honor.
And I already have 5787A, so this is 587B.
587B, Your Honor. The excerpts to be played are 1940 through 1953 and 2304 through 2329.
I don't even understand that last one.
Any objection?
He's complaining about the cost of
objection,
his
Your Honor.
doctors.
587B in evidence.
I wanted to have my Mustang. I want to be able to talk to you. I thought you'd be clean and sober, and we fixed a lot of our problems.
I'm never.
I know.
In that clip, Mr. Depp, you tell Ms. Heard, I'm never getting clean and sober, correct?
It sounds like, to me, that, yeah, it's either that or I have never been clean and sober.
Thank
It's one
you.
of the
Let's
two.
play 2304, please.
I think it was I've never been. When I listened to that right off the bat, it sounded like I've never been clean and sober. All I heard was.
The picture, the big scheme of things, it does nothing but hurt us. And why? Because of coke and booze doesn't make it easier for you to see how clearly that it.
You gotta stop with the coke
All the
and
coke
booze. You're wrong.
all the coke you've done today, and all the booze you've drank today.
By the way,
Has it helped you? Has it helped us?
just got the coke
Has it helped us?
today.
Yeah, I know, because yesterday you were 1,000 times better. Yesterday did we?
I'd like to turn now to a few more of your words around the time that you went into detox, about how you viewed Amber's role in that process, Mr. Depp. Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 120_40? And Your Honor, 120_41 was admitted the other day, but I'd like to introduce this as a separate exhibit.
So 120B, and that would be _40, you said, 40?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection to that?
If I may, it just came up on
The
Okay.
for the audio, like I can't adjust for every 3 seconds for my
Mr. Depp,
audio.
while they're
for
looking
their
at that,
audio.
is the second text from the bottom a text that you sent to Amber's mom, Paige, on August 19th, 2014?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And this is when you were either in the middle of or finishing up your detox process from roxycodone, correct?
That is correct.
All right. No objection?
No objection.
Okay. 120B in evidence? You want to publish? Or as is, correct?
With the other
Okay.
That's fine.
text messages redacted.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, with the, okay, yeah, sure.
We have to turn the broadcast up to 600% though for the regular, and then they don't play it. The way that the all courts are wired is just inferior. It would be nice if somebody went in and actually wired those cords for sound, you know? But I mean, the audio tapes, I personally think they intentionally are playing those at terrible quality. They could have cleaned that audio up, made it where you could hear it, but they intentionally didn't.
And in this text message that you write Amber's mom on August 19th, 2014, you say, "My dearest Paige, how unbelievably kind and pure your message was. I am beyond thankful to have you in my life. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you individually that I've gotten helps immeasurably. I don't need to explain the horrors to you. You know as well as I. What you do need to know, that your daughter has risen far above the nightmarish task of taking care of this poor old junkie. Never a second has gone by that she didn't look out for me or have her eyes on me to make sure that I was okay. YN words are truly feeble in attempting to explain her heroism in a text. Suffice to say that I have never met or loved a woman or a thing more. She has the strength of 1,000 men, and that is due to no one or nothing but you, sweetheart. Thank you. I love you. Your son, Outlaw." Did I read that correctly?
You did, sir.
I'd like to take a look at another document, Exhibit 272, please.
Talk about can't win for losing. So he writes a letter to the mom that's nice. If he wrote a mean letter to her, he would be an abuser. If he writes a nice one, he's admitting that that Amber was the greatest person ever. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the game we're
This is a
playing.
text message that you shared, a text message exchange between you and Amber the following day on April 20th, 2014.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 272 and ask for permission to publish.
With the identifiers removed, we have no objection.
All right, remove the identifiers. All right, 272 in evidence as redacted.
Now, Mr. Depp, you testified on Thursday that you saw nothing wrong with referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor when she was trying to get you to stop using drugs. But
She had
let's take a
used
look at
the
what you
same-
say in
She had
this
used
text.
that term before.
In this text, Mr. Depp, you say, "Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve." Did I read that correctly?
You did.
You can take that down. Now, you've brought this lawsuit about the op-ed specifically, but for years prior to the date that Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you. You'd agree with that, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain it to compound.
For years prior to 2018, when Amber wrote the op-ed, there were numerous negative news stories about you that were released into the public, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer.
By 2018, you say?
Correct.
Yes, it all started with Ms. Heard going directly to a court to get a TRO, which is with a bruise on her face and paparazzi. That was the sort of beginning of the ball rolling down the hill and gaining momentum.
There were lots of
And
negative
destroying
stories
me.
about you prior to May 27, 2016, when Amber went into court, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
Yeah, but his jobs
2016.
stopped
I'll allow it if you can answer.
in
There were
2018.
plenty of negative stories about you prior to that date, weren't there?
So I've been in the racket of Hollywood since 1984.
Mr. Depp, I'm asking you a yes or no question. There were plenty of negative news stories about you prior to May 27, 2016, correct?
From 1984 up until then, they're both. So, of course, people write negative stories.
Sure. And you just testified to the jury that it all started on May 27, 2016. So that's why I asked you to clarify about the negative stories prior to that date. And you'd agree that there were, correct?
Can you be specific about the stories? Of course, there have been negative stories.
So they're trying to make her op-ed a negative story now, not a "hey, he abused me"
I have here
story.
numerous exhibits in one
Amazing.
sort of compendium, all press articles about Mr. Depp, if I may approach.
All right, yes, sir.
There's a bigger difference in me saying, "Hey, that movie sucked that he was in." Oh, Transcendence was a terrible movie, if that was the review, versus, "Hey, 2 years ago, I became the spokesperson
Your
for
Honor,
domestic abuse."
Having received this, I would like to preemptively lodge a hearsay, lack of foundation, and
He hasn't got them in evidence yet. Are you moving?
No,
these
I'm
to evidence?
happy to approach, but they're certainly not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, but I'm happy to approach and
Okay,
discuss if you'd like.
forward. Wait.
They want to make that, though, not an abuse claim. And that's astounding to me when you think about what they just tried to pull. Oh, well, other people, again, it wasn't a review of a product. And this is what I said before. So they have 10 pages of articles that they want to enter as evidence, 10 entire pages, but they make their point for him. Their point was his career was on the decline and he ruined it himself. But if you look at their pages, on page 7 of 10, you have the Sun article come in. After that, you don't have negative reviews anymore. You have job loss. 7 pages of items like The Lone Ranger. Oh, that's not a great movie. Oh, we didn't like this or we didn't like that. But you know what? Nobody fired the man. In fact, they make the point that Pirates of the Caribbean, it was on task for a 6. They bring that up. Then you have in their own exhibits on page 7, they bring up the idea that the UK article comes up. Amber Heard fed that article. Then you have her article coming in, this article, and it destroys his career. Big difference. You can't. They're playing whataboutisms, and that's Amber Heard's favorite thing throughout all of this. You know, her team would bring up charity donations. You didn't give that $7 million in charity to charity, did you? You know, the divorce settlement that you were supposed to. Well, what has he done for charity? What has he done for it? And it's like that. Even their counterclaim is like that. You know, they won $100 million in a counterclaim. Why? Because Johnny Depp wanted $50 million. That's what this is. It's an entire case based on whataboutism. And it's she's malicious. She's nasty. She's vindictive. You know, the difference between a reviewer going out and saying what Johnny Depp put on the screen wasn't good, between, you know, them saying like the Long Ranger, I don't like that, and what she did, yeah. Anybody can understand that difference. Everybody except Amber Heard's team, apparently. Those folks, they don't want a difference. Though we've had like a million sidebars, too. You notice as well that the trial, you know, they started up late, and they haven't gone to break yet, which I find kind of fascinating. They're still standing around waiting for break. You know? The objection should be sustained. Yeah, because what he wants to do is he wants to admit 10 pages of articles. Like I said, there are 80 plus pages of exhibits. I'll show you the exhibit list when we go to break as well. I made me a note for Christian Carino. I actually have been keeping a notebook in front of me. So if we're supposed to talk about something, I'll try to hit certain items. Again, like Christian Carino. At lunchtime, we'll do some catch up as well. But there's just a lot of subjects that have been brought up by then, and they have just danced around them. You know, the exhibit list. What they're using as evidence too. It's been astounding to look at what they've thrown in. What they're claiming actually means something versus what actually means something. Like what we haven't seen here, we haven't seen evidence that he put his hands on her. Like all of that audio tape that they played. Okay, so he called her a vindictive B or a vindictive C. Okay. Are we denying that point? She seemed pretty vindictive to me. Yeah. The rest of the world seems to think that too. The reason this is taking so long is because of the sheer amount of articles that they want to put in. Again, 10 entire, when I say 10 pages too, I'm not talking about 10 pages of evidence. I'm talking about headers. So, like if I have one article review header, that's what they were doing. 10 pages of headers that he tried to put in there. That's just, like I said, it's crazy when you get down to it. Like, this trial, wouldn't it be amazing if they actually tried to make a point that was relevant to their claims? I mean, wouldn't that be astounding? Again, we know he's a drug user. I don't know why they circle back to that proverbial wagon either, you know? I don't get that one at all. Well, I do get that. Let me hit a couple of super chat. Waiting teen time. Thanks for the 20. I wonder if those flyers are going to come up today, since they could be deemed jury tampering. What do you think? I've got a video after this. I'm going to show you how they directly connect to Amber Heard. So, you know, I think that'll be important there. You know, even more. K-Rap, thanks for the 5. Text to her mom. Just show he's a gentleman and doesn't want to badmouth Amber Heard to her. Can't win for trying. Well, you think about it. Again, if Johnny Depp, if he would have texted her mom, so they brought that text up and he was nice about it. Okay, well, if he would have been mean, they would have brought it up too, but they would have brought it up as an abuse claim. They would have said, oh, look, Johnny Depp, he's even abusive to Amber Heard's mother. How dare he? He's such a monster. Again, you can't win for losing with these folks because that's what they want. They're playing a game, and the game is to paint every move that you make as a villain. The problem is that when you overcommit to that bit, like they're overcommitting. When you overcommit to that bit, when you say that this guy, yeah, every single move proves that he is some type of monster, he is some type of bad guy. When you make breathing a crime, that's an issue. Make sure, by the way, if you're brand new to the channel, make sure if you want to comment and stuff, you have to be subscribed for 1 minute. I had to turn that on for the bots that come in. They spam the chat, so you're welcome to come in. You're welcome to disagree. A lot of places, they turn off their comments, or they don't want you to agree or disagree. I don't care if you disagree here. Like, you are totally welcome to disagree. You can see this case however you want. Amplify Create, thanks for the 20.
Mr.
I'm working.
Depp, if you could
I'll catch you in a
please
little bit.
take a look at the stack of articles in front of you.
Oh, I saw. Hey, Amplify Create, you should hit me
Yes,
up because
it's
I know that
stack of
story.
Hit
Yes,
pieces
the first one is
generated
called
by
the,
Ms. Heard's publicity team.
Mr. Depp, we're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible.
I'm just
I'm going to ask you
stating what
about
they
the
are,
first
sir.
one. Well, we're going to talk about them. The first one is entitled, is from The Guardian. Do you see that?
Apparently drunk.
Yes, and this is an article from November 15th, 2014, entitled, Apparently Drunk Johnny Depp Cut Off at Hollywood Film Awards Ceremony, correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And the next article is an article from May 7th, 2016. It's entitled, Johnny Depp, Friends and Family Seriously Concerned About Him. Here's why.
Yes,
Correct.
how did they know?
The next article from May 1st, 2017, before Ms. Heard filed for a restraining order, a year and a half before she published, no, sorry, this would be after, May 1st, 2017. The headline is, Johnny Depp has a clear and epic sense of entitlement, ex-managers say. Published
Yes,
in the Hollywood Reporter, correct?
I was in a lawsuit with them, sir.
The next article from May 10th, 2017 is entitled, Johnny Depp, a star in crisis and the insane story of his missing millions. Did I read that right?
That's straight from the same lawsuit, sir.
The next article, also from May 10th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, says, Johnny Depp reportedly drank heavily and was constantly late on the new Pirates movie set. Did I read that right?
You did, reportedly.
The next
These are
article,
all hit
also
pieces.
from May
These are
10th,
drafts, sir.
2017.
This
Mr.
is a
Depp,
pathetic attempt.
Mr. Depp, please just respond to the question that I'm asking.
That's true.
What's
The
your
though.
next
Mr.
question,
Rottenborn?
the next document, an article published in Vanity Fair on May 10th, 2017,
Yes,
is entitled, Johnny Depp's Financial Woes Might Sink the Next Pirates of the Caribbean. Did I read that right?
you did. I don't know
The
how
next
my financial
article,
woes would do
May
that.
25th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, an article entitled, Where Did It All Go Wrong for Johnny Depp? After a string of flops and a ton of bad press, Johnny Depp's star power looks as wobbly as Jack Sparrow on a plank. Did I read that right?
You read that very, very well.
The next one, Hollywood Reporter, May 27th, 2017. Headline, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. Did I read that right?
You certainly did. Hollywood Reporter were very nice to me at the time.
July 12th, 2017. Why are all of Johnny Depp's movies bombing at the box office? Did I read that right?
You certainly did.
November 4th, 2017. A year and a month before Amber published the op-ed. Headline, Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say. Did I read that
Allegedly
correctly?
Reports say. This is hearsay. is
June
it not?
21st, 2018,
word.
6 months before the op-ed was published. Vanity Fair article, The Real Reason Johnny Depp Used an Earpiece on a Film Set.
I
They-
think
they
that
already-
was
Did I read
in
that
court the
correctly?
other day. Oh, you did, yeah.
They explained
June
that.
21st, 2018, 6 months before the op-ed was published, a Rolling Stone article entitled "The Trouble with Johnny Depp: Multi-million-dollar lawsuits, a haze of booze and hash, a marriage gone very wrong, and a lifestyle he can't afford inside the trials of Johnny Depp." Did I read that right?
You did. You should read the article. It's
And
wonderful.
the last one, June 22nd, 2018, Daily Mail, vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. Alison Boshoff reveals why Hollywood's reeling over what's being called Johnny Depp's career suicide note. Did I read that correctly?
You
Where's
did.
the
Who's
abuse?
Alison Boshoff, and how does she know?
Mr. Depp, you can't name
Oh, it won't
a
answer
single
that, I see.
actress who has benefited in her career by coming forward and stating that she was the victim of domestic violence, can you?
I'm sorry, what was
Objection
that?
calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, fair to say it got a lot of press attention, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When Amber made abuse accusations against you in May 2016, you became aware that it got a lot of press attention, correct?
Very quickly, I became aware.
And she became associated with those abuse accusations that she made against you in May 2016, correct? To your knowledge.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You became associated with those domestic abuse accusations that she made against you, correct?
I think that's clear.
And
yes.
you understood that she became associated with those same accusations that she made, correct? You testified to that.
Well, she had a choice, I didn't.
And you've talked about the immediate impact that those accusations on May 27th, 2016 allegedly had on your career, correct?
Yes,
You testified earlier in your examination on direct that when Amber made those accusations in 2016, you said you lost, quote, nothing less than everything, correct?
that is correct, sir.
But you didn't try to get the restraining order lifted in 2016, did you?
I don't, if she wanted a
It's a
restraining
yes or
order.
no question. You didn't try to get the restraining
No,
order
why
lifted,
would
did you?
I?
And you didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse in 2016, did you?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking him if he had a trial. That's
All
a
right,
fact.
I'll allow-
You didn't have a divorce trial where you could respond to Amber's accusations of abuse, did you?
No, there were no charges pressed against me.
You chose not
She
to-
didn't tell the police that I had done anything. She didn't mention my name.
And you didn't have a California divorce judge
right.
decide these facts, did you?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll
You
sustain the
chose,
objection.
you
Next
chose not to try to clear your name at that time through any sort of legal proceeding, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
And you chose to sign a divorce agreement in which you stated that Amber had not made any false statements about you for financial gain. We looked at that, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Asked and answered. I'll sustain the objection. Next
In
question.
fact, you waited until Amber wrote the op-ed in the Washington Post in December of 2018 to file a lawsuit against her, correct?
That is correct.
Can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, please?
It was the only time that I
Permission
was
to
able
publish, Your
to
Honor?
speak and use my own voice.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post in this lawsuit, correct?
Exhibit 2 is in evidence.
Objection relevance asked and answered.
It's not been asked and answered.
Hasn't been asked and answered, but I'm not sure what the relevance is.
You chose to sue only Ms. Heard and not the newspaper that published this article, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound.
You chose not to sue the Washington Post, correct?
Objection relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
You only sued the author of this article, Amber Heard, correct?
Which seems she was the one making the statements. Yes, I had the opportunity to fight back.
Permission to publish Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 2 is already in evidence, so we'll publish.
Mr. Depp, you realize that the only job for this jury to decide,
Yes, sir.
its only job is to determine whether this op-ed and this op-ed alone is defamatory.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll sustain the objection.
This is the only writing that's the subject of this lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Same objection.
It's facts, Your Honor. He
Yeah,
still only brought
I'll
the
allow that
lawsuit.
question. I'll allow that question.
This is a version of that story of the op-ed that I've never seen. The one that was published before, the only one I've ever seen is the one that was published prior to this. They changed the title because they were in fear of trouble.
Well, I moved to strike that last testimony, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, it's clear.
Whether it's the online edition or this edition in the paper, this article is the only statement, the only publication of anything that's the subject of the lawsuit that you brought, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
This op-ed, Mr. Depp, does not discuss any of the details of your relationship that we've seen in texts and emails and recordings over the past few days, does it?
Objection, compound, and asked and answered.
And I'll sustain both objections.
In fact, this article doesn't contain any details of your relationship with Ms. Heard.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the
The
objection.
only thing that this article states, Mr. Depp, is that in 2016, Amber made accusations of domestic abuse. Correct.
It was clear that she'd made allegations in 2016.
And she
so
did that when
then,
she
yes.
obtained a restraining order against you in 2016, correct?
Yeah, I suppose, yes. Yeah,
And even if you disagree with the accusations that she made against you in May 2016, it is a true fact that she did make those accusations in 2016 and got a restraining order against you, correct?
Objection, compound, asked and answered.
Sustain the
Anyone can get a freaking restraining order. Anyone. They're giving out like candy in California. You make a claim, oh, you win. Broken
your
legal
knowledge,
system proves.
The words that Ms. Heard used in this article about getting a restraining order against you in 2016, those are true, correct?
I'm sorry?
Objection,
words that
it
Ms.
states
Heard
the
used-
document.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. If you want-
Can you go to the third paragraph? Pull up the third paragraph, please. The statement that then 2 years ago, Ms. Heard became a public figure representing domestic abuse, that is true, isn't it?
I'm not sure what we're looking at.
Objection,
Oh, I see it.
calls for a legal conclusion.
So I'll sustain the objection.
It's-
I'll
It's not.
sustain the objection.
And in 2016, for the first time publicly, Ms. Heard accused you of domestic abuse, correct?
In 2016?
Yes.
That's correct.
No further questions.
All right. Ladies and
Oh.
gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and take our morning
They
recess
finished-
for 15 minutes? Do not
That-
do any
that was
outside research
weak.
and do not talk to anybody about
That
the
was
case, okay? We'll come back
weak.
in 15 minutes.
Weak. That's all he has there? Is he saying no further questions? So he may be done with Cross. And if that's the end of Cross, we will get redirect with Johnny Depp. That was some weak sauce to end on. Oh, congratulations. That, what's that smell? It smells a lot like failure. You know what they didn't prove? They didn't prove any. Okay, remember though, this entire trial, he brings up a very good point. The entire trial is about that op-ed. So here's what he doesn't understand. Here I'm bringing up something to prove a point of what just happened too. What he doesn't seem to understand is even if Amber Heard wins this case, she loses. Because she's lost. Look at public sentiment. And I'm not talking about tabloids. I'm talking about real people. Look at what real people think about this case. Because you know what? Real people are disgusted by what they've been seeing. I'm going to cut this and I'm going to show you the exhibits that he just pulled in. Okay, so he pulled in articles, right? This was his entire defense strategy, yeah? Okay, so this is the exhibit description list for Amber Heard. Now, if you look at what they're putting in, here I'm going to show you what they just did because it is so duplicitous. They took any negative ad, any hit piece, whatever they could pull, and they put it in. If you look at the beginning here, the beginning are things like Johnny Depp's savage journey into fear and loathing in Las Vegas. What does that mean? Who knows? It's just a title. Then you get into Johnny Depp's Alice Through the Looking Glass, has terrible first reviews. Okay? The Long Ranger generates controversy on social media. The Long Ranger review. I mean, the Razzies. Transcendence. Okay, you see how that is. I'm not going to spend all day on it, but you see how that is. They spend 7 pages of this, but they make a very solid point. When they start feeding in their articles, this is the UK 2020 trial right here. This is the article that kicks it off. Afterwards, the tone starts to change. You still, though, Johnny Depp has career opportunity. After her stuff drops, what do you see after that? Pirates is scrapped. No more. Oh, Johnny Depp is severed from there. No more negative articles. No more hit pieces with Hollywood ignoring it. Now there is an abuse claim. An abuse claim is not a negative review. An abuse claim is a career destroyer. She launched a torpedo into the side of his career, and she destroyed it. She did that on purpose. She intentionally brought down his career. And you see it in their own evidence. I mean, this is their presentation. This isn't my stuff I brought up. And you know what? What's funny is, while she was doing this, she destroyed her own career too. I talked about this in a live stream yesterday. The first company that she burns, actually, is Disney. We've not seen anything about Disney yet. We will have records that are introduced. We have a person that will represent these companies. I'm not sure how they will be introduced, mind you, but Disney was the first company that she torpedoes. I'm going to bring up proof of that too. I've been keeping up with this case a long time. I have a lot of screenshots. It just takes me a minute to get them pulled up here. But the first company that they're working with her. So Disney, they deserve no love in this, by the way. No love whatsoever. They definitely caused this stuff to happen. But if you look, here is part of a filing. I've redacted her name. At one time on this platform, you couldn't even use her name in things without it being demonetized and throttled. Demonetization's one thing. You make nothing off of it. But the other thing is you can't get it out to anyone. So the information goes nowhere. So if you see her name mentioned, or if in a video I say that certain Aquaman starlet, it's a habit. It's a habit. I never use her name after a while. It's crazy. You couldn't even say her name. She's like Voldemort. Couldn't mention her anymore. But here, what she's doing is she's threatening Disney with sanctions. She's saying, if you don't give me more information, if you don't give me what I want, we're going to sue you. We want money from you. This burns her career down. Here, Disney is telling you they were cooperative. During the negotiations over the scope of the subpoena, it became clear that the strategy was to show that Disney did not have documents showing a linkage between Heard's public statements and JD's career, so to minimize damages. For that reason, they do a limited search. After multiple telephone calls, email conversations between counsel over several months, legal staff was interviewed. The interview document custodians, reported back to her counsel. They said, yeah, that's good. It's all good to go. Then she fires her counsel. Why? Because she ends up firing her counsel because they can't get this case drawn. Her statements, see, she plays this game of Johnny Depp's not named in any of this stuff, right? You've heard that a million times already, yeah? But the thing about that argument is a judge shot that argument down. She tried to get her case thrown out based on that. She tried actually 4 direct times and 2 semi-direct times, let's just say. She went 4 times direct, like change of venue. This shouldn't be here. It should be in California. Tried to get it thrown out of Virginia. She said this article is not about JD. The UK trial, that already proved this, and so on. I mean, she tried these arguments before, and they didn't work out at all. But Around that time, when Disney produced it, she hires her new counsel and she says, we want a statement, or we want a signature saying that they produced all documents. Now, they said, we can't do that because we didn't look through everything. You told us we could do a limited search. They accuse her of bait and switch. They say, we don't want to be burdened over those trivial preferences of your counsel. Those words right there, they tell you she burned Disney because she says that JD is so vindictive that he won't stop, that he keeps coming after her. But the reality is she was vindictive enough when he walked away that she not only burned his life down, but she has used every opportunity, every platform, be it the Sun, tabloids, be it Washington Post articles. She's used everything to take him down. The thing about the Washington Post article that made it different is she put pen to paper. She worked with the ACLU. She created a hit piece. There are a lot of people that haven't seen it. I'm going to show you proof that this is about him too. Since there are new people there, I see a lot of new folks, numbers wise. So there is we haven't seen this introduced yet. Now I've talked about this many times in the past, but it's a very powerful statement. All right, it's her own communications prove that this is about Johnny Depp. Okay, so the ACLU is the co-conspirator organization that put this together. Right? Here is a letter. These went public. You'll see redactions again. It's her name or names of people that pop up. This is a letter from the ACLU when they first hit up about this article, because they're the co-conspirator that helps write it. They tell her, we're going to do an op-ed where she discusses ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Orange Man administration and how people can take action. So they take Depp, who is a liberal, by the way. They take him and they want to make him the congressional face of violence against women. That's the plan. He will be the face that the world sees when they think about abuse of women. Now, in the first, these are some of their early drafts, but this is an early draft of the article that they're showing off. Now, listen to this first sentence. This is the sentence they bring up all over and over again, where they say, 2 years ago, I became and I faced okay, well, this is the early draft of that sentence. 2 years ago, after I got a temporary restraining order against my then husband, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Even the people that are working with her are like, yo, we need to take out words like marriage. We need to take out words like divorce. We need to take out words like restraining order. You know why? Because they lead too direct of a path with what you're talking about. In fact, in their other letters, they brag about the way that they skirt around the marriage. Oh, look about that. You need to get your lawyers to look over this because you're going to get sued. That's what they keep telling her. You're going to get sued. In fact, this lawsuit, one of the keys to this lawsuit is that she doesn't pay for this lawsuit. See, he pays for every single mile that you ride here. Millions, 6 million plus already and counting between the other lawsuits. On her tab, she's paid nothing. She hasn't paid. She's paying publicly now, but financially she's paid nothing. You either have, it's one of two things. You either have a certain rocket man, richest man in the world, underwriting the entire bill for this. They even proved at the beginning. He was the one giving $500,000 donations and other items. That's why I rail against, when we talk about the acquisition of Twitter by Musk, one of the reasons I'm like, that's not going to save your free speech. He's the financial underwriter, not for just this case, but for the ACLU. And they believe in weaponized political speech. That is not a statement on either side of a divide. Everyone should be able to speak their piece, But they believe in weaponizing that, and so does Musk. But here you have the other statement about the non-disclosure agreement. Now, how we skipped around that. Now, Johnny Depp could have got a real easy win out of this. He could have gone after Amber Heard for a non-disclosure agreement violation. He could have just simply said, I want to hit her for that. But the problem with that easy win would have been this. How would the public perceive it? I mean, if you think about that, what they would have thought is, why is Johnny Depp trying to silence his ex? She's just speaking her truth, right? So he had to go a different route, a route where he could potentially lose in court. But it allowed him to showcase everything that happened behind the scenes. That way, he gets to present his truth to the public because she was an abuser. And his abuser got to go out. She's weaponized. What's awful about this is if you look at those claims that she made, she's basically just made so far she made a weak hit piece. I'm talking about not WEAK. I'm saying almost a week-long hit piece. They pulled him out there and they said, oh, look at this. This is you substance abusing. Even your kids hated you, dude. Here's your medical records, man. I mean, it's a hit piece. Like this is just more vindictiveness. And what did it prove? It didn't prove that the man was an abuser. They're gonna haul out pictures and other garbage when Amber Heard takes the stand. They're waiting for it, and you could see it. They're waiting for it. They didn't pull out any of that stuff yet because they're going to try to back up her claims. What she's going to have is she's going to have feelings over factual representation. You're going to have to buy into the tears that she will shed there instead of the facts. The fact that, oh, yeah, I see your picture here that's supposedly the proof. By the way, you say that you had a broken nose, 2 black eyes, and a busted lip. Well, can you explain to me how the next day you appeared on a talk show, and on that talk show you have no range of motion issues, you have no swelling, you have nothing, and you obviously have had a nose job. How does that work? That's why they're saving the pictures and stuff. But the reality is, they have him on cross. They have him for days, and they've proven nothing. Nothing. They went back to drug use again. Now, the funny thing, they kept bringing in Christian Carino. Christian Carino is a PR guy that worked with Johnny Depp. They didn't want him. Heard's team did not want Carino involved because he also knows about the secret tryst. So 2 weeks after she puts together a temporary restraining order, guess what she does? She hits him, or not 2 weeks, 2 months rather. I said 2 weeks. 2 months after, she wants to get together with Johnny Depp for a secret meeting. She tries to sleep with him in it. She tries to do all kinds of other stuff, but she tries to sleep with the man as part of it. That's right. She's claiming fear for her life. She's claiming this guy's a monster and he tried to destroy her, and yet she's trying to seduce him in a hotel room. And when you think about it, that doesn't fit up very well, does it? It doesn't fit into those claims very well at all. That's why I find cases like this fascinating, and I really find the idea of listen and believe disturbing, because you can respect and give empathy to people, but you can't use empathy to burn down a life. You know, you just can't. Let me hit a few super chats while we're sitting here waiting for that to come back. I appreciate you tuning in here as well. As we move through it, like I said, you can go to other places if you want panels and stuff. I may have other people come on here and there, but I feel like I at least know the case very well. I'm not a lawyer. I have a mental health background. I've worked in that. I can tell you a lot about the issues with some of those providers for sure. Oh Lord, some of those providers were an absolute mess through this. Like, they tick me off. A lot of them absolutely tick me off because they're so bad at what they do. You know, many of these people, when they popped up, they kill me with some of their stupid. All right, let me hit a few super chats though. We'll catch up a few people. JD correcting her lawyer makes me laugh. Slam dunk schooling, ha ha ha, says L for 5. Appreciate that. I've hit let's see. I'm making sure I don't hit repeat, and I do appreciate you guys here too. I appreciate you showing on for sure. This channel, again, if you would, Leave a like on this, boost it up. The mainstream media too. The mainstream media they cause this issue. Like one thing that people need to really understand is the claim alone doesn't destroy people. The boosting of the claims and the backing of them, and the media has backed those claims since 2016. They truly doubled and tripled down. They're doing it right now too. But while they're doing it, they're broadcasting this stream, and in the algorithm for YouTube, they are giving preferential treatment over any of it. So the way you can combat that is to share our live streams. Just leave a like there, subscribe to our channels, help us boost that signal, because these folks, they need to be replaced. Like, it's not enough just to give someone a victory. You have to replace the things that allow it to happen, because this shouldn't happen, and it happens a lot. It didn't happen to one guy. It's happened to many, many people. It's just that Johnny Depp had the money and the fortitude, the wherewithal to fight. And he's had to fight for years. Can you imagine this being your life? And everybody talking about you being a monster and an abuser and every horrible word under the sun. John Thompson, thanks for the $1.49 and the hot dog super sticker. Appreciate that. Yes, Road, thanks for the 10. Do you think Johnny would drop all charges if Amber would openly admit she lied about everything to clear her name? If she did that, yeah, maybe. I think that might happen, but she would have to like actually admit, not just get a little buyout for that, you know? So Jim, thanks for the 5. Thank you. Tug, for always keeping this story front and center. Men should be believed. It bothers, you know, I like to cover Hollywood hypocrisy, and I like to cover some of the other stuff there. But, you know, at the end of the day, I believe this stuff matters. And typically, platforms will not let you talk about an issue which impacts men like this. You know, oh, sounds like somebody's back. Wow, that was quick. I felt like we didn't even get a real break. So, okay, we're going back. Let me bring everything up. Get everything situated, set. It's been fun talking about the thing, just because I'm glad to see so many of you coming in, so many of you discussing this case. Truly, it's been an honor and a privilege, I will say. I'm adjusting all volume sits. The volume for this is very low on their show, so I'm making sure that the volume, we boost the volume to 600% on their broadcast, because on their side it is tiny low, tiny. Steve, thanks for the 5 there. His unfortunate childhood prepared him well for dealing with this ordeal. So that's something he can thank his mother for, if nothing else. That's sad when you think about it. How likely is it that she'd admit wrongdoing? Margaret asked. Not very likely
Good
at all.
afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Hi.
Speak in the microphone.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1? Mr. Depp, is this the version of the op-ed that you recognize?
Yes, ma'am, that's the one.
I would move Exhibit 1, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 1 in evidence and publish.
Mr. Depp, when did you see Ms. Heard's December 18th, 2018 op-ed for the first time?
It was, presented to me by one of my team, I can't remember, but it was within a day or so of it, a couple of days of it having been written, I believe.
And what was your reaction when you saw it?
Shock.
Why were you shocked?
Because At that point, it had been a good solid two or so years of this, of the accusations, of the allegations, planted firmly on my back, so something that I had to carry with me. And I just couldn't believe that it was continuing. That it was continuing in such a way that it was clear that the more bad press, the more hit pieces that came out on me, the more of these stories of Ms. Heard and her righteous chase against me. It wasn't stopping, and it's difficult to once you've chewed on it for a couple of years, it becomes pretty difficult to swallow anymore. As it was completely untrue.
How did you feel when you saw the op-ed for the first time?
Objection asked and answered just now.
My prior question was about his reaction.
All right, I'll allow it.
Hurts. Yeah, a blinding hurt. It was like somebody had hit me in the back of the head with a 2x4. And as it said, I had no ability to speak prior to, because even if I had done an interview to try to explain myself, it turned into a hit piece. So my mouth was shut. And this was the opportunity where I thought, something's got to be done. It's just got to be done. I couldn't take it anymore.
When did you first learn that Disney was not going to recast you in the Pirates franchise?
It was probably 2 or 3 days after this op-ed appeared. One of my crew, again, I don't remember who had sent me, excuse me, had sent me a piece that was in some magazine, and Sean Bailey, who was the number 3.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know yet. I'll overrule it at this point.
Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Sean Bailey, who was the third in line, as I suppose, in the upper echelon of Disney, just basically said in the
Objection, hearsay.
Your
What
Honor,
Sean Bailey said.
this is about him
It's in
learning
an
about this. It's
article.
not for the truth.
It is the truth. She's
If
asking.
you want to approach.
It's funny. Depp pointed this out the other day. So if it's in an article, and just some random place alleges it, some tabloid like say the Daily Mail or the Sun, that becomes truth, right? But the guy who actually sits there and speaks to the number 3 in Disney, oh, you can't talk about that reality. Like isn't that's justice, man? Like,
Mr. Depp,
can you
please explain to the jury who Sean Bailey is? I think you were starting to.
Yes, I'll try again. Sean Bailey is the number 3, or was at the time. I don't know what his status is anymore, but at the time he was the number 3 sort of upper echelon of Disney top dogs, and Sean Bailey was quoted as saying that...
Objection, hearsay.
Mr. Depp, where was Sean Bailey quoted, without getting into what he was quoted as saying?
He was quoted in whatever the article was that that was brought to my attention.
And can you please just clarify what article you're referring to?
I don't know what journal it came from. I don't know what magazine. I don't know any of that, so I don't know who did the interview with him.
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel when you learned that you were being dropped from the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise?
Well, it was the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. It was a character that Captain Jack Sparrow was a character that I had built from the ground up, and was something that I of course put a lot of as you do with all characters, but you put a lot of yourself into the character. So, and also having worked on these films with these people and having added much of myself, much of my own rewriting of the dialogue and scenes and the jokes and whatever they are, I didn't quite understand how that, after that long relationship and quite a successful relationship, certainly for Disney, that they would, that suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent.
Up until the point that you learned that you were not going to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise any longer, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies?
The last thing that I knew from I say there's the producer team, there's the creative team, and there were many discussions. I, in fact, had been approached to take part in writing
Objection,
Pirates
hearsay.
6.
Mr. Depp, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies, aside from what you'd been asked to do?
My feeling was that these characters should be able to have their proper goodbye, as it were. A franchise can only last for so long. There's a way to end a franchise like that, and I thought that the characters deserved to have their way out of to end the franchise on a very good note. I planned on continuing until it was time to stop.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn asked you about a quote where you said you wouldn't come back to the Pirates franchise for $300 million and a million alpacas. Do you remember that?
I do.
When relative to learning that you would no longer be a part of the Pirates franchise, did you make that statement?
I think long before I made the statement, there was a very deep and distinct sense of having been betrayed by the people that I had been working with, the people that I had worked hard for, the people that I had delivered a character to that they initially despised, but somehow, you know, even I stuck to my guns with the character and it seemed to work. So
Do you recall when specifically you made that statement about the $300 million and the 100 alpacas?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
I believe I made that statement during a press conference in the San Sebastian at the San Sebastian Film Festival when I was asked about my situation.
And what year would that have been, if you can recall?
I believe it was last year or so.
He made it in a court document, actually. He repeated
Can we
many
please pull
things.
up Plaintiff's Exhibit 804? Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
As soon as my eyes go on, I hopefully will. Scaramanga Brothers, yes. Pirates of the Caribbean 4 and 5, yes.
What is this document?
I don't quite know. I'd have to read it to get some
Could we
understanding of it.
Could we scroll through so Mr. Depp can look at the rest of this document?
Rottenborn seems like he's going to have a breakdown. It's hilarious. Oh, I'm enjoying it. He is mad. He is shook, man. He is shook.
There it goes. It looks, this appears to me to be some species of contract. No?
Is this a contract that you entered into?
With Disney.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Plaintiff's Exhibit 804 be moved into evidence and published.
Any objection?
I think it's outside the scope of direct or cross-examination.
I'll overrule on that objection.
Okay, and yeah, well, I'll reserve other objections to portions of the document, depending on what she's going to ask about.
Are you kidding me? Her lawyer brought in every
That's
freaking...
it all into evidence right now.
She brought all of his contracts in.
At this point.
Are you going to come forward?
She, oh my God, that annoys me. Her lawyer, the crazy cat lady, brought in all of that against that Keenan Wyatt. She brought up his contract. She put all of this on record. The judge allowed that too. She absolutely allowed this before. She better allow it again. There is no reason that it can't be allowed now. There is a reason for it. Again, they brought contracts up. They're the ones who brought his specific contracts up because they were saying, isn't it true that you actually were requested by Johnny Depp? They spent 15 minutes going after Keenan Wyatt that way. So that is a garbage take. That is an absolute garbage take. That's funny. It's like, yeah, we are watching this trial live, you know. We did see that. Yes, I was conscious the other day. Rottenborn is so mad, though. He's like,
I can just
"Oh,
get
sh-
a copy of that at some point.
I'm going to give me a win.
Mr. Depp, if I could direct your attention to Section 6 of the
So they won.
contract, which is
Johnny
on
Depp's teams
pages
won.
8 through 10 of the document. Mr. Depp, what does this reflect?
Sorry. It appears to be the agreement of Pirates 4 and 5 compensation and merchandise.
Mr. Depp, at this time, how many other franchise films had you been a part of?
At that time, Alice in Wonderland, boy, Alice in Wonderland. I'm so pathetic when it comes to knowing what movies I've done. I'm sorry. I just, I don't watch them. I feel better not watching them. I couldn't, I mean, what was the question again?
How many,
I
how
have
many
order
other
in the
fran-
court, or I will have you removed. Understood? Thank you.
How many other franchise films had you been a part of at the time of this contract?
There was a third. There was Pirates. There was, oh, sorry, with Warner Brothers, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and then Crimes of Grindelwald.
And how does the compensation reflected in this contract compare to that, what you receive for the other franchises that you've been a part of?
Objection, Foundation.
He just established that he was a member of other franchise films at this point.
And he hasn't established a foundation that he knows how he was compensated.
I'll overrule the objection if you can answer.
I believe the compensation, obviously, all the pay and back end and all those things are negotiated by agents, lawyers, and this was comparatively this is my salary on that film, and other salaries were of a similar status, I suppose.
If I could direct your attention to the 12th page of the document.
Yes. Who?
Is this your signature, Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We can take this down, thank you. Mr. Depp, I recall that you testified that you don't know during a given period what movies you were working on. So my question is, who would know that?
Well, first and foremost, is my agent, or agents. I do recall a couple of the other films that I'd made after. One was initially called Richard Says Goodbye, and that was, they changed the name to The Professor, and during all of the nastiness over the past 6 years, that film went straight to pay-per-view. There was another film called Minamata that was produced. It was my company, Infinitum Nile. We had developed a film called Minamata about Eugene Smith, and the Minamata, the mercury poisoning of a very small fishing village in southern Japan. There was that one, and then there was a film called Waiting for the Barbarians with one Mark Rylance and Robert Pattinson. Those were 3 films that I had done.
Mr. Depp, during your cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a number of text messages between you and Paul Bettany. Do you remember that?
I do.
Could you please explain to the jury what your relationship with Mr. Bettany is?
Mr. Bettany and I had, we'd met while I was making a film called The Tourist in Venice, and we were, it was an instant connection. He's born and bred in the UK and has that English sort of dry, kind of obtuse, abstract sense of humor. And that was one of the things that we connected on, is taking, even if it was a difficult or unpleasant situation, we would, do our best to deal with it with humor, as opposed to just a constant complaint or whining or anything of that nature. We dealt with it with humor, albeit sometimes as these are private texts that have been, there was a lot of in context. It's important to know that none of it was ever intended to be real, and the language that's used, which yes, I am ashamed that that has to be spread on the world like peanut butter. For example, the text that is about burning Ms. Heard it's directly from Monty Python, in the sketch about burning witches, and then drowning the witches. This is a film that we'd all watched when we were 10, and it's just irreverent and abstract humor.
Exactly.
That's what we were referring to in those texts.
The text message that you just referenced, other than Mr. Bettany, who else saw that text message at the time that it was sent?
No one. Of course not.
Based on your own observations, how would you describe Mr. Bettany's relationship with Miss Heard while you and Miss Heard were together?
Abominable.
Why was that?
Ms. Heard despised Mr. Bettany mainly because we had become such close friends, and for her he was a threat, and would take me away from her with regard to if Paul Bettany was getting the attention from me. That was a showstopper. It would cause all kinds of unpleasantries, to the point of where when we were on the island with Mr. Bettany, his wife, and his 4 children, Ms. Heard and Mr. Bettany got into some debate over lunch, and I just remember that whenever Mr. Bettany tried to make a point, she would talk over him, and then it started to get quite rude. She got mean, and she got loud, and then I believe it was his 18-year-old boy who was getting ready to go to a very bright, brilliant kid. He entered the conversation because this was something to do with what he'd studied in school, and he knew quite a lot about it, and he voiced his opinion, and Ms. Heard demeaned that young man to the point of where he burst into tears and walked away. And it was at that point that I had spoken to Ms. Heard and said, that's just unacceptable. That behavior is unacceptable. You have no right to demean that boy. You cannot always be right. You should try being wrong sometime because you might learn something. And then I asked her to, I thought it was best that she leave the island.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245? And Mr. Depp, I believe this is another text message with Mr. Bettany that you were shown on your cross-examination.
That's a story we've never heard about Paul Bettany's kid.
And directing your attention to the text message at the top of the page from May 30th, 2014. Do you recognize this text message you sent to Paul Bettany?
Yes, I do.
And could you please describe to the jury what you are conveying to Mr. Bettany in this message?
This again is, this is I suppose, an example of the way that I write and express myself. That is to say, you stretch your situation out to give him the understanding that you're drowning, essentially. So everything that I say here is, in fact, an impossibility for the human body. I would have been, well, I would have certainly at least had to be rushed to the hospital for a stomach pump. There's a line here that, if you don't mind, I say that when I say I'm done, I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love, for little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. The pills that were referenced were the pills that I that I was coming off of, and they were the only thing that could give me some semblance of the same numbing effect that I searched for as a child with my mother. And saying that I was too messed up in the head was, it's kind of like if you've been told since you were a child that everything you do is wrong, and that I shouldn't have even been alive, or whatever, joyous little treats that my then very sick, very ill mother brought to me. Ms. Heard was well aware of my past, my childhood, therefore was very adept at knowing exactly which buttons to push. So at this point, I mean, I felt like, well, I was that little boy again in my head, like, I guess I am incapable of doing anything right. I guess I will never be happy. I guess that this is who who I am. I can't get along with this person. What? But it's confusion, you know. It's nothing that you can. It's nothing that anyone could sustain for any length of time. It's nothing that anyone should have to sustain for any length of time when you're being demeaned, berated, judged, and treated like a lesser animal. I'm treated as if I'm only surrounded by yes men, and that I'm a bad father, and that these things were endless. They were endless, and there was no call for them. It's hard to understand why someone that is supposed to love you could be that cruel. And there's also times where you just say, okay, I'm gonna try to not have I won't fall for the argument. I won't participate in the argument. Because I knew where it would go, into her circular pattern of psychological abuse.
Mr. Depp, what do you mean when you use the term blackout in this text message?
Blackout. Yes, because I'm talking about 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, 1,000 of them, 2 bottles of champagne, no food for days, half a bottle of whiskey. Those things, had that been all absolutely true, would have not only caused a blackout, but it would have caused a severe alcohol poisoning, overdose. I would have had to have gone immediately. If that were true, I would have had to have been taken to a hospital, or I'd just die. So, no, blackout is when someone gets so drunk on alcohol, essentially, on alcohol. But the pills that I had my addiction, that I was addicted to, the roxycodone, which are very, very powerful opiates. Two of those would knock me out. That is to say, so there's blackout, which is you can be, a person could be wide awake and wreaking havoc, or having a giggle in a blackout and never remember it. But when you've taken the prescription medication, it knocks you out. You are certainly not, well, you're not in any condition to, first of all, swing at anyone. You are out. You go on what's called the nod, and then it takes you away into sleep. It's just very deep sleep. And I found that much more accepting than having to hear constant badgering and insults.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 153, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing this during Mr. Rottenborn's examination of you last week?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Now, I'd like to show you the full text exchange, which is in Plaintiff's Exhibit 120. And since there's been a number of text messages drawn from this document, this would be Plaintiff's Exhibit 120C.
Which page would that be, or underscore?
This would be 4 and 5, Your Honor.
4 and 5, thank you.
Those glasses are
Mr.
not
Depp, do you
very
recognize
stylish.
these text messages?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's 120C into evidence and ask that it be published to the jury.
All right, 120C in evidence, publish.
Mr. Depp, who are you communicating with in these text messages?
In fact, though it says Marino, these are texts between my ex, that is to say, the Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children. And this is again, abstract humor that we're conveying back and forth to one another. This was all, it was a joke. It certainly wasn't about Miss Heard. We didn't speak of her much together.
Do you recall what you were talking about?
I don't recall who it was. I don't recall who it was, but it was someone who had for some reason, I think it was, I think that the possibility is that 2013, it might have been, we had a nanny at one point, who in fact, we had, we found her, she was caught stealing, even from my, at the time, my, maybe 10, 11-year-old boy, Jack, who was bright enough, because he knew it, he was bright enough, he had a $5 bill that he wadded up and put on his desk in his bedroom. And when he came home from school...
Your Honor, I'm just going to object on relevance. The question was, who was this about?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Depp, I'd also like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 143, which I believe Mr. Rottenborn also showed you last week. Do you remember seeing this email exchange? You could scroll down as well, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Who are you exchanging these emails with?
Stephen Duders, who was at the time was my assistant.
And what are you and Mr. Duders discussing here?
Gobbledygook, essentially. It was as I remember, it was a day of work, and there were times when I would send a text to Mr. Duders, because he's the worrisome type. I would send him a text in jest, of course, and to get a rise out of him, to get some reaction out of him. So, you know, I would tell him things like, you know, I woke up and I'm bleeding profusely from the inside of my ear. Is that normal? You know, it would be things like that. So this is exactly the same kind of thing. I think we were even referencing The Hangover, the film The Hangover, in part of this, about the Mike Tyson and sort of bizarre circus that I was telling him that I had in my room, and that there was blood everywhere. It was a joke to just sort of throw him off, worry him, and make. Ultimately, it was a joke, and we were laughing about it.
Mr. Depp, what, if any, portion of this email exchange is literally true?
We're all set to leave here at approximately 1:30 p.m. Hope you rested well.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to talk to you about some text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you where you refer to the monster, and this is in the context of in conversations with that don't include Ms. Heard. Do you remember seeing some of those communications?
Yes.
First, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 427, please, which is a text message from you to Jerry Judge. How are you using the term monster in this context when you're communicating with Mr. Judge?
The monster could essentially, the monster could, it could be two separate things. The monster in her eyes was my,
Objection as to what the monster was in Ms. Heard's eyes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll sustain as to her eyes if you want to
Okay.
ask, rephrase.
the monster was defined by Ms. Heard as this out of control
Same objection,
thing.
Your Honor. What Ms. Heard's view of the monster was is not for this witness to say.
Mr. Depp, how do you know how Ms. Heard defined the word monster?
She said the words to me.
And what words did she say with respect to the term monster?
It was her go-to phrase, and it was the go-to phrase for me being, again, as has been embellished and elaborated, the drug use or the drink or the whatever, but the monster was, for me, and again, you start to think about these things and you put it in your own head and what the real context is. The monster was sobriety. The monster was trying to be sober because I was plagued by these requests to stop drinking. But the monster could also be if a conversation, if something starts as a conversation, which would quickly ramp up to quite an antagonizing argument, if I responded to her, if I took part in the verbal back and forth where people do in life end up saying obscenities, screaming obscenities at one another, or calling them names, or when it gets to that point, I mean, the monster was just for me, was just the guy who actually was dumb enough to continue to take part in arguments that would ultimately get nowhere. So that is one of the reasons why I would try to get away from Ms. Heard and not participate in her debates and the knowledge that she wanted to express to me, and circular and painful insults that were just constant. It was rapid fire. So I stopped participating in those. I tried to walk away. I tried to go to another room, even to the point of locking myself in rooms so that she just could pound on the door and scream. That was clearly I should have never fallen for that or taken the bait to allow myself to get into a conversation which led to an argument, which led to physical violence. It was not going to be good, so I just walk away, which drove her through the roof.
So, Mr. Depp, why would you use the term monster when communicating with people other than Miss Heard?
Well, because I heard it all the time. I mean, it was, as I said, that was her go-to. The monster's here, the monster's back, monster. So I would refer to the monster again in terms of with Elton or with friends Patti Smith. The monster was like with Elton. I believe it was just the monster was I let the monster creep back in or something. That is sobriety. That's what I'm telling him is I have failed, and I've had a drink, or I've been drinking. But my drinking again was not to excess. I would never went into blackouts or anything of that nature. I was disappointed in myself for not staying there. Although when you are constantly in a position to be harassed by your beloved other, what else could I do? I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to feel that, especially from one who had professed such love for me, but gave me mostly hatred.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects, so if this would be a good time for the lunch break.
All right, we started a little later, so I don't mind going a little further.
Okay.
If you want to do that, go ahead.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you this last week and again today.
Yes, yes,
Do you recognize these text messages as between you and Miss Heard?
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Why are you informing Miss Heard that there's a book called Disco Bloodbath?
When I texted her, 2:30 in the afternoon, I was in a bookstore, a used bookstore, or a bookstore that had a lot of first editions and things like that, which was sort of a passion. And I saw a book called Disco Bloodbath, and I thought it was a funny title. I can't say that I was necessarily referencing anything other than I thought it was a funny title, Disco Bloodbath. It sounded like a sort of a bad slasher movie to me. So I said, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath, that's all. And then she said, we need that book. And then she asked me, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And then my answer to her how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? The fact is, this is a light-hearted exchange that she's even saying, we need that book. Then she makes a reference to last Friday night, which I don't recall what last Friday night was or whatever, so I just how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? A hideous moment could have been some grotesque thing that we saw on television. It could have been anything. I don't recall now, but all I was saying is, and it even says at the end of my text, that's all. Disco bloodbath, you know. So this was not a, we were not butting heads in this exchange whatsoever. It was very lighthearted.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you Defendant's Exhibit 375, which is another document Mr. Rottenborn showed you last week.
Yes.
Could you please remind the jury what's reflected in this photograph? This is from Australia. On March 8th, I believe it was, where after my finger had been, the tip of my finger had been taken off, I began to, I was in such shock, I just started writing on the mirror, on walls, and basically what these were for me to Ms. Heard were reminders of moments in our past where I had caught her, where it was revealed to me, even by her, that she had been caught in lies that she had told me. So that's what these are in reference to. The red, the lipstick that says, call Carly Simon, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. In reference to You're So Vain, I am imagining. But that's not, I didn't, the Carly Simon message is not mine, that's Miss Heard's. So let's just break this down a little bit. Who wrote the text that's in black on the mirror?
That would be me.
And what does that say?
She loves, I don't know, like Naked Hollywood or something. An artist of, I don't know what the rest says, but what that is Ms. Heard had come to me and she was seemed to be seriously concerned about how she was being portrayed in Hollywood. She was concerned that because she had done films where there was kind of arbitrary nudity and things of that nature, she had voiced to me that she did not want to be, she didn't want to be looked upon that way in the industry. She wanted to be able to escape the chains of being objectified by the Hollywood system, which is a difficult thing for any woman, certainly, unfortunately. But she asked me, how can I avoid being stereotyped as the as the beautiful blonde who gets her breasts out or goes naked and has to shtuck people in movies. And I gave her my advice on it, on how to avoid it, which I thought was pretty accurate. And her ambition was stronger than what she received from my advice. Is what it was. My advice that I thought long and hard about, because I did care for her and I did understand. I didn't want her to have to do that. And early on in my career, I was put in a position where, you know, I could have gone on, I could have been just a guy who was on a TV series for a couple of years, and then, you know, what was going to be left of me was would be on lunch boxes and thermoses and posters and teen idol things, and I fought that tooth and nail because I didn't. That's not who I was. So I had experienced something similar in terms of being looked upon as something that you're not, and so I fought against it in the very beginning, and it worked out for me, for a while there, and I was giving her basically the same advice.
Now, Mr. Depp, you said that you did not write this portion that's in red here that says Carly Simon said it. Call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Is that right?
Yes, no, that's not mine.
How do you know that it was Miss Heard that wrote that?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled, we can answer it.
There are well, first it looks like it's trying to match my handwriting, but my handwriting is a lot more of a scribble. And also there's another photograph of this where she went in to make sure that there were, that the red was more prominent. I believe there's also a napkin down there where
Objection,
someone
Your Honor, lack
wiped.
of foundation. He's referring to exhibits that aren't in evidence and
All right,
have no idea whether they even exist.
I'll sustain the objection now. Next question.
Do you recall whether the lipstick writing was on the mirror when you wrote in the black paint?
No, of course not, no.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you one of the text messages that Mr. Rottenborn showed you concerning the injury to your finger. So if we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 398. This is a text message from you to Dr. Kipper that I believe Mr. Rottenborn showed you on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you apologizing to Dr. Kipper in this message?
I believe that at that point in my brain and in my life and in my heart, I was completely and utterly frustrated with how I was living my life, and I had some disagreement with Dr. Kipper, and I was apologizing to him for having gone against his wishes, or gone against his advice, let's say.
What did you mean when you said, "I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my right finger off again"?
It's my way of dealing with a painful situation. It's my way of dealing with a painful situation where I resort to humor. So I had lost the tip of my right finger, and so I'm saying to him, I've now cut off my left finger to remind me never to cut my right finger off again. That's not, I mean, when you say I got my finger cut off, or I cut my finger off, or this or that, it doesn't necessarily mean that you did it yourself. And again, I'm a guitarist and have been since I was 12, and that was the only peace that I found in my life at the age of 12, where I knew what I knew who I could escape into music and learn music. And the last thing, I mean, I still play the guitar with, it's still my first love, aside from my children. It's still my first love. There's no reason in the world why I literally would cut my own finger off to ruin this beautiful opportunity that I was given at 12 to learn how to play the guitar. Again, why would I start lopping off digits in my 50s if I as Mr. Rottenborn suggests, am a kind of, you know, walking tantrum. When I was younger, why wouldn't I just start chopping off fingers and or some kind of, why would I ruin the only thing that was really good in my life aside from my children? So when this finger went, the tip of this finger went, the only thing I could think in my mind was, thank God it wasn't the left hand, which is the fret hand. I'm right-handed, so that's the fret, that's where the fretboard is. If you lose a finger from your left hand, you know, I'm not Django Reinhardt, who had only 2 fingers to play with. If I'd have lost a finger from here, I would have had to relearn how to play the guitar all over again. It's just not the case. Even though I say I've chopped my finger off, it's like saying, you know, I bumped into a knife or something. You know, it's not. I'm not admitting to. I think if I was going to admit to someone that I actually chopped my finger off, this text wouldn't be as it is. I think it would have been a long explanation as to why I got to that point. But no, I can't take responsibility for what I now call Little Richard, my chopped finger.
Mr. Depp, at the time that you sent this text message to Dr. Kipper, had you told him what had actually happened to your right finger?
Oh yes, yeah.
And when did you tell him that?
He was aware of that day, the day that it happened. Malcolm was aware of it Jerry was aware of it, Stephen was, everyone was aware of it. And when and of course, yes, when I went to the doctor, the emergency room, I lied to them because I didn't think it wise to cause a ruckus, implicate Miss Heard, and then have 8 million stories out in the press about how she'd thrown a bottle of vodka at me, and it smashed all the bones in the tip of my finger and cut off about, well, it was all sliced down through. You've seen the pictures. It was pretty horrible. It was, and I didn't want to put her in that situation. I didn't want to put any of us in that situation. I didn't want to put the film in that situation. That was why I said it was crushed in an accordion door, and it was only the second doctor who actually told me what he was.
Your Honor, hearsay?
I haven't finished my sentence. How do you know?
I'll overrule for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Should I? Thank you. It was the emergency room doctor was first. The next day I went to see a specialist, a hand surgeon, and this was still in Australia. And he had recognized that my excuse for the finger being gone.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, what the doctor conveyed to him about his thoughts on the finger injury. That's classic hearsay.
Your Honor, it's in the context of medical treatment.
No, I'll sustain that objection.
Your Honor, I think this is
That's
a
good.
good stopping
All
point.
right.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess. Again, do not do any outside discussions, and don't talk to each other about it, okay? And we'll see you after lunch, okay? If everybody in the courtroom could still be quiet, please. Court is in session. Thank you. All right, so we can take a recess till 2:20. Just for planning purposes, though, I plan to go to 5:30 today since we had a late start. So just to let you know, and I know you plan on having a remote witness, which is fine. Just let us know so we can set that up. But also make sure your remote witness knows that this is a courtroom. I don't expect them to be any outside noises or anything else going on, and direct attention. And also if they would know that if there's an objection, for them to hold off answering until that's resolved. That goes for all remote witnesses when we get to them, okay? All right, see you at 2:20 then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. There, I was talking for a minute, and there was I was saying nothing. It was amazing. I double muted my mic. One of my kids walked in the room, and I double muted because sometimes the kids will jump in my lap and they'll hit the mic stand and they'll unmute it. And I was talking to you all, but I still had one of the mutes on. You can mute in StreamYards and you can mute on the mic stand. And usually I just mute on the mic stand. I push the button. And if it's not blinking, but sometimes the kids will grab at it. And one of the kids entered the room, and I double muted the mic to make sure you weren't listening to Johnny Depp, and all of a sudden you hear a 2-year-old. My 2-year-old has picked up a. So she'll stand at this top of the stairs, and she heard this on a movie. I can't remember what movie it is, but it's funny. But I'm like, oh God, quit saying that, please. She'll bang on the door. She'll want the door open, and she'll say, I mean, she's 2 now. She'll say, "Open the damned door. Open the damned door." You're like, oh no, stop saying that. Stop saying that. Open the damned door. But so we muted out. Up. Speak of the little one. I can hear her now. Hey, 1 second. Yeah, baby. Yes. Mommy's upstairs. Go see her. She's upstairs. She's waiting on you. You better go see her. She opened the door. She's like, "Where'd mommy go?" Here's the joy that you lose in broadcast media. The one thing in broadcast media that broadcast media doesn't have, like, the reason that they don't mind ruining people's lives and betraying people is because I think some of them are so detached from the reality of what it's like to be around other human beings. Many of these folks, they don't, again, if you don't have your own family or anything, that's not the point in that. It's the point of they don't see the stakes there. They don't see the pain that you can actually cause. I think that's how we end up in things like we're looking at with this case. So, looking at the witness list, there's actually quite a few witnesses, and I can't guarantee who isn't JD winning this one, guys. Well, this is JD's side of his case. So we haven't even gotten to Heard's case side. And people were asking, is Amber Heard going to be up tomorrow? No. I very much doubt that. He still has witnesses to present. If you look at the list here, there are quite a few people. Now, some of these are listed again by deposition designation. They're basically by video, but we know not all of these people are going to be by video. Isaac B., for example, he was a heck of a witness. He should have been a throwaway witness, just to be honest. And what I mean by that is he should have been somebody that came in, gave character testimony, but not had a resounding impact, but he did. He had one heck of an impact in this case. If you missed his testimony, you need to look him up. But there are a lot of names left. Now, somebody color-coded all of these, saying this is just one of many pages. But when they're color-coding, like Jennifer Howell, for example, Jennifer Howell will be interesting to see. Her testimony, Adam Waldman hasn't testified yet. Adam Waldman should be interesting. Can I share the list here? Yeah. I'll put them up on Twitter when we get to a break or something. Yeah, but I can't remember who posted it originally. I would credit them. Yeah, there are a lot of witnesses for JD, and there are a lot of witnesses just period that are going to be here. But Jennifer Howell. So Jennifer Howell, amongst other things, if you haven't heard this before, this is actually a very good one. She was connected with Amber Heard, but more importantly, Amber Heard's sister. In fact, she was called, quote unquote, chosen sister by her, Hey, thanks the crazy old crow. Thanks for the 5. Your coverage is the best, Umbrella Guy. Thank you from WV. Appreciate that. There are a lot of again, if you like commentary panels, there are people who have panels and stuff. I don't know. I feel like there's not enough. Like, we get an hour break to talk about what's come up and what's going on, and there's just so much in this case. Yeah, we can. There are a lot of people who are going to speculate over how this case is going here or there. Yeah, you don't know. You're not the jury. We can look at it now. I can speculate and say, I think the presentation has been good. I think that on redirect, Johnny Depp answered quite a few questions that were sitting there that I'm not going to say, I don't think, first of all, her team really damaged what he said. Their team spent days going after him for substance abuse, and that is not the question. That isn't the question at all. The question in this is whether or not, really, it boils down, again, the case isn't even about abuse or not. It's about that article damaging him. But in order to damage him, you have to lay a foundation. And they've laid that foundation, but they did it terribly on the other side. Like trying to take him apart, they made him sound like he's abused. He's complaining about it to his doctor. He's complaining about it to other people. He, like I said, I think he did great with that. I think he did very good with it. Southern Take, thanks for the 5. I second that. Crazy Crow, appreciate that. Like I said, I appreciate all you folks showing up. If you would, drop a like on the video. That way it'll push it, help it out some. And again, if you're here, you haven't commented, you want to comment, I had to turn it on subscriber mode. That means you have to be a subscriber for 1 minute because we get bots that try to push. I'm going to say bit. I'm not going to even go over the rest of it. And also we have the prawn bots, I'm going to call them. But you have these witnesses as well. You're going to have police officers, representatives for the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. You're going to go swimming? Okay. All right, take the kids swimming. My wife was trying to be all let's try. Hey, say hi to the 5,000 people that heard that. You don't want to say hi for real? Say hi. Oh, she just waves. Huh. I like it. I like embarrassing anybody that walks into my domain down here. My wife's like doing like motions there. She's like putting her hands out in front of her. She's like, I was thinking, what is that? You know, or is that like a seal doing a Heimlich? What does this mean? What does that mean exactly? Oh, you're going swimming. I got it. The kids are gonna go swimming. Gotcha. But anyway, we're gonna seal doing the Heimlich. Oh, Lord. Anyway, the ACLU, they're going to have representatives. A lot of people don't know about the ACLU and the CHLA. I forget about this too. So, a major focal point in this case, and it was a bombshell when it dropped. Amber Heard was given $7 million at a divorce settlement. She made a huge deal about how all of that, it was going to charity. Why? Because she's not going to touch that filthy money from an abuser, right? Well, she kept telling all of the media, she talked about how it was donated, past tense, donated to. Well, it turned out she didn't donate any of it. Like Johnny Depp made an initial payment of $100,000 for each organization. She flipped out. And then you had donations behind the scenes from Elon Musk. Apparently paid $500,000 for sure. We know that for sure. Her team brought it up in the crazy cat lady brought it up at the beginning, but that was used as character evidence in the UK court. The judge, JD's team, basically was calling her a gold digger. They did. They called her a gold digger. I mean, not basically, but literally called her a gold digger. You know, she said the judge said, well, she couldn't be a gold digger because, well, she took all that money she got and gave it to charity. No, she didn't. She didn't give any of it to charity. In fact, what I think the plan is to reap clout. You know, you get all the, ooh, you help out everyone out there. But on the same side of it, get a tax-free attachment. That's a lot of money there. There are also these witnesses here too. You know, it's like we're gonna have some fun ones. You'll notice some of you have already seen, like Dr. Kipper, Kate James. I mean, you have some, but you're going to have police officers. The police officers, remember too, when there's video witnesses, I need to make this point again. If there are Depp's people, you know, they're testifying on his behalf, Heard's team starts them. So you're going to start, like when we have a live one, we have, you know, they testify on behalf of Depp, then you have cross, then you have redirect. Well, it's backwards there when you have a video. You have her team start, his team, they ask questions, then you have redirect. So it's a weird way of it coming up. And it confuses a lot of people because you'll have negative you start off with questions that are anti-Depp. It's not a deposition. Oh, God, I can't believe I said that live. Man, you know what's sad? I forgot my rim shot there. Bam! Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week. But yeah, there are a lot of witnesses left still. Some of them, like Adam Waldman. Adam Waldman is a crucial component in that. Yours truly may be brought up in that. I'm not sure. You may hear that umbrella guy brought up in his, though, depending on what they ask him. That's that links to the statements. So she put out a public statement talking about three different either YouTubers or here. This is actually the statement in documents. Since there's a lot of new people that have been tuning into this case, check this out. It's funny when you're covering a case, and I covered it for a long time, and so did a lot of other people. But, with this popping up, it's part of the campaign to spear Amber Heard. Mr. Waldman and Johnny Depp also contacted the media to falsely call Miss Heard a liar and a hoax artist. It's not only including mainstream media, but also social media accounts, including That Umbrella Guy, That Brian fella, and The Real Laura B. It's like, wait a minute. That's kind of interesting. Woohoo. So when you guys have looked at this case so far, what do you think about it? Like, do you think, especially people who've kept up with this, do you think it's being presented well? I think his team has done well about presentation, and then her team has done poorly on bringing up anything that harms. I think there was also, let me bring up that picture they were just talking about, because I thought that was a big point too. So we had Australia as a point of coverage that has been hammered for the last, say, week. And during Australia, you had certain pictures shown, like this one, for example. Now, one of the things I was wondering if they would ever get to, and they actually got to today, was the claims about that writing there. Because that writing obviously isn't, let me pull that up a little bit better. That writing there obviously isn't JD's writing. I mean, when you look at it, you can see the differences. That's the bottom, we're talking about the bottom left-hand corner. So he was discussing that, and he noted that that was her wording. Now, why is that important? I want you to think about the layout for Australia. So she says that she was involved in a 3-day hostage ordeal. In fact, when she takes the stand, she's going to detail all of the horrible things that supposedly happened to her. And they talked about how crazy he was, because he was writing with a severed finger and doing all kinds of insane stuff, right? Hey, Celine, thanks for the 5 there. And that super sticker, boss indeed. Get your boss on. This is what she had to say, though. Thank you for that. This is what she had to say, though, as far as, you got to remember, she's made a lot of claims on it, I'm going to say, but her excerpts, they're crazy. I'm loading it right now because I want to read it correctly. Like, listen to this here. Okay, this is what she says, and it's important to the point I'm going to make. I'm not going to read everything. I'm just going to read part of this. That night, Johnny shoved me into a ping pong table that collapsed underneath me. Johnny threw bottles through window panes of the glass door, breaking 2 panes, leaving glass everywhere. Johnny then grabbed me, gripping my body and nightgown. He tore the nightgown off, and at some point, I was naked and barefoot, covered in alcohol and glass. Johnny grabbed me by my hair, choked me against a fridge in the kitchen. I tried to stand up, but I was sliding around the glass-strewn floor and countertop. Johnny threw me away from him and I tried to run away. Johnny continued to throw objects and alcohol at me. One of the most horrific and scariest moments in the 3-day ordeal. Johnny grabbed me by the neck and collarbone and slammed me against the countertop. I struggled to stand up as he strangled me, but my arms and feet kept slipping and sliding on the spilled alcohol and were dragged against the broken glass, the countertop and floor, which repeatedly slashed my feet and arms. Scared for my life, I told Johnny, "You're hurting and cutting me." Okay, so she's in that ordeal and she's scared for her life, she says, to the point that she's panicked and she withdraws to another room. So she's so scared in this ordeal that she's smack talking on the mirror. You see her talking trash back to Johnny Depp on a mirror. Does that seem like fear to you? Because it doesn't to me. Doll Life. Dan, thanks for the 5 there. Can't wait to see Heard and Cross. Depp's lawyers better be very aggressive, gay. I feel they will, and I agree with you there. Caroline Starr, thanks for the 14 there. No statement, but plenty of statement. Thank you for your backing. Johnny's Girl, thanks for the 2. Did you notice her middle finger up? Yeah, I did. I did indeed. Giga Lucius, thanks for the 2. Game over. I noticed she got caught the other day doing something that, well, let me just bring this up. I thought this is funny because the mask has dropped during the trial. It's actually dropped a few times, but she's been caught with the mask falling down. It's amazing to see it when it falls too, because she's incapable of keeping the mask up for very long. Like that's one of the things that I think is very telling. She's not just incapable of humaning for too long. The mask, it falls off, and when it does, God. So check this out. I don't know if everybody's seen this, and if you didn't, or you didn't see it in the courtroom, like I said, I thought that this was really telling. I'm going to play it without sound. Let me see. Give me 1 minute. Just watch her here. So she's talking to her crazy cat lady, right? So she's talking. Like, oh, yeah. Oh, wait, I'm sad. Wait, did you have a question again? Oh, yeah. You see that reaction? She tries to look at it change on the dime. Whoop. Look how fake that is. And then she goes back to it. She's committing to the role. Like it's funny. She's not the greatest actress in the world there, but it's amazing to see somebody switch it on just like that. Like she becomes that Dr. and Jekyll and Mr. That's nuts. That is absolutely nuts. You have to be a crazy person like that. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. They should force her to show the bottom of her feet. She never actually got any help with any of that. Like all of the claims that she's going to make, one thing you have to understand, the only time that she asks for medical assistance is she calls for a concussion check at one time. Doesn't that strike you as strange? Like if somebody was abusing you to the level that we were discussing, wouldn't you be asking for medical help? Again, you may keep your abuse secret. Johnny Depp, for example, had to get him a new finger. He had to have the thing rebuilt. It's documented that he has cigarette put out on his face. He's not claiming that he had broken bones or anything else either. He's telling you that this is what happened with me. Karina, thanks for the 3 there. The super sticker, appreciate it. Sinzu Bean, thanks for the 5. Is there any new info about Amber Heard committing perjury regarding the dogs in Australia case? No, we haven't heard any. I wonder if they're waiting until after the case here. Now, something happened with the Australia case, and I don't know what exactly. It's like it went silent, but in December. So you had the Australian Senate bring her up because they were talking about pressing charges, right? They were in the middle of an active investigation. She was shut down and being quiet. And then all of a sudden, she starts mocking and deriding Australia and all of the people in charge of her case. Like, that tells you something. She went from quiet, where your lawyers would be like, shut up, don't say anything, to that. Vegan Line 66, thanks for the 5. Oh my God, with those glasses, mirroring JD. Alyssa Gatewood, thanks for the 3. And a super sticker as well. Love it. Thanks for that fist bump. Just Wiggling Through Life, thanks for the 20. Thank you for your coverage and knowledge. You've done so much work and it doesn't go unnoticed. I'm a new subscriber, thanks to the awesome collab with Popcorn Planet. By the way, at the end of this, like, I will go through super chats and stuff. I'll talk about a few things. But for the recap show, go over to Popcorn Planet, check them out. They do a great job with it. I live stream later in the days sometimes, maybe a little bit later. But typically I'll drop a video sometime after the trial. But as far as breakdown shows, Popcorn Planet, they do a damn good job. You need to check them out. As a DV and SA survivor, she makes me so damn sick. That's agreed. I've worked with plenty of survivors, and it's a mess. Andre 44, thanks for the 5 there. I think Zellner is preparing himself, studying the case, and will come to cross-examine the defense witnesses. See, I thought that she was. We don't know what's going on with Zellner, but I think Zellner was initially considered and came on as an appeals lawyer. That's my guess. Again, I don't know anything about that. But I find it weird that they went quiet. It makes me wonder, was there anything, like, were they on and then not on? I mean, I don't know. But they deleted all their statements about it. But I don't, they're not going to come in. I'm pretty sure they won't come in and do anything on the trial right now. I'm pretty sure about that. King Lucius, thanks for the 2. AH's team seems to be scared to open up. Your thoughts? Yeah, I think they're doing is they're getting set up for Amber. That's going to be the presentation. Like, she's going to be the one. I found you through Popcorn Planet. Say, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, he sent people over here, and I definitely appreciate that. And vice versa. I'm trying to send people that way. I'm trying to make sure a lot of people have been covering this a while. Andy's done good work on it. Does good work on other stuff too. He's done good work on this, and like I said, he does a great breakdown. After this, though, probably at 6 my time, I've got a video made talking about, I can directly connect that jury mess. I can directly connect it, the people involved and everything, and directly to connect it to Amber Heard, more importantly, to her legal team. Oh, spicy nuggets, huh? Yeah, that'll be good. So I'll drop a video on that. Signal boost that sucker everywhere. Everyone needs to know about that. William Taylor, thanks for the 20 there. Go Team Amber, ... straight to the dumpster that came out of. Lying, conniving, see you next time. Yeah, exactly. See you next time. It's JD as the patient's still with the attorneys past few days of trial. You know, it's funny when their lawyers lose their temper. So her lawyer loses his temper, gets frustrated, lets it be seen. And what does he do? He smiles through it and laughs at him, makes fun of it. I think it's hilarious because as a lawyer, you know, you shouldn't seem annoyed with the fact that the other side is able, what they were able to do is, you saw what Rottenborn was going to do for his closing with JD is just rapid fire at him. Basically saying, this is your fault, this is your fault, this is your fault. He was doing that with all of those defense exhibits toward the end, you know, with all the articles. That was the entire thing. He was going to rapid fire a list of, God, what, 100 or more? Let me pull those up in front of you while we're talking. I mean, that was absolutely the plan. Here's the So here's the list. I mean, you think about it. He was going to rapid fire each one of these. Well, what JD's team did from Go is they knocked out part of these. They couldn't just enter them all. So he rapid fired some headlines, but he wasn't able to rapid fire them all. And I thought that was funny. Amplify Create, thanks for the do. This case, it made me think, the Lord, I'm gay. Well, you know what? The problem, one problem in this is the levels of domestic violence we're seeing, not from homosexual male couples, but from homosexual female couples that are just through the freaking roof. And we're starting to see claims of false claims rather coming out about females. We're seeing that. Like we've seen 3 high profile examples. And now they come from places like Broadway. They haven't really picked up with the press yet, but sooner or later you're going to see somebody big get thrown there. This isn't, right now this is an overwhelmingly heterosexual, overwhelmingly male issue as far as who's accused, but it won't stay that way. It won't stay that way, But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like this, luckily, like one thing I can say though is luckily, I've been fortunate in my life. I've had some crazy relationships. I've talked about that before, but luckily I've been in a relationship for a while that it works out, thankfully. Danny JM, thanks for the 2. Fox reports that JD burned AH with a cigarette. Did they really? Did they really do that? Was somebody, if they report that, was somebody shoot me that article? Because that's going to piss me off. Drinking Can, thanks for the 279. Hey, made a Savage Moments 3 to 4 from this morning. So check out the Savage Moments. You should note your YouTube down at the bottom. Note it in the description where people can find it. Amplify Create too. Thanks for the 5. Oh yeah, lesbians are crazy. That's what the gays do. Well, it is interesting. Like the level of violence. It's disturbing. It's very disturbing. Heather Robert, thanks for the 2. As a DV survivor, PTSD, I can relate to him. FAH, yeah, exactly. One of the things, humor becomes a huge coping skill in this as well. Coping skill, you're going to hear that a lot from folks that have been out there. They've talked about, anger and how to deal with it. That is a big talking point, coping skills. How you deal with this kind of stuff. Well, how he deals with it is he talks about his finger as Little Richard. Now, that's funny, right? Aha, that's good. The only problem is it's sad because that's a defense mechanism, because every time he looks at his finger, he realizes what happened to him. And you know what your thought is? Why was I so stupid that I let myself be put through with that? You heard him. You heard him saying things like that on the stand. It's still blaming yourself. Males, societally, especially, blame themselves in this. We're taught, females do it for sure as well, but males especially, your role in here. How dare you let that fall apart? How dare you let your relationship? Aren't you the one that glues the entire foundation of this together? That's the perception in society. That's what you're hammered with. And if something fails, it must be you. Crazy Old Crow, thanks for the 5, is an attorney. You're an agent of the court. It's supposed to be unbiased. He's enacting like a very good agent. Oh, that's very true. That is very true. He's getting them feels all twisted, I told you, like I said, his manlet Speedos, they got all bunched up. He was like, I'm so mad. Jen Fairmore, thanks for the 5 there. Bravo. Hey, thank you for that. Appreciate it. And appreciate them. I mean, what they've been doing there. They've done a good job presenting. Torres, thanks for the 2. She's wearing a Lizzie Borden spring look. She does. I mean, look at all these. They were planning on attacking him with all these articles. That's all again, these are just the headlines for their exhibits. They were going to hit him with all of that. Like, I'm trying not to fly too fast and make it motion sick, but there. That many pages of just articles that they were going to throw out. And they're crazy. Like JD said, they're hit piece titles. They don't mean anything. Like when you bring that up, I mean, what's up? It's crazy. X, thanks for the 2. What's cringier, Herds, crocodile tears, or y'all? It's not fair. Liberty, thanks for the 5. Seriously, helping remember my life's drive again. Tired of these injustices. Been harassed by age minions. Thoughts on Aussie 60 Minutes? Nick Wallace. I haven't really. Okay, I saw the Nick Wallace stuff. Nick Wallace, first of all, he's a reporter. I mean, I think he's been better than many reporters, but he's still a reporter. I don't put a lot of faith in the mainstream. I haven't. He did a great job in the UK 2020, but I mean, they're reporters. Now I haven't read his newsletter that people complain about. That 60 Minutes was a mess. It was an absolute mess. Nick Robert, thanks for the 2. Yes, dark humor, giant red flag of trauma, how I cope. A lot of people, like, that's how you deal with it, Okay, so you see the post here, 279 at the bottom. Check out the YouTube channel. Chicken, you see CHICNCANDA. Check it out. I'm just making sure when I tell people, check out the YouTube channel for that. Catch up on all the moments that have been going on. New videos there for sure. Amplify Create. Thanks for the 5 there. My mom hit my dad viciously for 15 years until he finally hit back. Then she acted like the victim. Me up to still today. Oh, and I'll hit you up. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's, you see that kind of stuff. See that's the problem. Sooner or later, like, people would begin to retaliate. That's why in JD's case, that's exactly what you're hearing. It's exactly what you're hearing. He tries to walk away. He needs to get out of there because he knows if you keep going and you keep going and you keep pushing and you keep, there's a breaking point. I remember the first fight as a kid, the first fight I got in school that I can remember. This kid that just mess with me and would mess with me, and I went to the bathroom. I was in one of the little urinal stands, and this kid came in and was trying to mess with me, and he did something, he pushed me or something, and I lost it. Like I don't even remember doing anything. It was like 1 minute I'm standing there, and the next minute I had this kid, and I pushed him all the way into one of the bathroom stalls, and I had his head in the water because he just pushed me. He'd been pushing me for days, and I broke. And that's what you do. You break. After a while, people break. You can only be pushed down. And like he said, you're not treated like a species of human. You're treated like a lesser animal. It's what he was, people wouldn't treat their dogs this way. They treat their dogs with love, but they didn't treat their human companion with it. Like, that's nuts. Melanie, thanks for the 9 there. I'm from Ingor, UK. Please say hey to George, my son. Love you, Tug. Hey, I want to give a shout out to George there, too. Hope you're having a good one there. And yeah, appreciate that as well. I especially enjoy, like, the family, like, dynamic a lot of people bring in there. For myself, like with my kids, man, that's in a great and positive relationship. Even in not a positive relationship, they can be the best thing, a life-changing reminder there. That being said, with the Depp case, I'm glad he didn't have kids. God, if he'd had kids, the first thing that would have happened with kids, she would have weaponized them. Man. But thank you for that, too. or UK. It's amazing how like we're all connected like this. How many of us can get together and talk about a case or cases or whatever's going on? I love that. Margaret Lowe, thanks for the 2. How likely someone like her admits wrongdoing? Never. She will never admit wrongdoing. If she, that was the thing. There was this rumor coming out that there was going to be a settlement. And the settlement would involve her actually admitting to wrongdoing. I was like, yeah, it ain't going to happen. That ain't real. How do I know? Because I work with people like this. I work with it's clientele. They don't ever admit wrongdoing. Christina, thanks for the 5 there. His unfortunate childhood prepared him well for dealing with this. So that's something his mothers can thank him for, if nothing else. Yeah, that was true. I remember that one there too. Tristan, thanks for the 10. Great job, Tug. Thank you. Shabaka Woogie, thanks for the 279. Where's Kevin Costner? Character witness. Amica. Did you see so if people didn't see this, so Kevin Costner was reported. Now this is rumor, but it came, the media at one time would report a lot of stuff about Amber Heard, and it was not flattering. They talked about her being a gold digger, essentially. They talked about her being a sexual manipulator. And during that, you had Kevin Costner's name come up. Kevin Costner supposedly called her out because she tried to wander into his trailer naked during one of their I'm pulling up this statement, actually. It'll take me just a minute. I put it on Instagram. The one thing I like about Instagram is I don't post very much there, so I can sometimes find stuff pretty easily. But it was funny to see. Okay, so here's the statement. When you broke up with him for a day or two, though, it didn't take you long to find your way into my trailer naked, though, did it? That was supposedly Kevin Costner around many other people making a statement about Amber Heard and how, oh, you were broken up with Johnny Depp for a few days, or you tried to slither your way into my trailer naked. And part of this case, her foundation to this is he's a jealous tyrant, and he would get mad. He would get so upset about what was going on. And when he would get upset about it, well, he would lash out. He would do these horrible things, And it looks like she actually was having an affair, having multiple affairs. And when she had multiple affairs, she was doing whatever, And again, she was doing that. She'd do anything she wanted to him. Horrible. It's Dog Lover. Thanks for the 449. Really enjoying your videos. Do you know when AH is due to take the stand? Hashtag MePoo. I'm thinking probably in a week or so, maybe. There's 6 weeks of trial. So put that in there. Both sides get about 3 weeks. Claudia Carson, thanks for the 5. Wouldn't it be funny if Rottenborn gets so much negativity, ends up suing her for hurting his career? Laughing my ass off. Her only talent is destruction. That's indeed true. That is indeed true. Hell, thanks for the 5. I'm glad I'm drawing. Gosh, this is draining my brain cells. Not that many left. It's funny. Yeah. Sometimes when I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh. S, thanks for the 10 there. If his accuser didn't draft this piece affirming his his career would have recovered. He lost more roles than otherwise he might have gotten had she not doubled down to affirm his lie. That's true. That's very true. You're right. J Nerd, thanks for the 2. If you've been born rotten, then call Ben Rottenborn. Ben Rottenborn. Is his first name Ben? Is it really? I haven't even paid attention to. What is his first name, for real? Like, I'm just curious. Spooky Pooch, thanks for the 2. AH is salmonella, infested chicken tender. She has one of these, one of her pictures that's supposed to be, his name is Ben Rottenborn, for real. His name is Ben Rottenborn. I was Oh my God. Oh my eyes got a little water to it just then. Oh, Jesus wept. His parents hated him. You know, if you can tell sometimes, like if a parent hated them, oh, that's it. Ben. I can't believe his name is actually Ben. That's sad, man. His parents did not love him. Poor Ben. I'm sorry nobody cuddled you when you were young. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize on the behalf of the rest of the human race. Can you stop representing scumbags? Ben Rottenborn. You got to admit that's funny. I mean that he's been rot. Oh my God, that's good stuff. Yeah, I have to repeat this mantra in my head every now and then. I have to be like professionalism, professionalism. Because some of this stuff is so dumb. Her dropping a deuce on somebody. I mean, can you imagine that being your legacy? Your legacy every time somebody sees you, like you try to trade on your looks, and you're like, yeah, look at me, like I'm sashaying in my bathing suit, and they see your butt cross over, and they're like, yeah, I know what comes out of that because there's pictures of it. Gross. By the way, I don't know what that woman eats, but my God, I saw those pictures, and they are gross. They are beyond. Bleh. I mean, they're just gross. I'm not pulling those up on my freaking on my YouTube. No, if you want to see that, you can find them very easily. But it's like, bleh. She is very unhealthy. Like I said, I don't know if it's a steady diet of Amica cream or what that woman has done to herself, but it has jacked her up and badly. Oh. As thanks for the 10, he could win the trial because Depp suffered additional job loss as a direct result of the article, in addition to previous losses from the 2016 initial claims. She created this piece to continue this lie. Yeah, she needed to get that clout. She needs to get her clout on, and she needs to burn him down because he's got to pay. He walked away from Amber Heard. Nobody walks away from Amber. Thanks for the 2 there, Tug. You've inspired me to speak on injustice now. Thank you. I'm glad. I think having your voice, finding what you're passionate to speak about. You know, people talk about, I want to do this on YouTube. First of all, don't think about it as your entire job, or you'll hate YouTube. I'm glad this is not my life. I mean, I do it a lot, but I can't look at it if I ever think, man, all my eggs are in this basket. Oh, I'd hate it. Expect more haters than you've ever acquired. And like with Amber Heard haters, for example, right? I mean, these people, they've been contacting the police department down here again. So they contacted our police. I mean, oh my God, this guy over here, he totally hates. Actually, they make false claims and stuff. It's attempts to swat, is what it is. But we live in a small town, so not really. What they end up getting done most of the time is probably an informational report. But what they're trying to do is swat you. I'm sure they've tried CPS again. We had a lawyer deal with that last time. But I mean, you got to expect that from YouTube too. YouTube is the only job where you're going to receive. We get more hate on this thing than politicians. I mean, it's crazy. But and remember, no matter how small you are speaking out, like we got our first dose of crazy with a few thousand subscribers. So you'll get it no matter what. But it can be fun too. You can find a lot of voice out there. I mean, right now, got 170,000 people subscribed to the channel, can talk to thousands of people listening. You have the ability to do good if you want. But good in life comes with a cost. Look at okay, like JD, what he's doing right now. I would say that it's doing good because it's not just about false accusation and clearing his name. It's doing good for domestic abuse survivors, because domestic abuse survivors, they do need to be heard. They do need to be acknowledged, and they do need to be taken seriously, because it is a problem in our society. But unfortunately, people like Amber Heard make it where, like me, I have to fight wanting to dismiss claims sometimes. And that's not reasonable nor fair. I'm a mental health freaking professional, for God's sake. I should never feel like that. In the back of my mind, I should never feel like that. I'm not saying not to validate. Like, if you just make a claim saying something happened to me, the automatic impulse of people should be empathy. Man, that sucks. That's horrible that that happened to you. But unfortunately, people like Amber Heard make you think, it's another there. And that's not fair, and it's not right. Because again, with Depp talking about it, it's not, we focus on the false accusation part a lot, but we don't focus on the fact that that's also a survivor speaking. So, in this case, it's especially serious because you've got both of those. And you also have, with no joking added to it, people will joke about this and stuff, but one of the things that we hear quite often is, this is the fault of women. No, it's not the fault of women. It's the fault of an individual that knew. Now, there's a systemic problem because the problem let this happen, and there's a judicial problem where this can continue to happen, but it's not a universal, like, women problem. It is a individual. We need to blame people, and we look at the system that empowers them. Unfortunately, people can leverage that, but it is not. Like, I get tired of that. Like, the demographic that heavily back JD, but it's also understanding, like, most people, until you see the problem, you don't realize how bad it is. Most people listened and believed because they thought they were doing good. They were trying to help. But unfortunately, you have somebody that sneaks in. It's the same reason that we have door locks, because we used to leave our doors unlocked because it wasn't a big deal. We thought, hey, what's the problem here? And then somebody proved to us why. And usually in some of the worst examples ever, they do some of the most horrific crap ever done to their fellow person. Same way. Unfortunately, we're not locking down houses here. We're locking down hearts. You lock down people and you make them cold. And one of the things we don't, that's why I get to where I hate people like Amber Heard, because they make us cold to our fellow person. And we don't need to be that way. Man, life is already cold and it's already unfeeling enough. It's hard to feel empathy and connection. And training people because of a few horrible people and a broken system, and really an unjust system and an unjust way of thinking with society. Society got this way too. Let's be reasonable. Society got this way too because the justice system is broken for survivors as well. Look, you didn't see justice for survivors. You don't. But the pendulum swung and people turned social media into a lynch mob. And all it took is it just takes one or two, like one person throws out an accusation and people, they just pick up the torches and pitchforks. And let's be honest too, there are a lot of clowns out there that all their lives are, they're insecure, they're petty, they're nasty, vindictive, horrible people. They get a few head pats from somebody like an Amber Heard, and wow, they suddenly have purpose, and they're willing to destroy. There are many people out there that'll destroy for nothing. All those my queen jokes, my queen, yeah, there are people who think like that. Very much so. And that's a sad reality. Jasmine Handy, thanks for the 5. Can they put some articles on there that were about JD before he met her? It's true. Dory Carson, thanks for the 10. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Support, that is a statement in of itself. Thank you. Karina, thanks for the 2. Just admit this article was about JD. He admitted it. Did you notice that a couple of times Rottenborn pretty much admits that the article is about JD? He's admitting it. because he's asking him, well, this is here, this is there, and when you saw that about you, like he's made that statement once about you, it's like, wait a minute, did you just say about you? And Tona, thanks for the 5. I have dinner now, so I'm going to have to watch all this late. Never mind. Here's some moolah. Exactly. That's how I feel. Appreciate that. Sleepy Moo, thanks for the 99-cent super sticker, the upside down smiley face. Appreciate that. Let's see. I'm running back into the others now. I'm trying to catch all of the stuff up for the. I don't like running when I'm doing close up. I don't like running too far into like Popcorn Planet and other people. Waiting tea time. Thanks for the 20. I'm a DV survivor after 14 years of abuse to me and my kids, 10 years in court. I moved us down to Tennessee, and he called my kids white trash hillbilly. Still now, they are their late 20s. They've cut off communication now. That sucks right there. Thank you. Thank you for adding your testimony to that, because again, one of the things with more people adding that is what Me Too is supposed to be versus what it is. But what it was supposed to be was that, and other people being able to say, hey, me too, this happened to me too. I think it's powerful statements. A lot of, you see how so many people have been put in situations that break, that maim, that damage. It's horrible. And I'm glad that people stand up and actually demand an accounting. Jeep, thanks for the 5 there. I've told many people my husband makes me want to punch a baby, or crumble silver coins in foil and chew it many times. Games. Yeah, mean words don't mean. I've been mad in arguments, and I've said mean things. I've said them not just to like my significant. I've said them, to friends or whomever. When you argue, it's not about being right. Or rather, let me take that back. When you argue, it's not about making a point. It's about being right. That's why I wanted to say that. It's about getting the last word in. It's about being louder. And it becomes about hurting. That's why, as JD was saying, sooner or later, somebody has to be the bigger person and walk away. They have to be. Because if it escalates, it has to go somewhere. And after it escalates so far into nastiness and pettiness and hate, where does that go? And then when you're venting, there's also venting in that. Like in the moment, you're not just doing that. You're taking that anger, and it is a way of coping, but it's not. It's an unhealthy coping mechanism. But in coping too, you'll talk to friends because you may not. You don't want to say those things to people. You'll say nasty things about a lot of people. I've said things that I regret about many people. Like, that, yeah, I don't want them to hear. Because in the moment I was mad. What happens? Cheyenne, thanks for the 2. Went through with family, physical and verbal, fought back. They tried to admit me, called authorities once, had no effect. No one believed me because they would put on a face. At least my friends cared. Yeah, there's a lot of flaws in the legal system for that. Like I said, the legal system does not help. I know that. I've also seen it weaponized against people that I know are going through things. I've seen CPS used as a weapon in ways that just, it's horrible. I'm talking about Child Protective Services. I've seen victims have their kids taken away because somebody decided, they could get them, they could lash out, and it works. It works. That's stupid. I was looking at so my I had my coverage up, where I'm trying to, where I was watching to see if the broadcast had come back, and I wasn't pay attention. I kept looking back over to see if it come back up, but apparently I'd paused it. That was good. I was watching a pause. Hey, it's not back yet. Oh, wait a minute. That's paused. The brain surgery sometimes. The brain surgery. Smoky Pooch, thanks for the 2. My ex-husband is famous in a niche comp. He raped and abused me and tried to tried to control the narrative, like AH by using my MH against me. His fans sent me messages to kill myself, a liar, etc. He used me for money and citizenship. That's nasty. That's nasty. Like I said, there are a lot of nasty people out there. You have my empathy with that. Like I said, we should be able to, when we see people's stories, I don't want to get to the point where the plight of other human beings does not move us in any way. And that's the fear that I have with false accusers. Like I said, there's so many problems there too. As somebody, here's another thing. Like that's the super chat there. Okay, words like rape mean something. Like when Amber Heard uses that word, and she does. She's never used it before. She went from 3 claims in 2016 to 14 claims in 2020. I said 20 claims. 14 claims in 2020 to adding words like sexual assault and rape into this. Those words matter because of the damage that they do. And they very much do damage, lasting damage. They should never be trivialized. I'm not talking about like in a social context. I'm talking about pointing them at someone. If you point them at someone and say that person, they're a rapist. That person, they're they committed sexual assault. That person's a pedophile. Those words are powerful words because what they say, they should have the power to undo lives. Because if utilized correctly, what you're saying those people are some of the most repugnant things that you could ever do to another human being. But when people, they just throw them around haphazardly, maliciously. It's not just throwing it around like on Twitter, some people are like, oh, you're a pedophile, or some stupid stuff. That's still trying to do damage. But this is somebody who had direct access to another person that wormed their way into their heart, that worm their way into their mind, and they use that in the most callous ways possible. They abused them while they were there, and then they weaponized in the aftermath. That sucks. I hate that when you had to go through that too. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 5. It texts or Amber's defense. They might as well lock me up too. I've said stuff about my ex that are way worse than Johnny's text. She talked about murdering him in text. She talked about murdering him. What about her text? That's my question. Rasa, thanks for the 5. I witnessed TV as a child. My stepfather almost killed my mother. AH makes me so damn mad, and I feel so deeply for Johnny. Yeah, I mean that. I've seen the damages of that. I've seen it personally in life. I've seen that, and I've seen it professionally. I'm not saying personally like in my own relationship. I'm talking about personally like through, connections or, family members. I had an uncle who his wife used to beat him down all the time, just all the time. I was very close with him. I liked him. I was really little, and his kids found him in his he had a little storage shed, and he'd hung himself in it. And that was because of what he was going through. He had no one, and so he decided to check it out that way. It's amazing, like what people will, when people need something, they're not just you're not just operating behind the scenes with nobody. You're operating behind the scenes with somebody that, again, they know your weaknesses. They know how to ruin you. They know how to destroy you. I mean, I always remembered that because with my uncle, even though I was really little with that, because my uncle had I was at that house, and you know, I I walked out, and he was I didn't see him, but where he had done that, the space of it and the marks on the ground, like he was so committed to doing that to himself that he had to pick up his legs and hang himself there. Like he had to like go through these extra steps. That's how far another human being can destroy you. It's just horrible stuff that people do to other people. She also, like I said, she has messages too. Like if she wants to play the message game, I still don't understand. Again, we have these messages where she makes statements like, again, we'll skip. I don't want to spend all day on this one, but this is I think, a big one. Considering, I keep making this point. On his side, he's talking to a friend and he's not telling them about abuse. We know that because, remember, that's every text message he ever sent. His last legal team in the UK, they didn't turn over some texts. They accidentally. They kept having accidents until he fired them. They also they have a big star client, by the way, a certain Rocket Man, but they accidentally dumped 10 years of his texts onto the other team. So this is everything he ever said. It's not text pertinent to the case. They saw everything. So they get to go through every single text he ever had, and they could find nothing. That's all they had right there. That's what we haven't heard, but that's it. But on her side, on her selections, the singular selection, she has stuff like this. I'll bring them just in case, talking about a conversation with Johnny Depp. You see the familiar. There's no explanation what they are, but she knows. This is Amber Heard responding, right? She's responding with Josh Drew. Again, remember, there's accusations of violence behind the scenes and all of that. What's them? What are they talking about bringing to conversations with Johnny Depp? This. So they're talking about bringing knives to conversations. Like that's nuts, right? Elizabeth Holmes, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. Ruth Kirkwood, thanks for the 9 there. Appreciate that. Hey Tug, found you through Popcorn Planet. Live in Scotland, UK. Wasn't sure about watching something with no face on it. However, heard you laugh. Now I'm hooked. Great JD coverage. Yeah, I always, okay, my message here is this. When I started covering things, I was talking about consumer advocacy and the respect for customers, and then I got into due process as well on hypocrisy. And the message, it doesn't matter who I am here. What matters is the words of people, the words that we speak in solidarity, whether it's about consumer rights and respecting your consumers, like say the Warner Brothers thing, or whether it's about support for someone, or what I'm saying with domestic abuse survivors and what they need. The words carry weight, and the only face that should matter, like to a company, for example, when they heard you talking about Aquaman, the only face that should matter is not my singular face as I speak these words. It should be the face of the dollar bills, those dead presidents that I'm handing over. Whatever kind of power there, again, it's the legion of people there. So my face in that, that was the whole point where I started it in, because I never thought about this thing. That started, I remember seeing a channel with 20,000 subscribers, because I never spent much time on YouTube, that I saw a channel with 20,000 subscribers. I thought, oh my God, if I could get like just a fraction of that, that would be huge. Court footage. Let me go back to let me get set up. Give me a second. They do have footage there. 1 second. It'll take me just a second to get situated. That's a good thing I love about all of this stuff, is they always give us time to get situated. Especially if they're sidebarring and other stupid. you know? Let's see. You know what I love? I love, like for my, you know why I don't have panels? Because, there we go. Because I like to talk so
All
much.
right, we ready for the jury then? Okay.
I don't have a lot of panels on here because you're my panelist. I talk to you guys, and you know, some people will have panels and they'll talk to each other. I'd rather see what you guys are talking about. I have thousands of panelists. Aaron Wallace, thanks for 10. Do you think Elon Musk is on the rush to buy Twitter has a link to the case, given the herd's witness and the way info about the case is spread on the platform? It's a good question, isn't it? It does seem a little peculiar, doesn't it? And he's the kind of person that would shut you down in a heartbeat, right? So Mark, thanks for the 2. No statement, plenty statement. Thank you. Mandy M, thanks for the 5. When they talk about killing him, made me think back to when she freaked out about her not being in his will yet. Yeah, exactly. Heather Robert, thanks for the 10. 20 years of SA by my stepdad. 10 years of DV for my son's dad. Escape June 2020 with my 5-year-old son. Live in DV nonprofit housing.
Thank you. Be seated.
Still
Your
scared.
next question.
Here, I'll come back to the Heather Roberts statement. That's a powerful statement.
Mr. Depp, before the break, we were talking about how your finger got injured in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, please. Mr. Depp, do you recall Mr. Rottenborn showing you this exhibit during your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
And can you please explain when, relative to your finger injury, you sent this text message?
That's the day before. Am I correct?
At the bottom, it says, I cut the top of my finger off. What should I do? Except, of course, go to a hospital.
Australia, exactly. The time difference, sorry. Yes. That's what I said.
And so when, relative to when your finger was injured, did you send this text message, to your best recollection?
This looks like it's at the time to me.
And in the middle here, it says, her obsession with herself is far more important. She's so fucking ambitious. She's so desperate for success and fame. That's probably why I was a choir mate. What did you mean by that?
Unfortunately, I meant exactly what I said in this text. It seems it had become clear that there were she seemed to take more care and importance in going on auditions, going to the Met Ball, or going to any sort of premiere or opening or whatever, where she could be
Objection beyond the
photographed.
scope of the question, Your Honor.
Sorry?
I believe he was responding to what he meant by what he wrote in his text message
And then
to
he said
Dr.
I meant exactly what the word said, and now he's going beyond.
All
the
right, I'll
scope.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn.
Your
Sir,
Honor,
if you could just answer the question, Mr. Depp, please.
Sir,
Direct your
sir.
attention just to your attorney, okay?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you an audio recording where you referenced your finger getting cut off in Australia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play a different portion of that recording that came before the portion that Mr. Rottenborn played. So if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, and we will be playing the portion from at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 11 seconds to 1 hour, 56 minutes, 10 seconds.
Haha.
It's early, it's quick, it's so not, you're not interested in not fighting. You are guaranteeing a fight. When you do that, and I've told you this so many times, you guarantee, if you were interested in not fighting, you would be respectful if you needed the space to make, you would be careful not to perpetuate the fight longer by saying, I need a few minutes, and then actually honoring that. How can I trust you that it will be a few minutes when you've done this in the past and disappeared for hours? You know, I got mad at you in Australia about this. I said, baby, I want to trust you. It's hard for me not to try and work it out. If you want to be the person that's like, I need to cool down, help me do that, give that to you. But I can't give it to you if you always let me down and fuck up and forget.
Because I gave you a time limit, because I said I'll be back in 3 minutes. So I'm just...
No, it's
if that
different.
happens, if it happens...
It's different. You never...
If it happens, I'm just going to say, look, I need some time. That's it.
I'm telling you, that will make it worse.
No.
I guarantee you it will.
If you're stuck in throwing punches...
I'm not talking about throwing punches. I'm talking about argument.
Right. In arguments, you tend to throw punches.
I'm talking about arguments. I'm not talking about the times when it's got physical. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments. I'm talking about arguments.
Yes,
Talking
in our
about
argument...
fights. Earlier and earlier and earlier. Now you split. You take off right away. You don't deal with the issue. You don't deal with the confrontation, and you split. Whether it is, and then you do it for an undeterminate amount of time. You do it without actually respecting. When you do give me a time, like say I need a few minutes, you never.
Oops.
Mr. Depp, whose voices can you hear in that audio recording?
Miss Hertz and myself.
And there was a mention about Ms. Heard getting mad about something in Australia. What did Ms. Heard get mad at you about in Australia?
There were many instances where Miss Heard would get upset, angry, and argumentative and violent in Australia. There were many times. The one that was the day when my tip of my finger disappeared, that had to do with a phone call. When she arrived in Australia, she complained that an attorney who was explaining to her
Objection, Your Honor, is hearsay as to what he alleges her attorney was explaining to her. That's clearly
We
hearsay.
can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
In the context of this audio recording that we just heard, what, to your understanding, is Ms. Heard referencing when she says you split?
I would excuse myself from the situation. I would try to get away so that nothing escalated. Because if given the chance to allow things to escalate, Ms. Heard would take it to the very extreme, which ended up with my finger being chopped off. So I'd rather thought it was the best idea to avoid things like that.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 272. I believe this is another document that you saw during your cross-examination. Do you recognize these text messages?
Yes,
And these were after your detox on the island, is that right?
that's correct.
Now, where it says here, this was the right thing to do to speed up the process, what are you referring to there?
When we were on the island and I was going through the process of detoxing from the opiates, which was a very unpleasant and powerful, painful process. It wasn't working with Miss Heard there. I could not properly detox, as every day was another problem or this or that. So I asked that we leave the island and go back to Los Angeles, and I asked Ms. Heard if she would please allow me to get a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where she and her friends could go for, I needed 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, anything I could get where I could finish the detox by myself without any unnecessary interruptions or unpleasant interruptions. To which she replied that she was felt like I was throwing her out and abandoning her, and after all she had done for me, when the fact is, though, no matter what I wrote to her mother and to her, I needed the time, because I would have gone straight back to the pills. I would have not been able to detox properly without that time alone. And she reluctantly gave me the time. And I sent her and her friends to Beverly Hills Hotel and in a bungalow, and went through the detox by myself in Penthouse 3 for the next 5 or 6 days.
Mr. Depp, last week, Mr. Rottenborn showed you a video that was taken of yourself where you're slamming some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, where are you in that video?
That's the kitchen at a house that I've on Sweetser that I've lived in since mid-90s.
And do you recall what you were upset about in that video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I don't recall, as I don't know the date of, there's no metadata that I am aware of for that tape. Also, apparently looking for any metadata is impossible, as it is
Your
now
Honor,
owned
beyond the
by...
scope of the
I'll
question.
sustain the objection. You want to ask the question again?
Mr. Depp, what do you remember, what, if anything, do you remember being upset about that resulted in what was seen in that video?
I can't recall if it was bad news about my mother's health. I can't recall if it was something to do with my former business managers, finding out that they'd taken me for a very nasty ride. I don't recall exactly what it was about. What I do know is that it didn't have anything to do with her.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled, I'll allow it. It's fine.
There was nothing between us before she entered that room. It was me alone.
Okay. Do you know where Miss Heard was before she entered the room?
I assume that she was up in the, she'd gotten out of bed and gotten dressed and come downstairs.
Mr. Depp, earlier today, Mr. Rottenborn played a recording where you can hear Ms. Heard seeming to claim that you put a cigarette out on her. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing that, yes.
I'd like to play you another recording, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 365.
Okay.
And this is, for the record, an 11-second recording, so we'll be putting in the entire.
All right. Any objection to 365?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 365 in evidence.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. Two couches. What do you want?
You
Please.
pay attention to it.
Please give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, right. What do you want?
I want couch.
We don't have to shake hands.
I want couch.
Couch.
Agreed, please, though. You said you agreed
Couch,
before we
agreed.
started talking. I want to stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes.
Your Honor, she said this was
Everything
11
you said has
seconds.
been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited.
Not you.
And meant, no, I'm not saying
it's
that.
45.
You asked.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. It may have been 45. I may have misremembered.
She
It's,
said
it's
it was
a,
11 seconds long, and that went way longer.
I apologize, I misremembered.
All right, it's in evidence.
It may help if could we ask them to move the media player so we can see it too, because we each have a blank screen, so.
Okay, it's
will
45.
He's mad because he's used to nitpicking audio in 2 to 3 second
Okay.
snippets.
Okay.
Can we play that? Thank you.
Couch. 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 You give me one couch. I gave you 3 other couches. Two couches. What do you want?
You
Please.
pay attention to it.
Please give me a couch.
What do you want?
Couch.
Couch, right. What do you want?
I want couch.
We don't have to shake hands.
I want couch.
Couch.
Agreed, please, though. You said you agreed
Couch,
before we
agreed.
started talking. I want to stop fighting.
Have I been fighting?
Yes. Everything you've said has been nasty and provoking and mean-spirited.
Not you.
And meant, no, I'm not saying that. You asked me yours. By the way, you just threw a fucking cigarette on me.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's in that recording?
Do I recognize what's in the recording?
Yes.
Seems pretty clear that she's ordering me to the couch. And I didn't want to go through with any, again, avoiding confrontation, trying to avoid confrontation in any way. I can certainly say that without hesitation, there is no way under the sun that I would flick a cigarette at her or burn her with a cigarette. If I flicked ashes and an ash got on her, but she's certainly not screaming out in pain as if a cigarette is being put out on her. That's ludicrous.
Do you recall the situation that's reflected in that audio recording?
I believe that's Montreal, Toronto, which was right after the Venice Film Festival. We were at the Toronto Film Festival.
Ooh.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to ask you about a couple text messages from May 22nd, 2016 that Mr. Rottenborn asked you about earlier.
Yes.
And before I do, could you please remind the jury what was going on between you and Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016?
On May 22nd, on May 21st, I hadn't seen her since the 22nd of April, her birthday, which was when I left at 4:30 in the morning. what I believe.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative. He's already gone through all of this in his direct examination. And she asked him what was happening on May 22nd. And he's getting into what happened on May 21st. We've already been through this.
I believe that he's providing context for where they
I think
were
we
on the
can- we can
22nd,
go to
but
the 22nd.
if you could, Mr. Depp, please explain where you were on the 22nd of May in 2016.
As far as I can remember, on May 22nd, 2016, I was preparing to leave for New York for rehearsals and then a tour with the Hollywood Vampires. I was either preparing to leave or I was had left.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 736, please? And do you recall sending this text message to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016 at 6:19 p.m.?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean when you told her nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease?
It was essentially, for me, I was bringing up what I'd spoken to her about before, which was a peaceful resolution to the problems, a peaceful resolution in terms of a peaceful and private and quiet and calm divorce. And so that's why I say it shouldn't elicit anything but a sense of ease, because it was not about, I didn't want to argue. I didn't want anything but to end the marriage in the kindest way possible for all, her family, my family, her, myself, etc.
And what did you mean when you said all my love and profound apologies?
Profound apologies is that it just didn't work. We just could not work. There was no way. And I had to try to put a peaceful end, a peaceful stop to the endless opportunities for these constant arguments. If I didn't put a stop to it, then, I mean, if I didn't try to put a peaceful stop to it, a peaceful end to it, then if you don't stop it yourself, it'll stop you. It'll stop you, and you don't know what that could be, but it was horrific, and I wanted her out of it, and I wanted out of it. No one deserves to live like that. No one deserves to live like that. Not her, not me, not anyone. So I just wanted a smooth exit for both of us. That's all I was looking for.
Mr. Depp, yes, or last week, Mr. Rottenborn played a clip from an audio recording where Miss Heard told you that you vomit in your sleep a lot. Do you remember that recording?
Yes, I do.
And what's your response to that?
When someone tells you that you vomit, she didn't tell me. I heard it in court. When someone brings up the fact that you vomit in your sleep every night, and, well, first, I think you'd be aware of it. And also, I think the first thing that I would do is seek medical attention. It didn't exist. I'd never vomited in my sleep every night. There were times when I would get, yes, physically ill from the endless shots that you take when you're just, you're unable to take it anymore. And it does affect you physically after a while. So I would have to leave and go and vomit when fights got into these surreal and absurd and horrible places. But it still confounds me as to why she would record that. I don't know why anyone would record that.
Mr. Depp, the clip that Mr. Rottenborn played was from Defendant's Exhibit 839, and just for the record, this is a portion of a larger recording which is reflected in Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. So with the court's permission, I'd like to play a clip from Plaintiff's Exhibit 342. And the portion I'd like to play is at 19 minutes, 40 seconds to 25 minutes, 25 seconds.
Right, do we have 342 already in evidence, or?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, so you want to put 342, which is the entire audio in?
Yes, I don't
Evidence.
believe that there's anyone else in this audio recording, Your Honor.
I don't believe, I hear this before. Okay, 342, any objection?
As long as there's no one else in the audio recording, no objection.
We can confirm afterwards, so if Your Honor would, if it's more comfortable, we can put it in as 342A.
Okay, and what was let's put 342A, and what's the part that you're going to?
It's 19 minutes, 40 seconds to
Okay.
25 minutes, 25 seconds.
All right, and there's just the two of them, and that's this excerpt, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, that's 342A in evidence, then, thank you.
I don't care.
Do you understand why 10 minutes downstairs
I don't
didn't
care.
seem real?
I don't care.
Did you hear what I said?
I don't care. I don't care.
You do.
There's plenty of things you've done, plenty of things you've fucking done that were absolute fucking lies.
I didn't
I'm not even
ever.
fuck with you about it. So anyway, don't leave it. So I'll see you in a bit. Yeah?
Is that what matters?
Your lies?
Is this what matters to you, your party?
Your lies, honey.
I never led you. And what we're talking about tonight is what? Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this?
I'm leaving. You'll be back.
Why?
So I'm leaving.
What is it that is so important always to run away to? Why?
It's a run over, yeah. I run because I'm a cop.
Why don't you stay? You asked me once not to leave, and I'm asking you. So why every 5 seconds do I get I'm leaving because there's a fucking movie party I gotta go to? I have never prioritized you behind that. And you, of all people, all this talk about not being that guy, you have done nothing but over the last 2 days but tell me that your movie parties were more important, including the night before last. When I said to you the same thing, stay. And today you apologized, said I love you, I'm so sorry. And then today it takes you 2 seconds. It takes you 20 seconds at most to go, fuck that, I hate you, I don't want to be with you, goodbye, I'm leaving, I'm running away. But I'm not running, I'm walking away.
Well, the one thing is for sure, I don't want to be with you. I don't. I really don't.
Then if you don't want to be with me in life,
Goodbye.
then you need to actually do it. You need to actually take off your ring and forget that 5 hours ago you said the opposite. Otherwise, you can't keep throwing that around. You can't keep saying to me that this is something you care about. Is that what it's worth to you?
Yeah. Yeah. For you, from all this bitching, from all these rules, all these.
Rules? Because I asked you to stay?
Look, because you.
Because I asked you to stay.
No, because you're fucking.
What was it? What was it when you asked me to
Because you're a
stay?
pain in the ass.
What was it when you asked
I
me to
can't
stay?
stand it no more.
What was it when you asked me to stay? In Australia, you said you promised me not to leave. You said you promised me not to leave. What did I do?
I thought you would change.
What did I do?
Not change.
What did I do?
Not change.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You changed.
Did I stay or did I leave?
You stayed and you didn't change and you were a fucking.
I stayed.
pain in the ass. You were a cunt.
So I stayed. And I've been a cunt ever since, which is why you told me
Pretty
about every other day how you couldn't imagine your life without me, including today. So,
When
which
you
guy,
cried-
does that seem normal to
when
you?
you
Does
cried
that seem
today-
normal to you? The guy, you told me tonight
Let
that
me-
you couldn't imagine your life without me, and now you're throwing your ring on the ground. Does that seem normal?
Let's have you tell me.
That seems sober? You seem
Give me
normal?
the definition of normal. You.
Does that seem normal?
You.
Does that seem normal to you?
Borderline personality disorder.
I'm borderline personality disorder now.
Without question.
When I've been consistent all night saying, don't go, don't fuck this all up. I'm not fighting with you anymore. I've been saying this to you the whole night. I'm really sorry we disagreed. You're not perfect. I said this 2 hours ago. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect.
I love that you put
But
me
we don't
first.
have to do this every time we disagree.
No. No, we don't. But we do.
Please,
We do.
please, come here.
And you have
Please come
every
here.
insult.
Please come here. I'm not insulting you. I have not been insulting you.
Back.
I love you. Johnny, what do you need me to do? I love you. Stop.
Don't smack me on the ear again.
I love
Don't smack my ear again. So it fucking resounds in my fucking cranium.
you.
You like that?
I love you.
Huh?
Sorry. I love you.
I love you too. No. No. I don't love you that much. No, I don't. I do not love you that much. To give of myself? No. I do not. I will not give of myself. And you want me to fucking be some kind of perched goddamn parrot or a fucking weird frenzied dog? No, I won't be it. You know?
Frenzied dog, I'm trying to talk to
Or your goddamn fucking lover,
Calm down.
Tasia, Fantasia.
Calm
I'm not gonna be that shit, man.
Baby, stop.
No, I don't want to be with you. If
Baby,
these are the fucking
stop.
rules, fuck that.
Rules, you're making this whole thing. You're doing this whole
Oh,
thing
my
yourself.
God.
No one's fighting you.
I'm making this up.
Really.
That, above all else, is an insult.
Mr. Depp, what are you and Ms. Heard discussing in this recording?
It is another argument that is apparently not an argument to her. The screeching of her voice, the demand that things go her way and only her way. I was done, and I think I stated clearly, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with you. I'm not going to be a parrot on or some, little dog that runs through hoops for you. I ain't going to do that. And I wanted out. She said, take your ring off. She still wouldn't let me leave. I did, and she still wouldn't let me leave. So it's just another example of kind of being nailed in one spot and not allowed to do anything but react to her screaming screaming like a banshee, and then telling me to calm down when I had been pretty calm, I thought.
Where were you trying to go, if you can recall?
Anywhere, away.
And why did you ask Ms. Hurd if she wanted to smack you in the ear again?
She had given me a good chop in the ear, you know, one of those where leaves you ringing, you know. And it was not long before that, and so I thought, maybe this will make you happy. Will it make you happy would you like to hit me in the ear again? Would that make you feel better? Will that make you stop this? Would have done anything to have stopped. Outside of taking anything to some physical level, I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. That's not me. It's not who I've ever been. It's not who I'll ever be.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to play another audio recording. This is a different portion from what Mr. Rottenborn played for you today. It's DX 598. I believe the portion Mr. Rottenborn played was designated 598B, so this will be 598C.
Okay.
And first, I'd like to play the portion from 31 minutes, 14 seconds to 33 minutes, 4 seconds.
All right, any objection to 598C?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
And then we will go on and play the second portion, which is 56 minutes, 27 seconds to 59 minutes, 54 seconds.
All right, 598C in evidence.
You know, and it builds, right? Like you build, I build, you know. It isn't like at one moment either of us sign a certificate of saying, or like sign the contract or say, okay, now a blood bath. No. So acting as though there's a choice between the two is irrelevant. I'm not asking you to stay over having a blood bath. I'm asking you, over walking away. I'm not asking you to have a blood bath over walking away. I'm asking you to work it out over prolonging it and making it bigger.
Right, but if...
at least that's how I see it.
Indeed,
You know?
but if things get heated,
Yeah.
and it looks like it's going somewhere nasty, and the name calling begins, and all that stuff, I've got to get away. Because I don't want to be ever in a situation again like that. Never.
Me too. Me too.
Never. So
Me too.
that's don't freak out if we do have a fight and I walk away.
I'm not going to do that. I'm asking you to stay when you feel you are also in the interest of working it
I
out.
think it's a good idea for us to take a moment or two, or a moment, take some time. Take some time to think by ourselves without being, barraged by each other's fucking bullshit whatevers. I just let's take a break from it, and then come back, try and be calm, and walk through the thing. But I'm not gonna stand and fight with you. I will not. You can call me a coward.
I don't
You can
want
call
that.
me anything you want. All those names, do it. But I will not do it again.
Please stop asking. Please, can you stop for the sake of this conversation?
No, I'm just saying I won't do it again. That's all.
That's on their side. They just stopped.
Okay,
It's,
then let's take our
okay.
space, and let's not do this anymore, because I'm really getting frustrated, and I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
Stop. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop? May I go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you don't understand how much worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry for you.
Please, I'm only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking wall? Stop pushing me!
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space. But if you keep halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric,
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? I hope you have some kind of revelation that makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so much stress. Please stop. Please, I feel like I have heart attacks almost every day. Please stop. Please
what are you
stop
doing? Why-
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. It would just, if we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me. Fuck.
Sean, could you, please, I want you to just go. I want you to take your medicine or whatever. I'm sorry that I've upset you.
Yeah, I think. Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really.
Mr. Depp, in the beginning, well, first of all, do you know where you are when you're having this discussion with Ms. Heard?
The only, excuse me, the only clue that I have is that Sean is being called. I called Sean and said to drive her home, or I believe it was probably at Sweetser, so then she could drive back, he would drive her back to downtown Penthouse 3 with, she didn't seem in any shape to drive to me.
And earlier in the clip, there was a reference to a bloodbath. What does that mean in the context of that conversation?
I don't know. Again, it seems like some word that was, it became
Objection,
part
Your
of
Honor. He said he doesn't know.
All right, I'll sustain objection. Next question.
Amber Heard is crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. I'm a mental health
Mr.
professional,
Depp,
by
at
the
the
way.
end of the day on Thursday, Mr. Rottenborn played an audio recording for you where you were heard saying you were going to hurt yourself. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm not going to play that audio recording again. It seemed upsetting to you, but I do want to ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Sure.
Could you please tell the jury when that recording is from?
That recording is from July of 2016. This was a few months after the restraining order had been put on me. I had been on tour through Europe, and then coming through the States, I got messages from Christian Carino, who was both of our former agent, saying that Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me in San Francisco because we had one of our last dates on the tour was San Francisco. And I was confused as to why Ms. Heard wanted to meet with me, especially since I was under a court order not to come within, I don't know, 100, 200 feet or something of her. So at first I said,
Objection, Your Honor. The question was simply, do you remember when that was from? It's beyond scope.
Okay. So where were you when that recording was taken?
that was in San Francisco at a hotel room. So we went to a hotel room so that we could finish the discussion that she wanted to have with me.
And how did that discussion go?
Not particularly well. I was quite confused as to why I had been summoned to her at that point, since all the news was just about the fact that I had allegedly done all these horrible things to her, and so I was talked into going there. I went and met with her in hopes that she would retract her lies that the world was now fed, had been fed, and in no way was she ready to do that. And I couldn't understand why I was there. Everything had been taken from me. My children couldn't escape the fact that all this had gone down. So
Objection,
I was
Your Honor. The question was, how did the discussion go? And he's talking about his children. It's way beyond the scope.
just talking.
Sir, just wait for the objection.
I think he's describing the context around that conversation.
All right.
It's way beyond the scope of the
All
question.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, why were you threatening to hurt yourself in that audio recording?
In fact, I wasn't threatening to hurt myself. I thought that Miss Heard had brought me to San Francisco. At that point, it was clear she was under false pretenses. I don't know what she was after. So I had a knife in my pocket, and I just took the knife out and I said, "Here, cut me." That's what you want to do. Ultimately, you've taken everything. You want my blood? Take it. Have my blood. And then she said, "No, no." And then I said, "Look, if you're not going to take it, and you want it, I know you want it, that's all I've got left, take it." If she wasn't going to do it, I would have done it. Because that's psychologically, emotionally where I was. I was at the end. I was broken. Not only had I had to deal with everything from coming in from, arrows from all over the world, but now I don't know what she was trying to do. So I just thought the only answer is, here, cut me, take my blood. That's all I've got left to give you. Obviously, there was no threat to Ms. Heard with that knife. It was about spilling my blood because I thought that's what the only thing she didn't have at that point. And I was broken and really just at the end. I couldn't take it anymore. I thought everybody, I know that that's his job, but that was quite a cruel.
Objection, Your Honor, we're well beyond the
All right,
scope.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Finally, I'd like to play a portion from Plaintiff's Exhibit 357, specifically the portions at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
357, is that correct?
357, yes.
All right, so is this going to be another one where it's going to be an A, or is this going to be all that's going to be offered?
Why don't we go with A to
We're
be
going
safe?
with A. Okay, could you give me the numbers again, just so I have them for the record? What are you going to play?
It is 357, beginning at 18 minutes, 43 seconds through 21 minutes, 46 seconds.
All right, any objection to 357A? No, Your Honor. All right, 357A in evidence.
It's been going on too long, Amber. Hey, we just gotta stop this. Just gotta stop it.
I don't know how to get my reputation back.
We write a letter together.
That means
Saying that we're going to take this out of the public eye, saying that we're going to try and work this out on our own, saying that the media has created such a fucking hateful storm that it's sickening, that we love each other, and that we want to make sure each other is okay. Have we had fights in the past? Have we had this or whatever? Fuck it, they already know all that shit. Don't matter. Here's the deal.
no, it matters. It makes. You have no idea. Every ounce of my credibility has been taken from. I mean, and done so in a dishonest way. You know.
Amber, the abuse thing is we've got to deal with that. Yeah. We've got to deal with that,
don't have
Amber.
any way of my credit is my credibility. You know what?
And why did you put that out there?
I did not. You forced me. Your team forced me to by going on the offense.
I didn't force you to.
From the very beginning. I promise. Look up the timelines to these things. Everything is. Forget it. Forget it. You don't believe what I say. You don't believe what I say. But I did not choose this. Every step of the way has been an offense.
I did not put this anywhere. I didn't. Let me talk to the fucking team.
I did not call the cops. I need them no statement.
IO called the
I did not
cops.
call the cops.
You told IO to call the cops.
I did not call the cops, and I did not give them any statement when they came. I've been trying to protect you.
You told IO to call the cops.
While it was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, because the last time that it got crazy between us, I really did think I was going to lose my life, and I thought you would do it on accident. And I told you that. I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a fucking finger, man. Come on. I had a mineral can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's a fair fight. My ass.
Exactly, because you're.
Mr. Depp, when did you have the conversation reflected in this recording with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall exactly when it was.
What's your best estimate?
My best estimate is that it was long before quite a while before the meeting in San Francisco in July. Excuse me.
How far after May 21st, 2016, do you think that conversation was?
Objection, calls for speculation. Sorry, he said he doesn't remember when it was.
I'm asking for his best estimate.
I'll allow it if you can answer it this way.
Sorry, could you ask it again? I was distracted.
How long after May 21st, 2016 do you believe that conversation took place?
I would say that it was not too far, maybe a couple of months. It was far enough to where the world media was already bombarding me. So it was an attempt to try to make all the
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What are you referring to when you said you and Ms. Heard will write a letter together?
I was trying to make a peaceful settlement.
And what are you referring to when you say you lost a finger?
A very large bottle of vodka severing my my middle finger in Australia.
And what were you referring to when you said a can of mineral spirits was thrown at your nose?
One of the arguments on the island where Miss Heard had been howling at me with some argument, and she picked up a can of mineral spirits about yay big and just heaved it at me, and it struck me on the bridge of the nose and right there, you know, the forehead.
And what did you say in response when Miss Heard said, "Tell the world, Johnny, tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence"?
I said, yes, I am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you can have a seat next to your attorney, please.
Ooh, that was a
Thank you.
powerful
All right, your next
statement to
witness.
close on. Powerful statement to close on.
Ben King.
Ben King,
Go get
okay.
Mr. King.
Ben King is the guy that ended up
Take a lead. Or you
finding.
just leave it. You can leave it there.
Ben King is the guy who found Johnny Depp's finger. He's the guy who cleaned up all of the places like Australia. And before that, he's also the guy who set the baseline for Amber Heard's substance abuse, her wine consumption. He's the one who told us, I clean it up all the time, 1 to 2 bottles a day. And that was before Australia. After Australia, also, he spoke to her on a plane ride, and he talked about how she was on that and how she pretty much is admitting to wrongdoing. So, Johnny Depp did a good job there, I felt like. He closed strong. He closed strong. It's strange to hear Johnny Depp tell us that he's a domestic violence victim. It's such a surreal thing to hear that on a worldwide stage.
Yes, sir.
All right, and good afternoon, Mr. King.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Ben King,
And Mr. King, can you briefly tell us where you're from?
London, central London.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background? What's your occupation?
I'm a house manager personal assistant presently with an individual who also lives in central London.
Okay. Can you lean into the microphone a little bit more?
Yeah,
I
sure.
think it's
Sorry, here we go.
now, did you say you're a house manager?
That's right, personal assistant, house manager.
And can you just tell those of us in the courtroom who aren't familiar, what does that mean?
I work presently for a gentleman who's in the entertainment industry, and I manage his property, a large apartment in central London, take care of the daily needs and running of that, oversight of the staff, and traveling with him when needed and things like that.
And how long have you been in this occupation?
Since about 1991, I started in private service, if you like, in house management, in butlering, in all that stuff.
Typically based around London?
Correct. I started work in London. It was my first big job at Buckingham Palace, funnily enough, for 4 years, and then I continued in different positions, full-time and self-employed, freelance capacity for many years as well.
Okay. Just generally, can you tell us, and without getting into any specifics, but what type of people would you say you typically provide these services for?
Generally high net worth people, individuals or families, residences.
Okay. Are you familiar with the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Depp?
I met and worked for Mr. Depp in 2014 and subsequently a couple of times after that.
Okay. And can you briefly just explain to the jury how it came to be that you were working for Mr. Depp?
Sure. Yes, at that point I was working in a freelance self-employed capacity. A lot of my jobs came through friends of friends, personal recommendations, etc. And I was asked by a friend of a friend on this occasion, would I be available, to go and manage a property where Mr. Depp was going to be staying for about a month in central London. Was I available? Would I be willing to do it? And I was available at that point. And so I said, yes, yeah, absolutely.
And just to make sure we're on the same page, what time frame are we talking about here?
That was August 2014.
Okay. And did you in fact end up working for Mr. Depp in that time frame?
I did, yes.
Now, just to clarify, were you employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So who was your employer?
I was paid through a large hotel which was close by to the house, who also, they provided the housekeeper who was working with us for that month as well. So I was paid through them.
Okay. Can you just generally explain to us what kind of work you were doing for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this time frame?
Sure, yeah, it was the setup of the house, basically. Setting up the house initially, which meant ahead of the principals arriving, which meant making sure all the linens were in place for the bedrooms. It was a sizable property, and just organizing everything ahead of their arrival. Once they arrived, it was the management of that property, the oversight of it, and the day-to-day running, some service, like butler service, and managing the housekeeper day-to-day through that whole month.
And when you refer to the principals, who are you referring to?
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Where exactly were you working in London at this point? Just kind of describe for us the house, I guess.
This was in Mayfair. It was a large townhouse in an old building, but it was very contemporary inside, modern, furnished, very modern sort of way. Quite spacious, maybe 4 or 5 bedrooms, I think. A small indoor pool, a small gym. Quite an open plan layout throughout the house.
And how long were they there?
For the month, essentially, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just generally what hours you would typically work in a day while you were working for them in London in this time frame?
Yeah, approximately. It depended on what was going on, but I mean, generally 7 or 8 in the morning till 7 or 8 in the evening, typically. There was a chef employed as well. Russell, brilliant chef. He tended to stay after I left in the evening. He would cook dinner, serve dinner, and thankfully cleaned up after dinner, so I could leave sort of early to mid-evening, usually most days. Unless we had guests, unless there were guests or other things going on.
During your time managing the house for Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in 2014, did you have occasion to observe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
How often?
Most daily, I would say. Pretty much most days through that period.
And did you yourself interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes, also daily, I would say.
Which of them would you say, or did you see one of them more often than the other?
Ms. Heard was there. Mr. Depp was, the reason I think they rented the house was because Mr. Depp was working at a studio. I think it was Mordecai, the movie. So Ms. Heard was there at the house most of the days. Mr. Depp often went to work and came back later on in that evening, that day.
How would you generally describe the interactions that you observed between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Initially, very sort of loving towards each other, nice couple. Mr. Depp was always a gentleman and keen to make sure Miss Heard was taken care of, anything she needed, often pour a glass of wine for her. Just nice, pleasant.
How about your own interactions with the couple? How did you get along with them both?
I think very well. They were really open to me, and I mean, my background's quite formal, so it was quite an informal setting. I was able to ask questions to either of them. Ms. Heard especially, it was really helpful to get information about what time they wanted dinner, basic stuff like that, or anything. It was good interaction all the time with the both of them.
Okay. Now you mentioned wine. Can you tell us to what extent did you observe either of them consume alcohol over the course of these 4 weeks?
Sure. When I started that job, or when I was taking that job on, I was told, I think by Mr. Depp's assistant, that he was. Oh, sorry.
Can you answer without telling what you were told?
I was made aware that Mr. Depp was.
Could you put your microphone on?
Okay.
Same objection. He's explaining what he's been told. Now he just said I was informed.
I don't think it's offered for the truth, Your Honor. I think it's just offered to explain his own behavior towards the couple.
No, can we approach?
Okay.
Oh man, they're afraid of Ben King too, because Ben King, he was right there with Amber Heard. He knows exactly what Amber had to say. Like I said, he's the one who just casually set the baseline for her alcohol consumption. Why does that matter, by the way? Why does substance abuse matter? Because again, the case is substance abuse equals domestic abuse, right? So if that made Johnny Depp a domestic abuser, then all that MDMA, all of the I said MBA. her getting her master's in business, it caused her to be a monster. The MDMA and the mushrooms, the cocaine, all of that, yeah.
All right,
That
so
makes you a
Mr.
monster.
King, moving past the conversation, let's not touch on that. But just in general, can you describe the alcohol consumption that you personally observed and what you personally witnessed?
Sure. I didn't see Mr. Depp consume any alcohol during that time in London. There was a large consignment of wine that had been delivered to the house at the start of the visit. Many cases that I had to find a place to store. And generally speaking, on a day-to-day, about 1 or 2 bottles of red wine were consumed per day. I think that's fair to say.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp drink any of the wine?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe Miss Heard drink any of the wine?
Yes, I did.
Regularly?
Daily.
Now, I think you already testified that you observed interactions with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, and you generally found them to be friendly. Is that fair?
Very much so, yes.
Were there any exceptions to that?
Towards me?
I'll rephrase. Did you ever observe any arguments between the two?
Yes, I did.
I'll allow it, that's fine, go ahead.
You can answer.
Oh, yes, I did, yeah.
Okay, and can you describe for us the arguments that you observed?
I can describe two of them, certainly. There were a few arguments on that during that month.
Well, let's just start with those two.
Okay. The first one I remember was an evening. Actually, they were both the ones I recall were, and I was close to, were evenings. This first particular evening, the couple were due to go out for dinner, I guess. I know the car was waiting in the little courtyard there, ready for them to go, and security were waiting to take them. I was waiting to see them out into the car. I was at the foot of on the ground floor level, to wait to see them out, essentially. And the first thing I heard was Miss Heard shouting upstairs in the master suite where they were getting ready to leave. I heard her shout something, I don't recall what. I was in the vicinity, I wasn't really there to listen. And I heard footsteps, loud footsteps, sort of going across. There's like a corridor, if you like, to the top of those stairs that went around the master suite. Loud footsteps, and then more footsteps following, more shouting. And that sort of went on for some time. I mean, I knew that what time they needed to leave. I don't recall what time that was, but I knew they were supposed to have left already. And it went on for a bit.
Do you recall how that first fight or argument resolved?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I know that they left eventually, albeit late. I don't know how it really resolved, as I sort of made myself busy, but not going too far away from the door to make sure I saw them out.
All right, and then what about the second argument that you mentioned?
Second one, I was pretty much in the same vicinity, the same room on the ground floor. Again, the couple were in the TV room, I think, which was off the main sitting room, early evening, and I was going about my early evening duties, replenishing drinks close by, lighting the fire, lighting candles, whatever it might have been. I was close enough to hear Miss Heard say, "Why did you take your hand away from me, Johnny? Don't you love me anymore?" Like, not in a playful way, I might add. And I think he replied, "Of course I do, don't be silly. Of course I do." And it kind of launched from that point. And at one point, Mr. Depp got up and went to the bathroom or went upstairs, and I was sort of scuttling around out of the way because I wasn't there listening. I was just there doing my stuff in and around them. Yeah, it was a strange, sort of banal way to start an argument, but...
How would you describe Miss Heard's tone when she said, "Why did you take your hand away, Johnny?"
Accusatory, spoilt teenage child, maybe. Is that fair? Pretty, not playfully, let's put it that way, more angrily.
Over the course of the 4 weeks in August and September 2014, when you were working with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in London,
Yes.
Did you ever observe any physical violence of any kind between the two of them?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever observe any injuries on either one of them?
No, neither of them.
Okay. After those 4 weeks, did you ever work for Mr. Depp or Miss Heard again?
I did, a couple of occasions. The following year was the first one, the following spring.
Okay, and where was that?
In Australia.
And was it unusual for you to be in Australia?
In Australia, maybe, but not unusual for me to travel for clients for my assignments to wherever it was needed.
Okay. How exactly did it come about that you were in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Towards the end of the London visit, Mr. Depp had kindly said, thanks so much for looking after us. We really like you. Maybe if you're free next year and we can arrange it, we can make it happen. Perhaps you'll be able to come to Australia with us. I've got to film Pirates 5. So I said, great, I'd love to. Obviously, I was freelance at the time, so it was going to be about 4 months' work. I think it was billed as. So I thought, yes, I wouldn't mind some of that. Thank you very much.
And where in Australia were you staying?
There's a Gold Coast, yeah, but sort of Brisbane area. Brisbane was the main airport, so it's about an hour's drive south of Brisbane.
Okay. And do you recall when you arrived?
I arrived on February the 4th. I know I flew on that day.
Okay. How did your job responsibilities in Australia compare to your job responsibilities in London?
Much the same, just on a bigger scale. The house was larger. There was a bit more setup to do, but essentially the same oversight of the house, responsible for it during the whole gig.
And were you employed by Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard?
No.
Who were you employed by?
Essentially by Disney, the production company affiliated with Disney, who were making the movie. I think their name was Herschel, was the production company.
Now, I think you said you arrived in Australia on February 4th, 2015?
Correct.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. How about Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard? When did they arrive?
The setup for us was about a few weeks. I think they arrived towards the end of February 2015.
And between your arrival and their arrival, what had you been doing?
Just setting up the house. I lived on site. There was a guest house on site, a 2-bedroom, single-story guest house that I stayed in for those first couple of weeks, setting up the house and just getting everything ready during that time. And then I moved out to apartments, which we all had. I mean, a lot of the crew, the chef had an apartment. We all had apartments about a 30-minute drive south of the house.
Okay. And so we're talking about this house in Australia. So
Yes.
Can you kind of describe that property to us?
Yes, it was a large house on a few acres of land. A 3-story house, 5 bedrooms, with 2 or 3 buildings within the grounds as well. A good-sized house, beautiful location.
How many entrances would you say it had?
Entrances, many. I mean, many certainly on the lower ground level out to the garden. On the first or on the main floor level, there was many entrances. I mean, every room in that house had a balcony at least. Every room on the lower ground floor had a sliding door or a door out. The utility room, the garage, the gym, everything. Obviously the front door. Many. On the main level, the large glass sliding doors out to the pool area, which had a gazebo and steps down to the ground.
Okay, and once Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard arrived to stay at this house, was anybody else staying in the house?
Staying in the house, no.
Was anybody else staying on the grounds?
On the property, yes. I mean, there was a couple there, caretaking couple, Sean and his wife, Sandra, who worked for the owner of the house. They lived on site essentially all the time. They were there pretty much throughout. And their house was, a couple of 100 yards away from the main house. And yes, security were there also.
All right, sticking with the caretaker just briefly, about how long would you estimate it would take to walk from the main house to the caretaker's house?
Under 5 minutes. I mean, yeah, no more than 5 minutes.
Okay. And then you mentioned security. What was the security setup?
Security was set up by Jerry Judge. They were employed, they stayed in the grounds for the duration. They didn't come into the house. They had a little sort of shack round by the perimeter wall where they would start their patrols from, walk around the grounds, around the exterior of the house at certain times of the day, write their reports and go back and stay in their shack.
And how many security guards would be on site at any particular time?
I think one in the day and one in the night, so they did sort of 12 hours about, as I remember it.
But it was 24/7?
Yes, definitely.
Do you know whether those were local employees or were they regularly employed?
I believe they were Australian, yes.
Okay. Now, I think you said you were not on the property 24/7, right? You had an apartment elsewhere?
Correct, yeah. I kept the same hours as I did in London, essentially. Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, not quite, but 7, 8 a.m. till evening, till everything was set up and I could leave.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity when you were in Australia to observe Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's interactions with each other?
Yes, of course.
And how would you describe them?
Initially very good, like in London. It seemed very pleasant towards each other.
Did you observe any arguments?
Yes, I had several.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yes, a similar pattern, it seemed, to London arguments. One in particular was very similar to the second one in London. Started in the TV room, funnily enough. Loud voices, and Mr. Depp leaving the room, shutting the door, going to another room to play his guitar or, to a bathroom, whatever. And Miss Heard closely following and opening the door or certainly rapping on the door. It seemed to continue.
Give us an estimate about how many arguments you think you observed in this time frame, approximately?
Several. I mean, we were there for several months, so certainly many more than in London.
Did you observe any alcohol consumption in Australia by either of them?
Yes, again, Ms. Heard, I was, again, part of my responsibilities was to provision the house and have everything set up for that. So I regularly brought red wine for Ms. Heard, which she consumed, the same amount as in London, I think.
And what amount is that?
Generally speaking, 1 or 2 bottles a day.
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Depp start any arguments with Ms. Heard?
No.
Oh, so hold on, objection.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, could you put your microphone, there we go.
Leading, objection leading.
I'll sustain this to leading if you want.
Okay, we can move on.
New question?
Do you remember anything about Friday, March 6th, 2015?
It was essentially a normal Friday, if you like. End of the week. Yay. Nothing extraordinary about that day.
Did you come into work that day?
Yes, yeah, I was there.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you would have left the house on that date?
I remember taking a photo of a beautiful sunset over the pool. The sun would set over the pool and the creek. I took a photo of that around early evening, so 6:37. I would think I wouldn't have left much later than that.
Was Mr. Depp there when you left?
I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp was at the studio still on that day. I can't remember sort of seeing him to say goodbye, have a good weekend.
How about Ms. Heard? Do you recall if she was there when you left?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen that weekend?
Yeah, I would say something pretty unusual happened.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I can.
Foundation.
All right, foundation. You want to lay a foundation?
At some point, did you become aware that something had happened? between
Yes.
Mr. Depp and
To
Ms.
the
Heard?
extent it calls for hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain that objection.
All right, turning to the following Sunday.
Ms. Williams, how much more do you have? Because it's time for our afternoon break. If
I think we can, I have a little bit more, Your Honor, so I think maybe this would be a good time for a
All
break.
right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
All right,
Again, do
on
not talk
break.
to anybody at the case, and don't do any outside research, okay? You're excused, thank you.
Make sure you come back too, because Ben King again is a big one. I'm gonna mute because I don't want to hear that horrible sound that just came up again. Now I'm gonna mute them out. Give me a second. That was a terrible noise that just made. When they leave, I'll put the sound back on so I can hear them arrive again. But Ben King is a big one to be here. So again, 10, 15 minutes. Hang around. We'll talk about what we heard from Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp closed powerfully. Their redirect, it was good. Johnny Depp ending on I am a survivor, or I am a victim of domestic abuse. That's his statement at the end of his, I mean, that couldn't have been better. Like, I give that like 15 out of 15. I mean, that was amazing. They ended with the whole, that, if you've not heard the entirety to that audio clip where she tells him, tell the world, Johnny, tell him that I, Johnny Depp, am a victim of domestic abuse, you should listen to it. You should listen to it and you think about the reality. A lot of that stuff, that's the reality that a lot of people see. Men especially do see that, though, these days, because society does not. When I say society, I'm not talking about just your average individual. I'm talking about just messaging in society. And a lot of people out there that gain from that, they do not care to hear a man. They do not care to admit that a man can be a victim of domestic abuse. It doesn't benefit many places. There's a lot of, like I said, it's not just a message. There are a lot of people who benefit from that message. Because if men can be, then dollars have to go to that too, don't they? More money needs to be allocated to it. More time, more trust in that. Plus, again, on the other side, if people can be falsely accused, it means the whole narrative was wrong. Because the narrative has been that overwhelmingly men are the aggressor and overwhelmingly women are the victim. And that's not, men don't report this. I've said this on this trial. I would never talk about something like this openly. I would never, ever, as a man, talk about this. I can't imagine it because of what you'd be ridiculed, first of all. You'd be spun into a corner. Inevitably, you would always get the same, in rape cases, you hear where females are oftentimes accused of, well, she was wearing that. She was asking for it. Well, it's the same thing with men in this situation. Like, he had to do something. He had to be asking for it, right? And that's what you hear. And you hear it all the time. And it's just something that it's easier not to talk about than it is to talk about. And most people, they won't discuss it. And Amber Heard brought that up. It's interesting because she was caught on audio saying something that we all know is true. Like, it's just something most men will not discuss. But normally, it's like one of those hidden truths out there. I've watched the media coverage on this trial, and they talk about how the statistics on this are not. People are lying about the statistics. The statistics on that are a lie. Like I said, I've dealt with a lot of clientele, and I'll tell you, you very rarely have a man come in and tell you that he's going through something like that. Men won't seek help for a lot of things, but men definitely do not seek help with that because they are ridiculed. And as we talked about in other live streams, you don't just find ridicule. You also the way the system's set up in the U.S., Canada, other places, men are more likely to be referred to a service rather than assistance. A man will more likely be referred to anger management because somehow it's his fault than to a service because rather than to assistance like a home to go to, a place to go, because they're non-existent. There is no place to really take yourself. Like it heaps further insult. And if you try to get your foot in that door, the allocation of funds doesn't go that way either. Again, it is a huge societal problem that we're all supposed to pretend doesn't exist. And this trial has opened up the door to talk about that because I'll tell you, the same platform that we're discussing this on right now used to ban people for this discussion. You got to be very careful about it. Now you can just have an open discussion right now, and it's a necessary discussion. It wasn't so long ago that, I mean, you still have it derided. You want to see how people respond to that? Go on Twitter and use the terms men right activist. Use it and see how people respond to that. Because you'll be openly scorned and ridiculed. And you'll be told that, if you use the reversal of that, and again, you have unique problems for men, you have unique problems for women, and you have universal problems for both. There's nothing wrong with being an advocate for either. And being one doesn't take away for the other. Admitting that there are problems, that again, false accusation is a predominantly male issue right now. It won't stay that way, but it's a predominantly male issue right now. Saying that, I don't think that takes away if a female is falsely accused. But it's just a spin, man. There's always some spin. It's nuts. Let me catch these super chats up real quick. Heather Robert, thanks for the 10. 20 years of essay by my stepdad and 10 years of domestic violence for my son's dad. Escaped June 2020 with my 5-year-old son. Live in a DV nonprofit housing. Still scared and trying to figure out court. 20 years and still a hard win. Like I said, that is a powerful statement. I wanted to hit that. The thing came back. The trial came back, and that, like I said, that was a powerful statement there. So I appreciate you sharing that. Yeah, I mean, the system's broken. It is. And there's no funding in it, really. Like, there's funding. But, okay, for myself, if I lived one state over in the U.S., if I lived in Georgia, you know who the main provider of mental health services in Georgia is? The prison system. So if you really want mental health services for free, like you can't afford them, you're in a situation where everything's falling apart and you need help, go to prison. That's the thing. Commit a crime. Because there ain't no help for you, loser. That's what I mean, it's like, whoa, are you kidding me? More and more providers in the state of Tennessee, they will not take Medicare or Medicaid because they won't give you your money that you provide. Oh, you provided a $150 service? Well, here's $60 for that, and we'll give it to you in 6 months. Most, they won't work with that. So it's getting to the point where you can't get help for anybody. And then on top of that, many of the services that should be out there, some of them are non-existent when it comes to men. Carol Elton Star, thanks for the $13.99 super chat. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Red, thanks for the 2. His real name is J. Benjamin Rottenborn. J. Ben Rottenborn. Such a weird name. For Fox's sake. I like that name. For Fox's sake. You have to watch those compound ones. You'll get some that'll make it, you'll be like, whoa, 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 whoa. What did I just say? No. Thanks for the 10 PLN. Keep up the good work. Support from Poland. Hey, awesome. Glad to see you there. Heather Robert, thanks for the 2. Detoxing from opiates and abuse. Terrifying for both. It equals hell. Oh, yeah. But they're not fun. Not fun. Not fun. Well, I've been there for the opiate part. I imagine detoxing from anything. Trying to get out of it. Trying to rewrite your mind and teach yourself how to live without fear. I mean, it's you can't shake part of that anyway from the other side. It's just I've tried to explain, like, for people, putting lives back together just on the side of trying to help survivors of this kind of stuff. I would rather work with kids, but at the same time, like, kids will break you inside because it's so horrible. You didn't go through what they went through, but just the secondhand trauma will break you. It breaks something in you. But it's easier for that kid to rebound somewhat over a long enough time span. Adults, they'll break you too, depending on what you deal with. But kids break you faster. Whew, it's all horrible. Cumberbatch, thanks for the 5. No statement. Plenty of statement in that. Thank you. K-Rap, thanks for the 5. Listening to audio tapes, it's clear she burned his life down because he committed the cardinal sin. He left her. That's true. Very much so. Andrew, thanks for the 2. An abuser wouldn't want her to have space. That's right. Well, part of her claim is going to be that he isolated her, that he was keeping her all to himself, keeping her around. She had vehicles, she had all of her friends living around her, but, isolation. K-Rap, thanks for the 5. Does anyone else hear Norrington's voice every time Rottenborn speak? Norrington is the villain from UFC. I have to look it up. I'm going to look up the sound, and I'm going to put them together. I'm going to listen to it. Roxanne Wentz, thanks for the 5. Any guy who would try to break up with a girl and couldn't because she would cry can relate to JD. Yeah, it's manipulation. It's just like, oh man, you do that and I'm going to kill myself. It's the same thing we heard about her before too. It's horrible stuff. So thank you for the 2. Hashtag men too. Yeah, I put that on Twitter too. Hashtag men too. El Kinnear, I don't know how to pronounce it. I want to say, thank you, welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome, Doug's Thugs. And I would have butchered that. I'm terrible names. My Southern doesn't bring it out well. Leah, thanks for the 5 there. In my opinion, it is good that people hear from a man that is a victim of domestic violence. Yeah, one that's prominent enough that people will pause and think, oh my God, this actually, this has been a societal, pause and think. And it should make people get pause. But you know what? When she gets up there and speaks, so many of the people that would have learned from that testimony, they're just about face. That's her problem. Like, people need to understand, she will elicit feelings. Like, what he didn't do, he didn't get up there and fake cry. It doesn't work for a man. It will work for her, though. It'll work for her. You watch. There'll be so many people like, oh, my God. Sean Hartman, thanks for the 50 there. Thank you for that. No statement added to it, but that is a big statement. Thank you. Thank you for the support for it. Tasha, thanks for the 2. I just got my Amica cream shirt. You like it, then? How is it? Is it cool? I ordered one myself. I haven't got it yet. It's funny. I haven't got mine yet. JV, thanks for the 2. Also, hashtag men too. Sandra Jean 955, thanks for the 2. Also, hashtag men too. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7 there. Can you pull up the footage from the first audio after lunch when Turd throws something? I'm pretty sure I saw Johnny dodge while on the stand. Amica. I can't pull it up while I'm live easily, so because I'll have to fumble through the footage of it, but I'll look at it afterwards. I also, all of the audio and video, all of that is uploaded after the fact. So some of these tapes have never actually been available to the public. Like, some of this never heard. And had a very good conversation with a source one time talking about this case. They said, Amber Heard, imagine Amber Heard, when she's putting this thing together, she's dancing through the raindrops. She knows all those raindrops there, they're evidence. They're falling, falling. Some of them are going to hit her every now and then. She doesn't know all the evidence out there because she doesn't know what's still out there. So she weaves a tale that it's powerful in the fields. It's nebulous in some of its claims. But the problem has been that it's gotten so big. Like as her tale gets bigger, she's had to give details. You know, when it was only 3 nebulous abuse claims, she could control certain parts of it. She knew who was around at that given time or place. But as she goes further back, like when she started within 6 months of the divorce, or with the last breakup, she had 6 months there. That's easy to control. You can remember 6 months ago. Can you remember 2 years ago? Can you remember 3 years ago? Can you really remember every detail? Do you know what pictures were taken that day? Do you know what was filled out? What maybe a recording exists from that day? See, she's forgotten a lot of things that she thought she could control. She had a lot of control factors there. And those factors, again, they've cost her over time. I think that's great, honestly. Yeah. Daniel, thanks for the 10. Thank you for your time and putting this on. Hopefully, there will be justice for men of DV. Yeah, I want people to be able to listen to. I don't want listen and believe for men either. Like I'll be very clear about that too. I don't want anyone to be able to. If a man stands up and says, a man or one, if anyone stands up and they say, "This happened to me," I want a society where we can say, "I feel for you. What do you need? What services do you need? How do we make your life better?" I don't want a society where we say, when someone stands up and says, "This happened to me," he's right there. He's right there. 12 years ago, he did X. Or he did Y. When I say X, it sounds like drugs. It sounds like ecstasy. He did X, and people are like, got to get the torch and pitchfork and burn his life down. I don't want that. There's a big difference, and people need to learn the difference, and they haven't. They haven't. I hope they do. Hey, Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. I didn't mean now, of course. You can't. Do you Amica? I Amica all the time, man. All the time. By the way, if you get a chance in here, since there's a bunch of you, I have a pinned tweet at the top. I'm not going to bring everything up, but we have a project out. If you could help us out with that, sending that message, backing that, good project. Check it out. Andrew, thanks for the tune there. Hashtag men too. This needs a trend. I put it out there. There's quite a few people. If you go over to Twitter, hashtag that hashtag men too. I'm sure you can get that thing started trending pretty well. Cameron Griffin, thanks for the 10. I was watching the elevator footage again, and you can tell something is off when you look at the speed at which each floor is reached in the video. Yeah, you can tell that. That's what I'm saying. Like they admitted footage that it's bizarre. It's off, and you can tell. Up, we're back. I hear it coming back. Give me 1 minute. We'll be set. You know what kills me? They already go for the jury. I mean, right when they come back, they're already pulling the jury. They could at least give us like 12 seconds, to get situated. Like that would help. Come on, peoples. No, we're ready actually. I keep it set up in the back. The only ones that are really hard to come back from are let me check the volume again. Yep. The trial has not been as bad. Hopefully, when they close, they stay close to a table. Because in opening, they kept wandering around and you couldn't hear them. That's why the sound was so bad on opening day. By the way, we will do this every day. So if you like the way we cover here, like I said, I tried to let the person speak. I want you to hear them. I'll speak when I have the chance to, but I'm trying not to overrun them. If you like that style, you want to come in here, talk about whatever. I start up about 8 to
All right, have a
8:30,
seat. Your next
and we'll go
question,
from
sir.
there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. King,
Yes.
before we went on break, we were discussing Friday, March 6th, 2015.
Right.
After you left the house that evening, when did you next see Ms. Heard?
Sunday the 8th,
And where did you see Ms. Heard?
at the house.
What were your typical hours?
Monday to Friday from 7 or 8 a.m. till the end of play each evening, early evening usually.
Why were you at the house that Sunday?
I was called to the house by one of Mr. Depp's assistants.
And about what time did you arrive at the house?
Around 2 o'clock, 2:30.
Who was there when you arrived?
Debbie Lloyd was there. David Kipper was there. Amber Heard was there. Jerry Judge was there.
And I think by now probably everybody's familiar, but can you just very quickly say who those people are?
Sure. Debbie Lloyd was a nurse. David Kipper was Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard was Miss Heard, and Jerry Judge was head of security.
And when you arrived at the house on Sunday, March 8th, 2015, what did you do?
I just parked up and went into the house.
And did you observe anything when you went into the house?
Yeah, I mean, initially I walked into the front door. Initially I heard, rather than saw anything, I could hear pretty hysterical sobbing, crying, which sounded like Miss Heard to me. I heard Jerry Judge's voice. There's a few steps as you go up into the house, so you can't immediately see what's going on. But so I went up the steps. I could see then Miss Heard over on the right-hand side, over towards the TV room with Jerry Judge. David Kipper was in the kitchen area, which was pretty much directly ahead as you walk up those steps.
And were you able to visually see Miss Heard?
Yes,
And you were able to hear her as well?
absolutely.
How would you describe her demeanor?
Hysterical, probably the best way to describe it. Crying a lot, and just crying uncontrollably. I think it's fair to say.
And how would you describe Jerry Judge's demeanor when he was speaking with her?
He was just keeping her calm, saying, "It's all right, love. It will be all right." Jerry was good, like a big heart. Jerry, he's a good guy. He was calm. Jerry was always calm. Well, mostly.
And what did you do next?
I saw they were engaged across away there, so I went into the main kitchen area, which, as I said, was just directly ahead of those main steps, and spoke to David Kipper.
And following that conversation, what did you do?
Well, he told me that Mr. Depp had...
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Your Honor, maybe we approach.
Okay.
All right. So what he's going to say is, hey, he got his finger chopped off. It'll be interesting to see the words that were used. I would love to hear those words. What did Dr. Kipper tell you? But again, can't say that. They don't get to challenge it. That would have been like I said, that would have been a fascinating base there. This guy, again, he was the cleanup guy. He's the guy who ended up finding JD's finger. So, I mean, we're talking about somebody that, yeah, they definitely knew. They knew exactly what was going on. Ken Dre, thanks for the 20. I'm very glad I found your channel, That Umbrella Guy. I'm anxious to find out what the outcome of the trial will turn to be. Hashtag Johnny for the win. I'm going to say this. Even if Johnny Depp does not win in the courtroom, he's done something that no one else has ever done. He has uncanceled himself in the public eye. I've never seen someone that has been accused of a crime like this be uncanceled.
So
It's unprecedented.
You can answer the question. What did you do next?
So I spoke to David Kipper, who was in the kitchen area, seemingly rummaging through a bin. He said that Mr. Depp had sustained an injury to his finger, one of his fingers, and he was looking for the fingertip that it said it had been severed.
And
so I said, well, shall I help you? You know, as one would. And he said, yeah, that would be a good idea. I left him in the kitchen. He said there was a lot more damage downstairs. So I went to, we split up. He left him in the kitchen. I went downstairs to search.
At some point, was Mr. Depp's fingertip found?
Yes,
Who found it?
I did.
And where did you find it?
Downstairs in the bar area, the games room bar area.
So can you walk us through how you found it?
Yes, so I walked down the stairs. There was a bit of damage down the steps. That a big chunk had been taken out of the marble staircase. On my way down, remnants of what looked like a plant pot or something around it smashed. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about. A broken ping pong table sort of collapsed onto the floor, and lots of broken glass and cans strewn around the bar area.
And where exactly was the finger in the bar area?
Directly below the bar. The bar was set up like a conventional bar that stuck out from a wall, and with a marble top. There's a big chunk out of that as well, like on the staircase. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, if you like, tissue, with lots of blood around it, on it. So I thought that's probably a pretty good place to look. And it was within that scrunched up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar, the base of the bar by one of the bar stools.
Was there any property damage around the finger?
Yes, a fair bit. On the floor around the area, there were puddles of what smelt like alcohol to me. Seemed like several drinking glasses, a couple of bottles. One was a Stolichnaya vodka bottle. And at the end of the bar, as I said, there was a big chunk out of the bar itself, the bar marble top. At the end of the bar, there was plaster damage right at the end of the bar on the wall. Behind the bar, smashed and cracked mirror. There's a blue mirror that stretched that whole span of behind the bar. Lots of cans again behind the bar on the floor, broken window at the end of the bar, and more plastered work damage on the wall above the sink. It was sort of a kitchenette bar, if you like, as well.
You mentioned a bottle of vodka. Was the vodka bottle intact?
No, nothing was really intact. The top of it, the top of a bottle was like, it had a label on it, which is how I knew it was a Stolichnaya bottle. It had that sort of squiggly S, sort of yellow top. There was a large chunk of a bottle, which I guess was the rest of that, and several other, lots of other broken glass around the area.
After you found the fingertip in the bar area, what did you do next?
Well, I gathered it up in that kitchen paper and sort of took it upstairs. I might have shouted up to David Kipper, I found it. I'm not sure, but I walked back upstairs to the kitchen and got a bag, a little plastic bag, put the fingertip in there, set it on top of some ice in this plastic kitchen container, and pretty much handed it over to David Kipper and Jerry Judge, I think at the time, who were keen to get it to the hospital quickly to see if it could be reattached.
Do you recall about what time you found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area?
It was about an hour after I got there, so it would have been around 3:30, I would think, 3:20, 3:30.
Now, you've told us a little bit about the state the house was in when you arrived.
Yes.
Can you generally describe for us, and maybe go level by level through the house, what damage you observed?
Sure. Do you want me to start at the lower ground floor in that bar area? I mean, I've described a lot of that.
Sure, that's fine.
It was pretty extensive down there, all that broken glass, the blood. There are a lot of blood drips across that floor. It is a kind of cream-colored tiled floor in that whole games area. As I said, the ping pong table was collapsed. Blood drips across the floor and around the bar. And the damage on the walls, as I said, the plaster work at the end of the bar, behind the bar, and the chunk out of the marble top. So on the ground, that was the predominant damage in that area, on that level. On the next floor, on the main floor where David Kipper was, in the kitchen itself, again, a few broken glasses and cans on the floor, soda cans behind the kitchen island, the chef's kitchen island, liquid sort of puddles. There was a sitting room with a couch on a cream-colored couch, which had a fair amount of blood drips on the cushions, and that was obvious. The TV, which was directly in front of that wall-mounted TV, was cracked with, it seemed like remnants of a coffee cup embedded in some of it, and the rest was below. Looked like coffee splattered behind and underneath the TV, and on the floor as well. Through there, we'd set up an art studio. So a lot of the art materials from that, paintbrushes, paint, various art materials were on the floor. A lot of paint on the floor. Blood drips throughout that area as well, especially over there's a vast sort of wooden parquet floor. There was a lot of oil paint and blood drips up to the staircase. In one of the bedrooms, there were two bedrooms off of the main kitchen area. One of those bedrooms had blood drips on the duvet, and a lamp had seemingly been broken. The shade was removed. There were a couple of lampshades in the art studio area on the floor. That was about the extent of the damage. Going up the stairs to the next level, there was a few blood smears on the wall and on the drips of the stairs going up. Again, a cream-colored carpet, which is not ideal. And so that's the top floor was the master bedroom, master suite floor, and two bedrooms also up there. Outside the master bedroom, there was damage to the plaster work on a pillar outside on the wall. Blood drips into the master bedroom, across the master bedroom floor. Going into the master bathroom, there was a his and hers sink and a mirror, a large mirror above each of the sinks that had writing on each of them. Again, that one of the bedrooms, or both of the bedrooms, I think, had blood on the duvet covers, and another lamp was broken. Mr. Depp's guitar was in one of those bedrooms, a blood-stained guitar. His iPad was standing up on one of the beds in one of those bedrooms. That's about the extent of it.
That's the damage
on each level, yeah.
Whose job was it to clean all that up?
It was mine. It was mine. My responsibility. The house was essentially my responsibility.
So were you familiar with the damage generally throughout the house?
I got a pretty good idea as I walked around and saw it all, yes.
Did you observe any damaged phones?
No.
Did you observe any damage to a wall where a phone might have been ripped off the wall?
No.
Bleeding.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Maybe the next one.
Was there any artwork in this house? Decorating the house?
The owners had left their art in the house, yes. Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had done some artwork themselves, yes. But yes, there was some that came with the house, if you like.
Focusing just on the artwork that came with the house, did you observe any damage to any of that?
No, nothing that I needed to repair or replace. Certainly not. Thank goodness.
Is there any other damage that comes to mind?
Just a lot of blood, a lot of repairs. The floor, as I said, was quite heavily with blood and paint. Yeah.
And in terms of bodily fluids, it was just blood that you observed, no urine or anything else?
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right, I'll sustain the,
fine.
I'll strike the answer from the record.
So, no other damage. Does any other damage come to mind?
No.
Okay. Can we take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 375, which I believe is already in evidence?
Yes.
And can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
Mr. King, are you familiar with the image that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, that's one of the mirrors I was telling you about in the master bathroom.
And so, were you involved in cleaning any of this up?
I cleaned both of those mirrors at some point that evening, that night. Yes.
Were you able to tell what was used, or what substance I guess what sort of the ink is that's used on the black writing there?
That was the same oil paint that was on the floor, on the parquet floor downstairs and various other places. It was the same oil paint.
All right, how about the red writing that says, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe. Were you able to tell what was used to make that writing?
Lipstick, I
Objection
believe.
Foundation.
Oh.
Objection Foundation.
He's testified that he was cleaning it up.
I'll allow it. That's fine. Go ahead.
It certainly seemed like lipstick to me, red lipstick. It was quite waxy. I remember taking that off. It seemed like lipstick.
Okay, we can take that down. Mr. King, about how long were you at the house on that Sunday?
Quite a long time. It actually went into the early hours of Monday morning, so at least I got there around 2 in the afternoon of Sunday. I don't think I left there until 2 or 3 o'clock the next morning of the 9th.
Over the course of the time that you were there that day, did you have any interactions with Miss Heard?
Yes, I certainly did.
Can you describe those for us, please?
Yes, not too much initially. She was very, as I said, quite hysterical and crying a lot, and Jerry Judge was taking care of her, keeping her calm. Later in the evening, it was suggested that Miss Heard go to a local hotel, to leave the house, go to a local hotel, which then became a suggestion that she go back to LA. And that's, I think, when I started interacting in terms of, at some point, I volunteered to travel with her to LA.
How did Miss Heard respond to the suggestion that she leave for Los Angeles?
She was resistant to both of those suggestions, very resistant. She really didn't want to go and said, I can't leave, I can't leave. You know, it'll be the end if I leave. Those sorts of things. And so it was just, these went over a few hours There's negotiations, if you like, and eventually Ms. Heard agreed that I would fly with her.
And did you in fact fly with her?
I did, on Monday the 9th.
Okay. Sticking with Sunday, when you were interacting with her on that Sunday, how close were you to her?
Very close, like very close in front of her.
And do you recall observing any injuries on Miss Heard?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you notice anything unusual about her physically at all?
No, she was obviously crying a lot. She had red eyes, and but no, otherwise no.
Okay. So what happened the following day, that Monday, March 9th, I guess it would be, 2015?
Right. So, it was eventually agreed that I would fly with Miss Heard. So I had to at some point go back to my apartment, drive to my apartment to pick up my passport, which, funnily enough, I hadn't brought with me, and some clothes, a bag to take. So I think I left the house early hours, as I said, 2, 3, may have been a bit later, a.m. I drove back to my apartment, which was 30 minutes drive south, picked up those things. I didn't know how long I was going to go for, but I knew I was traveling, so passport, quick shower, pick up a bag of clothes, and I drove back up to the house. I don't recall exactly what time I arrived there, but I know we had to leave. All the arrangements were being made by the travel agent, and Jerry Judge was liaising with them to make the flight arrangements, and which I believe was going mid to late morning. So I think we had to leave the house around 7 or 8 a.m. that morning, Monday the 9th.
And did you travel to the airport with Miss Heard?
Yes, we were driven.
How would you describe her demeanor that morning?
Calmed down a fair bit. She was mostly on the phone, to be honest, for pretty much the whole of that car journey, to various people, one of which I believe was Mr. Depp.
Do you recall her saying anything on the ride to the airport about what had happened the night prior?
Nothing really mentioned in that as way of an explanation, no.
What happened when you got to the airport, if anything?
We were running a bit late, but I remember that. Luckily, we were traveling first class, so the driver knew to pull up to a kind of VIP, for want of a better word, VIP check-in point. And so the car got pretty close to where the desk was. Miss Heard was still on the phone, and so we sat there for a bit with the driver, and Miss Heard was talking. I don't know who to at that point. And I was thinking, we need to make this flight actually pretty soon, because we were already running a bit late. So I decided to go in, maybe I can go in, check in our bags ahead, and then come back and get Miss Heard. She should be finished by then, which is what I did.
And did you eventually get on the plane?
Eventually we did. It was a close call, to be honest.
Once you were on the plane, did you have any conversations with Miss Heard?
Yes, not initially, but she took some time in the bathroom. She was on the phone again, to the point where the cabin crew had to sort of tap on the door and say, we need to leave now. Everybody needs to sit down. And she did come to sit down, after 10 or 15 minutes in there. And so eventually, and luckily, as I said, we were flying first class, which was lovely. She was in the window seat, I think it was 1A, 1B window seat. I had the aisle seat. And finally, we could both sit down, and in way of conversation, wasn't a great deal, to be honest. I did sort of say, finally, so what happened? Obviously referring to the house. And, she didn't give much explanation, if any. She did say, Ben, have you ever been so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I sort of said, no, actually, I'm pretty calm, you know, even-tempered guy. But she did repeat it. She looked pretty incredulous that I hadn't, and she repeated it. You mean you've never lost it with somebody, got so angry with someone you just lost it with them? And I said, no, unless you count the sort of time when I was 14 years old and I hit the light switch in my bedroom because I wasn't allowed out that night or something. With a person, no, never. And that was pretty much the end of the conversation. She dropped it then.
How would you describe her tone when she asked those questions of you?
To me, incredulous, would be fair to say. Surprised that I hadn't lost it with somebody.
Does anything else stand out about that flight?
It was fairly calm. After that, it was calm, but I mean, we were both exhausted. I certainly was, and I think, I can't remember eating either, just slept most of the flight until obviously we landed, or were close to landing.
At any point, did you observe anything about Miss Heard physically on that flight?
Yes, I did. Right toward just before we landed, I noticed some marks on her arm, her left forearm.
How would you describe those?
Long, kind of uniform, evenly spaced, sort of long, thin marks. Very uniform, in fact.
And when did you first notice those?
On the plane towards coming into land, you know, we're gathering the stuff up. I noticed them then.
What did you do after you landed in Los Angeles?
Once I'd fired up my phone on landing, I saw the arrangements that we would be picked up by one of Mr. Depp's security personnel, who I think was Travis McGivern. So I made contact with him, and he met us in the place that had been arranged. We walked through the arrivals lounge and met him at the end of that. Got in the car with him and drove to the Eastern Columbia building.
And how would you describe Miss Heard's demeanor in Los Angeles?
Yeah, pretty calm. I mean, she seemed, obviously a lot calmer from the house, but she pleasant towards Travis, certainly in the car. Obviously, they knew each other. When we got to the building, she was kind enough to show me around the apartment I'd never been before. She showed me around the penthouse, a little tour. She wrote down some restaurants recommendations because she knew I'd be staying a few days, probably. So, and I don't really know LA that well. So she recommended a few restaurants. And then I left. I said, if you need anything, as usual, as I always did, need anything, give me a shout. I'll be staying fairly close by. Just give me a call or a text.
How long were you in LA?
Less than a week. I think I flew back to Australia on the 14th or 15th. So about 5 days, 6 days tops.
And when you got back to Australia, what were you doing?
Pretty much putting the house back together, repairing all the damage with the help of professional contracted vendors I brought in, and just getting the house back as it was originally.
At some point, did Mr. Depp and Miss Heard return to Australia?
Yes, they did.
Were you there when they returned?
Yes.
Did you observe them interacting with each other after they came back to Australia?
Yes, yeah.
And how would you describe their interactions?
Again, initially, those first few days were certainly very pleasant. almost honeymoon-like, I would say. It strolled around the grounds a bit, and they seemed fine with each other.
Did you ever observe any arguments after they returned?
Yes, I mean many,
I mean,
several more. Yeah.
and how would you describe those?
Not dissimilar to the London arguments in terms of the pattern of those, you know, the sort of provocation and the reaction that leave the room, Mr. Depp leaving room, going to another room, playing his guitar, seem to follow the same pattern as that, as I witnessed those 2 times in London.
All right. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So to understand your testimony, is it your testimony that Amber and Mr. Depp arrived together in Australia in February of 2015?
Initially, together, I don't think so. I think Mr. Depp arrived ahead of Ms.
Right,
Heard, actually.
Mr. Depp arrived first, correct?
I think so, yeah.
And isn't it true that Ms. Heard, Amber didn't arrive until March 5th, 2015 to Australia?
I can't remember the date she arrived, to be honest.
But she could have arrived March 5th, 2015, isn't that true?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
Sorry, what was the question?
Ms. Heard could have arrived on March 5th, 2015, correct?
It's possible, I suppose.
And isn't it true then that you didn't see any arguments between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp before the injury that occurred to Mr. Depp's finger in Australia?
I saw them argue.
You saw them
Yes.
argue when they came back, in April, correct?
I certainly saw them argue in April and through most of the months they were there, yes.
But you don't remember, you can't recall any arguments in February or March of 2015 between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, correct?
Specific days? Not necessarily, no.
Right, so that you don't know, you can't say that there were any arguments before you came to the house on March 8th, 2015, correct?
I think there were, I mean,
Excuse me, say that again?
I think there were.
But you don't even know when she arrived, correct?
Specifically, the day, not necessarily, no.
Okay. And you said when you arrived at the house on March 8th, when you eventually found the finger, it was wrapped in paper, is that right?
Wrapped, I mean, it was loosely wrapped. The paper was opened by that point. The blood had dried up and it was sitting in the sort of nest of this paper, yes.
So like someone had put the finger in a piece of paper?
I don't know. I mean, it was in that piece of paper.
It was in a piece of paper, okay. So, but again, like someone had wrapped it up, is that right?
I don't know. It was within that scrunched up piece of paper, kitchen paper, tissue.
So it was in kitchen paper, is that right?
Or tissue paper. It was white with a lot of blood on it.
So like a paper towel?
Like a piece of kitchen towel.
When you say kitchen towel, our language is made, even though we both speak English, I may stay a little different. It's like a paper towel?
Yeah, like kitchen paper, kitchen towel. Yes,
Okay.
like a tissue.
And was there that sort of paper towel in the kitchen at the house at the time?
Yes, in both areas, the kitchen and the bar.
Okay. You said you were in Australia starting in February of 2015, correct?
Correct. I arrived on the 4th of February.
And Mr. Depp arrived sometime after that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Marilyn Manson while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was with Marilyn Manson in late February, early March 2015?
Objection,
I
foundation,
didn't.
speculation, relevance.
I'm just asking if he said he saw him every day, so I was asking if he saw.
I'll allow the question if you can answer it, that's fine.
Marilyn Manson didn't come to the house.
And
I didn't see him at any point.
do you know if Mr. Depp left to be with Marilyn Manson?
I don't know. I didn't always know where he was going. If he went out, it was either to work or the security would go with. I wouldn't generally go. In fact, I don't think I went out with him at all in Australia.
And you didn't go out with Mr. Depp at all when he was in Australia, correct?
I don't recall it. I saw him on set once or twice, yeah.
So you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing in Australia unless you saw him at the house or on set, is that right?
I saw him at the house, yes, every day.
But you don't know what Mr. Depp was doing when he left the house, correct?
Generally going to work on Pirates of the Caribbean 5 filming, yes.
But were you with him?
No, but the security with him, and I had to liaise with him for when he would go and when he would come back for the driver, etc.
But you weren't there when Mr. Depp left the house, correct?
Generally, I didn't leave the house with Mr. Depp on those days, no.
And I just want to make sure, I want to be clear, there were two kind of periods that Mr. Depp was in Australia in 2015, right?
Sorry, say again.
Mr. Depp was in Australia from sometime in February 2015 until about March 8th, March 9th, when he injured his finger, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And then Mr. Depp left Australia too, correct?
At some point, he flew to LA, yes.
And then Mr. Depp returned to Australia on April 21st, right? 2015.
Okay, that sounds about that time. I don't know the specific date. I don't recall.
And the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, right?
Objection,
That I-
foundation, speculation.
I didn't get, oh, sorry.
There's objection.
You recall testifying to that in the UK?
I'll overrule
Which
the
bit,
objection
sorry?
if you can answer it.
That the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean 5 continued filming on April 21st, 2015.
I wasn't involved in the filming schedule. I didn't know when it resumed, to be honest. I knew Mr. Depp would come back to resume filming, for sure.
You didn't live with Mr. Depp in his house in Australia, correct?
Live with? No, I wasn't resident there.
Now, when you arrived at the house, you saw a significant amount of damage, correct?
Yes, through the course of, yeah, after I arrived, yeah.
Okay. And the scene was chaos, correct?
Chaos, I mean, there was a fair amount of damage.
The house was wrecked,
There was a lot of damage in the house, yes.
and the house was not in a good state, correct?
Asked and
There
answered.
was a lot of damage throughout the
You
house.
gotta object first, and then you have your objection,
Yeah.
Mr. Moses.
Objection,
Stand, and it
yeah.
helps. Okay. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. Next question.
And you said there was glass on the floor, correct?
In a few areas, mainly predominantly in the bar, yes. Down in the lower ground floor, correct.
Okay, and there was blood on the walls, correct?
In various places, blood on the floor, blood on the walls.
And there was blood on the walls throughout the 3 stories of the house, isn't that right?
No, I wouldn't say that was the extent of it. There were smears up the staircase going up to the master from the main level. There were smears and drips on the carpet.
So there were smears from the master level up to the bedroom area? I mean, from the main level up to the bedroom area, is that right?
Up to the 3rd floor, yes.
Like someone had walked from the main floor up to the bedroom floor, correct?
There was blood going up the steps, up on the staircase, and some on the walls, smears where you might have done that.
As if someone was walking from the main level up to the master bedroom, correct? Is that what the blood was like?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Or down. I mean,
Up or
there was
down, but
blood
from the
on
main
that
level to
staircase.
from the main level to the 3rd floor, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you said the sofas were damaged, is that right?
One sofa in that sitting room, which was just off the kitchen, was quite an open plan thing. So off that, there was a sofa with a large TV on a wall-mounted TV in front of that sofa.
And the sofa was on the main level, correct?
Correct, just by the main kitchen, exactly.
And where the sofa was damaged, was that with what?
Blood.
Blood, okay. And the lights were damaged?
Some lamps, a couple of lamps, yes.
And there were bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge, correct?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Did you see bottles of alcohol in and out of the fridge?
Yes, I mean, there was, I don't completely understand what you mean.
You saw that, correct?
There was alcohol bottles, yes. There was, in the fridge, I mean, there may have been a bottle of wine, I don't know.
And the floors were ruined, correct?
Ruined, I mean, there was a lot of damage on the floor, down in the bar area and the staircase and on the main floor area, on the wooden parquet floor, correct.
And the floors were going to have to be sanded, correct?
I eventually got them sanded, yes.
Okay. And you were there, I think you testified, it took you about 12 to 13 hours in the house cleaning up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that is it your testimony that you didn't see any of the paintings damaged?
The existing paintings from the owners from the house that No, none of them were damaged.
You didn't see any paintings with a painting of a penis drawn on it?
I did not, and thankfully that was something I didn't have to replace.
Do you know if anyone else
any
saw that?
painting.
Objection, speculation.
I mean, I would have seen it.
There's objections, Mr. King, you
I'm
just
so
need to
sorry.
stop, that's all
I'm
right.
sorry.
All right, if you stand, we can see you better when you do that.
Understood. Your Honor.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And you said that Jerry Judge was at the house, correct?
Correct.
And he's the head of Mr. Depp's security, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Kipper was at the house?
Yes, he was.
And Debbie Lloyd was at the house as well, correct?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Now, you understood that Mr. Judge saw scratches on Ms. Hurd on March 8th, correct?
Objection, hearsay, speculation, foundation.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have, the cleaning lady was going to be coming to the house, correct?
The housekeeper,
Yes, the housekeeper.
Adele, the resident housekeeper. Yes, she was going to be. I mean, yes, she was employed through the week. Again, she wasn't there on weekends.
There was concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing everything that was in the house, correct?
Objection, speculation, foundation, vague.
I'll allow it if you can answer it. You can answer it.
Thank you. Concern, sorry. what
There
do
was
you-
concern about the cleaning lady coming to the house and seeing all the damage that had been done, correct?
I know that when I left to fly to LA with Miss Hurd, I told both the chef and the housekeeper they didn't need to be coming to the house because Miss Hurd, essentially the principals weren't there. Mr. Depp wasn't there. Miss Hurd was obviously with me at that point. So I said they didn't need to come to the house.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that you thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
Objection, hearsay.
It's his own statement.
His own statement. I'll allow it.
Isn't it true that you told Mr. Judge that thought you could get the cleaning lady to swear to silence about what the house looked like?
I think I probably made a comment about, I should just come back and deal with this myself, if that's what you mean, and just get cleaned up.
And make sure that she wouldn't say anything, correct?
I don't know. I trusted her and the chef anyway. They were good team members.
As the house manager, part of your job is you said you worked with high-profile people, correct?
High profile, high net worth, I think is what I actually said.
Would you agree that one part of your job is to keep things discreet for your clients?
Of course, it's part of my job. Trust and discretion, yeah.
And Mr. Depp was your client, right?
I'd worked on an assignment on those occasions, yes, but I was self-employed at the time, yeah.
But in March 8th, 2015 in Australia, Mr. Depp was your client, correct?
Correct, essentially, yeah. And Miss Hurd, both of them the principals.
Who paid, and do you know who paid for your services?
As I said before, I was paid through Disney, who were making the Pirates of the Caribbean, their production company, which I believe was called Herschel.
Okay. And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 377, which is already in evidence?
All right. You gotta put on, that's here.
Mr. King, do you see Defendant's Exhibit 377 in front of you?
I do, yes.
And do you recognize this as a lampshade that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015?
Yes, it was, I believe, one of the lampshades that was missing from one of the lamps.
Okay. And did you see this painting on the lampshade?
I did, yeah. It was part of my walk around to
Okay.
see
And,
what...
and what floor was the lampshade on?
This was on where the art studio was, on that main level.
Yeah, so on the main level, okay.
Yes. Excuse me.
And was this, did you notice it was dark paint that was on the lampshade?
It certainly looked like it, yes.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
I believe I did. Yeah, without seeing the metadata. But
Okay. And can we put up Defendant's Exhibit 374, please? And you recognize Defendant's Exhibit 374 as a mirror that was in the house in Australia on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Yes, I do.
And this mirror was in the bathroom, correct?
Correct. There were 2 mirrors in the bathroom above each sink.
And this was on the top floor, correct?
The master bathroom,
The master bathroom.
essentially.
And the master bathroom, just so I'm clear, was on the top floor,
Top
right?
floor, correct.
And this painting said starring Billy Bob, is that right? Is that what you recall?
Yeah, I don't know. I was writing.
And was this in the writing, was it in paint?
I believe it was the same paint, the oil paint that was used on the other mirror that we saw earlier.
Okay. And did you take this picture?
Again, possible. I haven't seen the metadata, but yes, probably.
And let's put back up Defendant's Exhibit 375. This writing was also in the master bathroom, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And could you tell if the black paint was on top of the red or under the red?
I didn't really analyze it, to be honest. I just knew I was going to have to clean it up at some point.
Right, your whole concern was just cleaning up the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know who wrote what on the mirror, correct?
No, I know that one was oil paint and the other red writing was lipstick.
And lipstick, you're not even sure of that. You just saw it was something sticky. Is that right?
I'm pretty sure it's waxy, like
Waxy.
lipstick-like, same as the oil paint was oil paint-like.
Okay. Did you see paint? Did you see also any writing in blood?
Writing, not necessarily.
Okay. Now, did you help when Miss Heard was leaving to go back to LA? You were with her, correct?
Correct.
Did you help her pack?
I think I may have done at that point. Yes, I think I did.
Did you see weren't Miss Heard's clothes ruined?
I didn't see any ruined clothes.
There wasn't paint on her clothes?
Not that I could see. Not so much. Not at that point of packing. I mean.
There was paint in the tub, correct?
Say again, sorry.
There was paint in the tub in the bathroom, correct?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall one way or the other?
I don't recall being paint in the tub.
And it's your testimony that there was no paint or blood on Miss Heard's clothes, is that what you're saying?
Asked and
I
answered.
don't.
I'll allow it.
Okay. Now, you said you were in charge of the cleanup, correct?
Yes, it was my responsibility. The house was.
And you were working with Mr. Judge and cleaning up the house, is that right?
On the night the day that I arrived there,
Yes.
Mr. Judge did help me at some point. Yes, sweeping up glass, etc.
And was there photos taken of more than the three pictures you've been shown?
Photos.
Photos of the house.
By whom?
Did you take any pictures of the house?
I took a few. Yeah, I mean, yes.
And did you take pictures other than the 3 that we saw?
I think I probably did as I was going around.
Do you know who you gave those pictures to?
No.
Do you know what you took the photos with?
My phone.
And who would you have sent those photos to?
And send them to anybody at that point.
You just kept them?
Yes.
Did you show the photos to anyone?
No.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes.
What are they on your phone still?
They're on one of my devices, yes.
Okay. Did you take a photo of the vodka bottle that you said was broken?
Yes.
And you have that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't give that to anybody?
There are a fair few photos. I can show it to you now if you want.
How many photos did you have on your phone?
I don't remember the number, but probably more than 10.
Did anyone ever ask you for the photos?
Several of them, yes. Yes.
Did you give them to the people who asked?
Some of them, yes.
Not all of them?
I don't recall how many.
Who asked you for the photos?
I was involved in a case in London a couple of years ago.
Did you give the photo of the vodka bottle to the people that you were involved in the case in London?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Say again, sorry.
Did you give a photo of the vodka bottle to the people you were working with in London?
I don't recall which photos I gave them to.
This could be a problem for Big King.
So did you take photos of the walls?
The walls, certainly the smears of the blood and the damage, the plaster damage, yes.
You took photos of the walls with blood on it, is that right?
Yes.
And you took photos of the plaster, right, that was damaged?
At the end of the bar and in the bar, behind the bar, by the sink, yes.
And did you take photos of the ping pong table that you said was broken?
Yes, as part of the bar area, I'm
Did
sure.
you take photos of, there was a glass table that was broken too, correct?
A glass table, I don't recall a glass table.
Okay. Did you take photos of all the damage that was around the house?
Probably most of it, yes.
Okay. And the only time you gave those photos to anyone, you're saying, was in the UK case a couple years back?
I'd never shared them with anybody else, yes.
Okay. And it costs about $75,000 to clean up the damage, isn't that right?
I don't know the exact cost. I think I calculated at the time, you know, after all the vendors had been and done their thing, it's about 50,000, I seem to recall.
Okay. Now, you said you flew back to Australia with Miss Heard, correct?
I didn't fly back with Miss
I mean,
Heard.
flew back to LA from Australia, thank you, with Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asleep for most of the flight, correct?
For a lot of it, I think it's a 14-hour flight, so I think we both slept for quite a lot of it, yeah.
You were exhausted from the 13 hours you were working on the house, right?
Correct.
All right. And your testimony was that Miss Heard said to you, have you ever been so angry with someone that you just lost it, correct?
After I'd asked, so, you know, what happened.
But you didn't inquire as to what she was referring to, right?
I mean, by what happened, it was pretty clear what I was referring to.
Let me ask again, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you?
With her answer,
Correct.
she didn't inquire as to my reason for asking, but it was pretty obvious to both of us what I was asking and what her reply was regarding.
Yes, that's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. King, you testified on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you provided 2 witness statements, correct?
Correct.
And then you provided testimony in court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you take a look at page 1103 of your testimony, you see how the pages go in 4s?
Yeah. No.
You see it's actually on the
Bottom right?
bottom right, you see that?
Yeah, I got it.
And if you actually look at, you see, starting at the bottom of 1102, this was a statement when you said you did not, you say, Ms. Heard asked you, have you ever been so angry with anyone that you lost it? Your answer, that's correct. And you specifically remember that, do you? Yes. You said it never happened to you. Answer, that is correct. Question, she did not, I mean, if it was said, nothing was said about who she was talking about, was it? Answer, she was asking me a question. Question, she was asking you a question. Answer, yes. Question, you did not inquire as to what she was referring to, did you? I do not recall asking. I know that she was asking for a question and I gave her an answer. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that was your testimony you gave in the UK 2 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know what Ms. Heard was talking about when she made that statement, correct? You don't know if she was inquiring, that she was making that statement about Mr. Depp, right?
Like I said, I'd asked the question, what happened, referring to the house, and she gave me that answer. So I think we were both, it was pretty clear to both of us what we were talking about. I mean,
And then you went to sleep.
at that point,
And then you went to sleep, and then you had the flight the rest of the.
sometime after that, yeah.
Okay. Now, and you said you saw Ms. Heard with cuts on her arm, is that right? On the
That's
flight?
right, towards the end of the flight, yeah.
Okay. If we could put up 376G.
This may be the picture that I've shown before, the quote-unquote cut picture. I want you to look at these. I'm guessing there.
Do you recognize this picture?
I've not seen this picture before.
Were these the cuts?
Yeah.
Did
Okay.
you see cuts like this on Ms.
God,
Heard?
please let us see them.
Is that Ms. Heard?
Why don't we put up 376C? Do you recognize the person in that picture?
That's Ms. Heard.
All right, and did you see cuts like that which are on her left arm?
Similar to that, long, like I described earlier, long, thin cuts, pretty uniform cuts.
These were the the cuts were like this on her kind of wrist, forearm area, is that right?
I don't know what the date of this photograph is, but they look pretty uniform like they do here, yes.
Okay. Like to enter 376C?
Yeah, please show it. Hey, look at these. Look at really, drink these in. These are superficial.
No,
Okay, 376C in evidence.
This is self-harm.
What's that?
Oh, okay, wait. Look. That's not even the typical picture. That's at some function in the aftermath.
Put back up 376G.
Okay, they're going to show them both. So look at that. She's supposed to be dragged through glass to get those. Dragged through glass. 3-day hostage ordeal.
Seeing 376C, is this consistent with the scratches on 376G? Are these consistent with the scratches you saw in Ms. Heard?
I don't see a date. Is that the same time? Is that the same date?
Oh, my
these
question is, are the scratches similar to what you saw in Ms. Heard?
These are uniform, kind of long, thin scratches, yes.
I'd like to enter
scratches.
376G into evidence.
Any objection?
I mean, Foundation, he hasn't authenticated the document through this witness.
I mean, I'm just asking if the pictures are consistent with
I'll
what he's.
allow it 376G in evidence.
And can you publish it, please?
It is.
Thank you.
Some of these marks are afterwards. Because some of these are from.
Now, you were in the.
They didn't authenticate dates on these. You notice they're
house,
from
said, for
parties.
12 to 13 hours on March 8th, 2015, correct?
Correct, going into March 9th, 2015.
Okay. And you spoke to Mr. Judge when you were in the house, correct?
I had interaction with Mr. Judge, yes.
And you had interaction with Dr. Kipper when you were in the house, correct?
Correct.
And you had interaction with Debbie Lloyd when you're in the house, correct?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And isn't it true that in the entire time you were there, you were not informed as to what caused damage to Mr. Depp's finger on March 8th?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking what he wasn't told.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You didn't know what could cause damage to Mr. Depp's hand while you were there on March 8th, correct?
Dr. Kipper had told me he'd sustained an injury on one of his
Well,
fingers.
objection, hearsay.
Wait, you asked the question.
Oh,
Next question.
okay, you said he sustained an injury to his finger,
Yes,
but you don't know what caused the injury to his finger.
one of
correct?
his fingers.
But you don't know how his finger was injured,
I
correct?
don't think anybody mentioned it to me at that time.
Right, no one mentioned it to you at that time, correct?
I don't
Same
recall.
objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry, I'll allow it. Next question. He answered it.
Now, you understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording during the cleanup, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Did you come to understand that there was a phone in the house that was recording as people were cleaning up?
At that time, no.
But you now know that there was a phone that was recording people as they were cleaning up, correct?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
I'm not asking for particular statements.
That's fine. I'll allow it if he knows.
I believe that came up somewhere later on. At that time, I wasn't aware, but I believe I became aware of it later, yes.
Okay. I would like to put up defendant's 378. It's a recording, and I want to play a couple of times. 12:07 through 13:19.
Is that the only segment you wish to have?
And then I'd also like to play 1951 through 21:38.
And is this going to be used again, or is this,
I think it would be A.
okay, 378A? Any objection to 378A?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have an objection. I believe this is a recording that has the voices of people other than Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, and on that basis, it's hearsay.
Okay.
Unless I'm incorrect about which document we're talking about.
Can we
Sure.
All right, you saw those. So apparently, all of her medical evidence was listed by tabloids, because those are tabloid pictures, by the way. No pictures taken in the moment. They were taken by tabloids. That's some absolute BS. Guy gets his finger chopped off, a cigarette put out on his face, goes to the hospital. Oh, no. She gets pictures taken in a tabloid. Oh, that proves that she was attacked, man. You got to be kidding me. That's some absolute trash. That is some absolute trash. Redirect will be interesting to hear on that. I'd love to see that smash bottle picture and stuff. You know, and the chips. What he described as the scene absolutely fits what JD was describing. Marble countertop, pieces of it missing. You have a broken bottle, pieces of that on the ground. It absolutely fits up with the description of the scene there. Man, I hate to think I've got I have burns on my legs where I burned them when I was a kid, and I have a place where a snake bit me once, and yeah, if that's a 3-day ordeal, I must have walked through napalm or something, because Jesus, I didn't see a doctor either. Well, you know, not for the burns. I did for the snake thing. What? Oh, what a mess. What a mess. These people, I swear. I'm going to take a picture of that. I'm going to be like, this is my 3-day hostage ordeal. Yeah, I know. I had to see one for the snake because it was poisonous. I got bit by a water moccasin, so I didn't have any antivenom. Usually, actually, funny enough, my grandfather keeps his own stuff set up because he owns nursery work, and a lot of times it takes us so long to get back that you have to do something about the person beforehand. I'd already cut it and drawn out a lot of the poison anyway, so I didn't need anything at the hospital. But I went to the hospital to make sure I didn't have to, or I was not going to die from it. But no, it killed skin there because the venom, the way it goes in, it kills skin. I mean, like I said, it makes what her, if that's a hostage ordeal, my God, like I said, it looks like phew. It looks like I got a napalm strike or something.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Going back to the photos that you took for a moment, of the damage in the house, you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Depp ask you for the photos?
No.
Did you give the photos to counsel for Mr. Depp?
Some of them, yes. Yeah.
Did you withhold any photos from Mr. Depp or his counsel?
Didn't withhold any photos from anybody. I didn't withhold.
Did you give all the Did you give all of the photos you have on your phone to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
Not all of the photos on my phone, no.
All the photos of the damage that occurred on March 8th, 2015.
Probably not all of them. I don't think so, no.
You didn't give them all. You didn't give them all to Mr. Depp and his counsel.
I don't believe I gave all of the photos.
Why not?
Because there are a decent amount of them. I mean,
So you picked and chose what photos you were going to give to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I gave an amount of photos to them.
Do you know how many photos you gave to Mr. Depp and his counsel?
I don't know precisely, no.
Could you give an estimate as to how many photos you gave?
I really can't. No, an amount. I don't recall how many.
More than 3?
Yes,
More than 10?
possibly more than 10. Yeah, maybe.
Between 10 and 20?
Objection.
Possible.
Speculation.
I mean-
Hasn't been answered.
Overruled, I'll allow
It is speculation though.
Do you know?
Sorry,
She overruled you.
oh, okay. Possibly more than 10. Yeah,
But somewhere between 10 and 20, is that right?
possibly. I honestly don't know.
Could it be more than 20?
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel ask for all the photos?
I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or the other what they asked for?
I gave them some photos. I don't recall how many or how many were asked for, requested.
And those were requested in 2020,
Correct. Prior to
prior to the UK
that, yes.
trial? Did they ask for them in this case?
I believe I supplied some for this case also, yeah.
You supplied photos for this case to Mr. Depp's counsel?
I believe I did.
Okay. And was that about the between 10 and 20 photos that you're talking about?
I don't remember how many for this.
But it was the same amount of photos that you gave to the Mr. Depp's counsel in the UK?
I don't know if it's the same amount. I
Did-
don't recall.
Did Mr. Depp's counsel in this case ask for all the photos you had of the damage of March 8th, 2015?
All of the photos? I don't think they requested all of the photos.
They didn't ask for all the photos you had of that damage?
I don't know if they requested them all.
Was it Mr. Waldman who asked you for the photos?
Originally, I don't remember who called it. Shillings were the,
Did Mr. Waldman
the
ever ask
company.
you for the photos?
I don't know if he asked me specifically. If he was part of that team, I assume, so
And you spoke to Mr. Waldman, is that right?
I did a couple of years ago, yeah.
Okay, and he was part of the team that was asking for the evidence you had of what occurred in Australia in 2015, is that right?
He was part of that team as I understood it, yeah.
Okay, and as part of that team, he and others were asking for all the were asking for photos from Australia from March 8th, 2015, is that right?
They requested them at some point, some of them.
And you provided, and that's when you provided the 10 to 20 photos,
An
is that
amount
right?
of photos, correct.
Okay. And then, was there a separate counsel that asked you for the photos in this case?
Yes,
There was?
yeah. I mean,
Was it-
it was
was it-
essentially the same.
Who was it that asked you
Photos.
for photos in this case?
I don't recall a name specifically.
Was it a man or a woman?
I don't, I just, part of the team, I don't recall.
Okay. And when did they make that request?
When, I don't know a date. I don't know specifically.
You know what year?
This year, last year? I mean, prior to this, obviously.
So it could have been in 2022 that they asked you for the photos?
I think it was prior to that. I don't recall.
So maybe late 2021 or early 2022, is that what you're saying?
Honestly, don't recall which part of the year.
But it's either 2021 or 2022, is that right?
I would imagine that's probably correct.
Okay. And you gave them some of the photos you had?
As I just said, yes,
Okay, but not all of them.
correct.
So do you have more than 10 to 20 photos on your phone of the damage that occurred in Australia?
Again, I don't recall the amount.
Should have just
But
said he
you have a
didn't have
larger
any
amount on
more.
your phone than what you provided to Mr. Depp's counsel, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered,
I'll sustain the-
cumulative.
I'll sustain the objection, it was asked and answered.
Okay. Going to London for a couple minutes. You didn't live at the house in London, correct?
I didn't live there, correct.
Okay. Do you know if Miss Heard had friends over to the house in London?
She did. They came to stay. Yes,
And they stayed from September 9th through September 22nd, 2014, correct?
I don't remember the duration, but that's possible.
Okay. And they were literally staying at the house, correct?
They were accommodated at the house, correct.
Right. And so you don't know who was drinking the bottles of wine that were brought into the house, correct?
At which point, what do you mean?
When Miss Heard's friends were there, you don't know who was drinking the wine.
Oh, they were all enjoying the wine for
They
sure.
were all drinking the wine.
I took care of them as I would take care of any guests that came into any house.
And wasn't it 5 to 7 guests that were at the house with Miss Heard?
I don't remember the number. It sounds about right.
Okay, and then at the end of the night, there was 1 or 2 bottles of wine finished, right?
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were there on their own, there was certainly that amount, yes.
But you don't know how many bottles were there when it was Miss Heard and her friends, correct?
I would say more.
You don't know, but you don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't recall the count, but certainly more than when there were just 2 of them in the house because
you
there
don't know-
were
but you
7
don't-
extra people or 5 people.
But you don't know the count.
Precisely, no, I don't.
And do you know how much time Miss Heard was in London with Mr. Depp, not with her friends?
A fair amount of that time.
what
I
do you-
don't recall days, no, I don't recall.
So they were there for a month, correct?
Thereabouts, yeah.
And I mean, when I say they, Miss
Miss-
Heard and Mr. Depp were in London for about a month, right?
Correct, around about a month.
And wasn't it true that for about 2 to 3 weeks, Miss Heard's friends were also staying in London?
I don't think 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall, but I don't think it was that long.
You don't know one way or the other, right?
I don't think it was that long. I
But
think-
you don't have anything to base that on, right? Just what your memory is saying.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know what happened in London when you weren't there, correct?
You mean after I'd left of an evening?
Yeah.
Usually the chef was there still when I left each evening, Russell, who would take care of dinner and leave later that each night.
And then after the chef left, you don't know what happened in the house, correct?
I wasn't there.
Right. And you don't know for certain whether Mr. Depp drank wine or not in London, right?
I don't believe so. There's usually, when it was just the 2 of them in the house, there was usually only 1 glass in the morning, either on the kitchen sink or on the bedside stand in the master bedroom.
But you don't know who drank from that. You don't know who drank from that glass when you weren't there, right?
When I wasn't there, correct, but when I usually left the house, I'd already poured Miss Heard a glass of wine before I left, invariably.
But once you left, you don't know if Mr. Depp drank wine or not, correct?
I wasn't there after I left.
Okay. And you don't know what started the fights you talked about in London, correct? Other than that one you said you heard about her hand?
The second one that I described, I was in the vicinity. I heard the first comment of this. That was the start of that argument.
And you don't actually know if there was an argument before what you heard, right?
That evening, I didn't hear another one. I'll put it that way. It started in that room as I described earlier.
And you don't know what happened in Australia also between March 5th and March 8th, correct?
The 6th, I left on Friday the 6th was when I left for the weekend.
Okay, so between Friday the 6th and when you got to the house on March 8th, you don't know what happened in
No, I wasn't there.
okay. And you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
Sorry, say again.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, correct?
Beyond sort of finger prodding and violent, I didn't see either of them be violent towards each other.
You never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time, right?
I didn't see her be violent, depending on your...
I can show you a witness statement where you said you never saw Miss Heard be violent at any time.
Okay, violence, yes, I didn't see violence per se.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Thank you.
Holy moly. Ah, let's see the redirect.
Mr. King, have you ever been employed by Mr. Depp?
No.
So in each of these situations where you've been around Mr. Depp, you've always been employed by somebody else?
Correct.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading. I'll strike the answer. Next question.
Are you based anywhere other than the UK? Where do you live?
I live in central London.
Have you ever lived anywhere else?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
We heard some discussion on Cross about photos, which I suspect you remember. Why did you take the photos of the property damage in Australia?
As I do, and a lot of my jobs and various assignments and jobs through the years, I take photos as points of reference for whatever reason. I mean, if I'm packing suitcases up and they're going to be in transit and I'm not with the suitcases, I'll take a picture of contents and when I send stuff so I know it's gone and what's gone. I take pictures as points of reference. I sometimes take pictures of table settings that I've done or which I know I can use later on as reference.
Were the photos of property damage in Australia the first photos that you had taken in the course of working with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading. Next question.
Had you ever taken photos before?
Yes.
What kinds of things had you taken photos of?
In London, reference points and dinner table settings. Sometimes Mr. Depp would write notes for Ms. Heard. He'd leave notes on the sort of kitchen table when he left for work. I believe I took pictures of those. They were, there, things like that. Just setups of, once I set up houses, it's always good to take photos of rooms so I can cross-reference later on if I need to.
Did Ms. Heard or her counsel ever ask you for photos of any of the photos you took in Australia?
No.
I'll sustain as to leading. Next question.
Can I see Plaintiff's Exhibit 159? And I think this is a multi-page document. Can you scroll through We have 3 pages here. Mr. King, do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's the floor plan of the house in Australia.
And do you recall on cross-examination, you were asked to kind of describe where some of the property damage was?
Yes.
So right now, on the screen in front of you,
Yep.
which floor would you say this is?
This is the top floor with the master suite and 2 other bedrooms.
Okay. And I believe counsel asked you if there was blood in one of the bathrooms or one of the bathtubs. Do you recall that?
Yes, they did ask that.
Would that have been on this floor?
I think they were referring to the master tub. I think that's what he said.
Okay. So can you mark on the screen where that would have been?
The master tub? It's over here. Can I just dot it? How
I
does
think
that
you just
work?
dot it, yes.
Okay, so that looks like the master tub to me.
And just to clarify, did you recall seeing any blood or damage there?
In the tub, no.
Okay. Can you mark for us on the screen where you did see the damage that was discussed on cross?
The mirrors, can I dab on here again?
Sure.
Yeah, so these are the sinks. The 2 mirrors were above each, the mirror above each sink.
Okay. Can we scroll up to the page prior? And can you point out for us on this page, well, first of all, which floor is this?
This is the main level floor, essentially the 2nd floor if you want.
Okay. And can you point out for us here on this map which of where the property damage was?
Yes. How many dabs am I allowed? Around here, kitchen area. This was the TV, the wall-mounted TV on. I ran out of dabs.
And I apologize, actually, Your Honor. Can we move this into evidence?
Any objection to 159? No objection. All right, 159 in evidence.
Can we publish this to the jury?
Okay.
So, Mr. King, I apologize for interrupting you. So you were just pointing out where on I think this is the 2nd floor?
Yes, essentially the main level, yeah.
Okay, so other than these 3 dots, do you recall any other places where there was damage?
Yes, where it says family room, there was the TV
place
was
is
wall
big.
mounted on that wall in between family and lounge. The sofa was approximately where you've got the red square, red rectangle now, facing towards the TV. The lounge, sorry, too quick. The lounge was essentially the art studio. And the bedrooms over to the left there, where the damaged lamp and shade, blood on the duvet, etc. that I described.
Okay, and then let's go to the first page. And which floor is this?
This is the lower ground floor.
Okay, and can you point out for us, did you find the finger on this floor?
Correct.
Can you point out to us where you found the finger?
Yes, I can. Right here. Ah, there we go. It's the end of the bar. It was on the tiled floor below that end of the bar.
Okay, and any other significant property damage that you want to point out on this floor?
Yes, as I said, this was the. Can I dab again? Yeah. So that was the most part of the broken glass. That's where the Stolichnaya bottle was, below that bar by the bar stools. There were 3 bar stools that you could sit at there. On this back wall here, there was plaster damage. Over here above the sink, or to the side of the sink, was more plaster damage on the walls. Behind the bar, that mirror was cracked, broken. Ping pong table was around there, collapsed on the floor. And around those 3 dots there, I'm going to put another one. That was the spillages as well, that smelt like alcohol to me, the puddles of alcohol.
Is that it?
I mean, that was the most part of the damage around that area, in front of the bar especially. There was, I mean, as I said, there were blood drips around that white cream-colored tiled floor in the games room. And this is the staircase down. It was this side that the chip was out of the stone step. And if I can get another dab in there, right about in the center of that bar, the chunk out of the side of the counter, bar top.
Okay. How many exits are there on the ground floor?
Well, all of these were exits, all these, my office was off over here. I think you can just see out, it says study, big glass sliding door. The gym had an exit up here. This went into the garage. There was a button you could press for the automatic doors to come up. The laundry area, which is right here, this is actually an exit out into the yard, essentially. The gym, all of those rooms had an exit.
Okay. Other than Mr. Depp's counsel, did anybody else ever ask to see your photos?
I'll allow it.
No.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, it's important that you do not discuss your testimony with anybody and do not pay any attention to the trial and don't watch anything about the trial, okay?
Of course.
All right, thank you.
Certainly.
All right, you can step down, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you.
All right, man. So that was it was interesting. Like some people were talking about the cross-examination. The cross-examination was rapid fire, and it's all whataboutism, and you don't really know, do you? You don't really know what she was doing there because it's not good for her. It doesn't sound good. I mean, what you had discussed was a scene that sounds just like what Depp described. Now, the picture issue for Ben King could be a problem for him. Not for a problem for JD, but a problem for him. If he was asked to turn over all items and he didn't turn over, it depends on the wording, You're probably talking too little too late on that, but it opens up grounds for appeals and other stuff. It opens up grounds for something in the aftermath. But Ben King could still have a problem there. It's interesting that Ben King brought that up. All he would have to be like is no. But people admit to some weird, stupid things. Like the way that he admitted to it was just...
Ladies and gentlemen, that comes to the end of our day. So
wow.
we're going to excuse you for the evening. Again, do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, have a good evening. All right, thank you.
All right, so that concludes that. I'm going to do a little bit of wrap up here and talk. I'm sure Andy Signori also will be doing his thing. So if you miss parts trial, you want to do like heavy wrap up there. I'll be talking some, but like I said, he does a good show. Like I do like their thing, so I do want to give him a shout out with that too, for sure. I'll be doing super chat tech up and talking about a few things there. And what I do, I'm going to start probably at 8 in the morning. I think I'm going to start an hour early before broadcast, or 45 minutes at least. That way we can catch up the last day, talk about everything in the aftermath truly, making sure that nothing got missed. I think that would probably be the most effective way of, like I said, I like Andy's stuff too. Does a good job. Like for me, as I'm watching, I cannot break down the pieces where somebody's, like saying this or that in the trial. So if you did watch though, one thing, subscribe if you would. Easy to do, and leave a like. Both are free. And if you want to help out the channel, like if you want to help us send a message to companies that allow this mess to happen, we have a book. Book is at the top of the description. It's a comic book. These companies that did this, that's Aquaman. That's literally what it is. Yeah, they told us all to go away. They told us all they don't care what we say. They don't like us. That's fine. Walk away. Walk towards something better. Support independence. Send a message that could have been their money too. So let's see what's here. All right. Natasha just got my Amica Cream shirt. Yes, if you haven't seen her Amica Cream shirts, by the way. Oh, those are hilarious. So Amica Cream, if you haven't been keeping up with the trial the entire time, Amica Cream became a huge part of this. Remember, there was the cover-up idea, and there was everything can be fixed by this one cover-up, Amica Cream. So we thought it would be funny to make a shirt of that. Because why wouldn't you laugh at this stupid nonsense? I mean, really. Alexander Beat, thank you. Welcome and welcome and thank you. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you there. Some of the memberships that came through while we were on, I can't pull all of them up and see them. The thing is lagged. So if I miss any, I will check it. It'll unlag. If it unlags during this, I will bring it up. But if it doesn't, I'll bring it up later on. But check this out here. So I'm gonna bring up these shirts. If you haven't seen them, I'm gonna put a link in the description too. I thought they were funny personally. So all of the profit that we made from these, it's all going to go to charity anyway. So if you want to pick them up, have fun with it, laugh about it, know that it'll go to a kid's charity unlike them. But you can see, I love Amica Cream, and look, like they can't even, Amica Cream doesn't exist. It's Arnica Cream. So we believe the little text thing at the top. I love Amica Cream. I think it's hilarious. So we put that on a shirt, the link in the chat there. There should also be like a merchandising link at the bottom of everything we do. So again, all profit, not proceeds. I don't control Teespring. So whatever we get from it though, we'll take that and donate it to local charity. I always like doing local charity because I can make sure where it goes. See, Tanya, thanks for the 10. Thank you for your time and putting this on. Hopefully there will be justice for men, DV. It would be nice to see something happen that socially, a pushback. There's a lot of noise there. But of course, did you see Elon Musk? He put in his bid. So Elon is the huge backer behind the ACLU. And find it really interesting that he decides he's going to try to buy the entirety of Twitter right when this case comes up. The timing is just very strange when they're talking about, issues with him spending hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, backing Amber Heard in so many different ways. They're going to be talking about when he takes the stand. He's got a few weeks to finalize, and it'd be real interesting if nobody gives a crap that Elon Musk is taking this stand in the aftermath there. Crazy times. Totally wouldn't be about that, Rich. Yeah. It's I don't know. That's some weird timing. Andrew, thanks for the 10 there. Men too needs to trend. That's I very much agree with that too. Cameron Griffin, thanks for the 10. I was watching the elevator. Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Here's where I was. Power Droid Girl, thanks for the 2. Listen and empathize. Yeah, that works. Renee, thanks for the 10. No statement. Plenty of statement. Thank you there. Patty Forrest, thanks for the 5. First time finding you. Love the chats during the breaks. Thank you. Yeah, I try to, I've been covering it for a while. A lot of people know this case too, but I'm trying to keep up with what's going on, understanding everything, explaining it. So hopefully that helps. JV, thanks for the 5. Tug, have you ever heard of Robert Bly? Could you check him out sometime? Yeah, I know Robert Bly. The poet from the 80s, talks about men, mental health. Yeah, I know Robert Bly. He has a few pretty renowned works that, you're usually introduced, like I knew him outside of college, but you might get introduced to him in lit classes and stuff anyway. But yeah, Amanda Jane, thanks for the 2. Got 2 Emma Cream shirts, wearing them today. It's awesome. I hope everybody loves those. I think they're funny. I think they're fun too. And Dre, thanks for the 20 there. I'm glad I found your channel, That Umbrella Guy. I'm anxious to find out the outcome of the trial will turn out. Hashtag Johnny for the win. Like I've been saying, I think the outcome here, first of all, thank you. Thank you to everybody that's popped up on this channel. You all have done me a great service. Like I said, I thank you. It's kind of awesome to be able to cover stuff like this and to truly talk about the reason this stuff matters. Outside of, mainstream interference with it, too. I think it's amazing. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. I'm going to be a smart ass in 2 tongues. Did you say this? I say this aloud. Jabin Rottenborn, the 3rd. Amica. I kill myself. So you were giving some French and English there. Smooch Pooch, thanks for the 5. It takes so much courage to admit being a victim of DV, especially for men who are laughed at for it. So proud of JD. Yeah, him coming out and saying that at the end, it was a powerful bombshell to drop right there. That statement was perfectly timed. And it's a powerful statement, too. Him fighting this, it cost him everything. Everything. You see her, like, her so-called wounds piss me off. There's 2 things about that just, they piss me off. Because the way that they were introduced, first of all, there's no proof that these things, like, look at this. These are the pictures they introduced. Okay, these are tabloid entries. Tabloid entries. Also, you want a little bit of scuttlebutt on there? Like some fun? Okay. I did a video one time that it stayed for 2 days, and then, I had some problems. But if you look at tabloids, when marks start popping up, it's interesting because you have somebody in the Eastern Columbia building that pointed the finger at Elon Musk, actually, and said, I didn't see any marks until Elon started popping up all the time. And if you look at the marks that pop up after that, I guess any mark that pops up belongs to whatever man's around. Not to events, not to anything else. Like, she could just allege that these are attached to anything. What does that mean? Like I said, I take pictures of it, but I don't really want to. But I have places on it that would make this stuff look like I said, someone dropped napalm on my leg. Because, good God. But the worst, there is nothing that proves that these are not self-inflicted. There's nothing that it proves nothing at all. She did not go to a freaking doctor whatsoever. She got drugged through glass, and this is all she got? From what I read, this is it? Good God, man. That's what we've seen for years now. 6 years of that. Oh, I just saw the funniest comment from somebody. I made me laugh. Hey, Smooch Boots, thanks for the 50 there. Last time my ex-husband, the one who's famous in the niche community, raped me was 3 weeks after my 360 spinal fusion. God, that's horrible. Like A.H., he later claimed to have been a victim of abuse. He caused me. Men can be victims too, but AH and my ex aren't. They're monsters. Well, that's the thing. Anyone individually, anyone can be anything. That's the thing we lost as a society. We lost the idea that anyone can be responsible for anything. They can be impacted by anything. We need to remember that. Like I said, it's a powerful thing to throw out there. Terrible stuff. Can't even imagine it. Thanks for the 5 there. Why are they only showing Johnny's texts and emails, not AH's? Come in later? Yeah, they do come in later. Do they have them? They do come in later, but here's the thing. She only turned over a selection of texts, right? Johnny's team, they were incompetent in the UK 2020 trial. In fact, they were worse than incompetent. They represented a certain Rocket Man, rather, and they made 3 giant scripts before he got rid of them. One of the biggest scripts I've ever heard of in a case, though, is they turned over 10 years of text without screening, just turned over 10 years of solid text. So they didn't just show you some of JD's stuff. They show you the best of everything they had. That's why you have things that you're like, why exactly would that have been turned over? Like the Paul Bettany texts. Why would those even be turned over? You would have never turned those over. Like, why would you? But, JV, thanks for the 2. In Australia, still investigating her. We haven't heard anything to say no, but we haven't heard any updates from there either. Smooch Pooch, thanks for additional 50. Thank you there. Thanks, everyone, for y'all's kindness. My ex-husband can't come back to the States. He wasn't a citizen and pressed charges against the rapes, abuse, and revenge porn, but he keeps getting more famous. I feel ill. Never got real justice, so I pray JD does. That sucks, man. And that's what we see like with this. Like I said, I think it shines a big light on the horror factor of things like that, because Amber Heard kept getting bigger. Like it's the same thing you're talking about. You see somebody getting bigger and no justice, and yet you know what they did. You were the victim of it. You survived it. I mean, it's my best wishes in that. I mean, that's, like I said, it's horrible stuff. Of Mice and Panda, thanks for the 10. As someone who used to self-harm, those marks on Heard's arms sound like they were self-inflicted, evenly spaced, uniformed. Usually come from either that or a cat. I don't think she has a cat. Well, what's crazy is they came from tabloids. We don't even know what those. We have no pedigree for those pictures. No pedigree whatsoever, because those aren't pictures where she just came back there for. They just picked some stuff out of the tabloid and said, yeah, right there, that proves something. I wasn't even thinking about checking tabloids for her quote-unquote injuries. I mean, that's, like I said, that's insane. Smooch Pooch, thanks for the 2 there. I believe that AH having the kid is just a prop. Yeah, I actually, what makes the kid thing even more sounding like a prop, the trial is supposed to be last year, not this year. And the kid pops up via surrogate. So you're talking plan, not unplanned. You can plan it there right before trial, getting all kinds of headlines. It's just you don't have the trial pop up. Seems a little, yeah. Okay, 21. Thanks for the 5 there. Is it me or did Amber Turd look 10 years younger? Love stuff, Tug. Keep up the work. Thank you. She looked, I mean, now, she looks strange. Like it's like all the hate and, one thing I believe she's under a lot of stress these days, because it's self-induced stress. She brought this on herself, but I think she did bring that up. Strella, thanks for the 5 and that super sticker. Appreciate that. 2012, thanks for the 2 there. Now we have a TUA. That umbrella alpaca. I hear you. 2012, thanks for additional 5 there. It's not a problem. They didn't request. And they didn't request. He was being honest. It depends on how subpoena was. They subpoenaed information, from what I understand. It depends on how things were written out for him. So we'll see. Again, we'll have to see, especially with the UK trial. That's in his backyard. So here, no, not so much. There, maybe. It also depends on if they want to try to do anything with it. Jill Lovinger, thanks for the 5. Am I the only one that noticed how many times Team Depp witnesses have used the word metadata? Yeah. Well, metadata is one giant questionable thing in this. So they should too. They should indeed. Retro veteran gamer, thanks for the 2. My cat does more damage to me than that. I'm telling you that those pictures are offensive. Vic, thanks for the 2. Are all lawyers unlikable? Just these guys? Most lawyers are. When you go into LawTube and you listen to the lawyers over here talking about this stuff, they are an exception to the rule. They are definitely not the rule. Most lawyers are scumbags. That's what they're paid for. They're paid to destroy people on the stand and treat them like absolute trash. Like Rottenborn, he's doing his job. He's supposed to be hated. The problem is that he makes Amber Heard hated. And yeah, he may win. He may win. You never know. But you know what? She won't win. And the fact that she's lost that public. They're gone. They're gone so far away. She'll never come back. Victor, thanks for the 5 there. No statement. Plenty of statement. Thank you for it. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. God is shining a light on his stupidity. Whew. Man, you need a big light to catch all that stupid. 2012, thanks for the 5. As an attorney, there's no such thing as perfect witness. This guy's good. I like Ben King. I thought he was a good witness. I didn't think he followed. Again, you have to think, what do you want him to say? He backed up Johnny Depp's statements on the scene. I found the finger right under a marble bar, piece of it missing, broken bottle. I didn't see Johnny Depp drinking. She was drinking 1 to 2 bottles of wine. Sure, her friends protect, but this happens every day. She's the one that instigates. He's the one who moves away. No, I don't work for him. I work for Disney. I protect both of them because I'm protecting Disney. So, yeah, that's actually very good statements for them. 078. Thanks for the 2. Tug, I got bit by a snake once. My ex-wife. LOL. That's funny, actually. 2012. Thanks for additional 2. The guy's turned over more photos than AH. That's very true, too. 2012. Thanks for additional 5. Danger with this. It was 6 years ago. Jury, not expect perfect memory. He comes off honest. He does. That's true. Roxanne wins. Thanks for the 5. Law and crime. Cut the clip out. AH lawyer objecting to his own question. It's funny. 2012. Thanks for additional 2. Not really a problem. No reason for the appeal. You never know. Like, they're going to try to add anything into an appeal that they think that they could cause a problem with. Like, they'll try. You know, it's can you win? That's your question, right? Go. Thanks for that. Hey, let's see. Is that Brooke Co? Thanks for. Give me 1 second. It keeps moving there. There we go. I got it. Rico, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. It kept jumping. Like, sometimes the screen will jump on the chat. I'm like, no, I'm not giving it a half. It's going to do it right. It's going to do it right. Surfer Ross, thanks for the $17.99. Thank you for that. The exits were talked about to show that Amber wasn't a hostage, right? You're right. Exactly. The exits are brought up to show that she could leave at any time. That is correct. Her lawyer was very childish in this. You don't know that too. Yeah, well, their whole case is built on whataboutism and you don't knows. That's been the case since go. Sinzo Boone, thanks for the 2. Need a shirt with a middle finger, a little red shirt. That would be funny, actually. It could be censored with like a little bitty finger and he's like dancing. Actually, that would be funny. Maybe I'll make one. Heather Robert, thanks for the 2. Amica Cream, because AH sucks at cover-ups herself. Yep. That's true. She needs to spray it all over freaking Australia because she needs a real cover-up, right? Australia is such a mess. Tarantula, Raven Blood, thanks for the 2 there. Why didn't AH use Amica? Melania on scratches? Oh, good question. Good question. Jamie Carthy, thanks for the 2. So did they just give up on Elaine talking? Now, she'll come in probably every now and then, but they'd be smart to keep her away from there. I wish they wouldn't, though, because when they bring her in, she sounds crazy as hell. Christine, thanks for 2. The scratches make an arrow. She's going down. Luteet, thanks for the 5. As embarrassing as it is, I went through a cutting phase. My leg looked like that. Uniformed, plus worked in veterinary clinics and have worse. You know, I mean, don't be embarrassed by that, first of all. That's who you were at the time. And you know what? Cutting is still a mental process. Even if you were asking for help or anything else, you wanted someone to pay attention. Like, that's still, there's nothing wrong with that. It's wrong that you're cutting. It's not healthy. But there's nothing wrong with having a part in there and somehow finding a better way of coping. That's what I mean. I need to correct that. But never feel embarrassed by who or what you are and what you've been through, because you know what? That made you who you are today. If you still think, like some people are like, well, okay, well, then we're work in progress, all of us, we are. It's like when I meet with a client and they tell me that, first of all, you always have concrete goals. Like, I want to be happy is not a goal. You got a goal set. Got to be you got to be concrete, not abstract. I want to be happy. What does that mean? Okay, well, after you figure out what that means, how are you going to get there? What are you going to do to get to that? Those are steps. You think about it this way. If you're sitting in a chair, I'm sitting in a chair right now. There's a door across the room. How do I get to that door? Do I miracle myself there? Can I teleport? If I can, that's pretty awesome. But no, I can't. I have to take steps. It's the same thing. And remember, sometimes part of the step is not moving backwards. Part of the step is not, don't think of it like a mountain, because you're not always climbing uphill. Some days it's just standing still. Some days it's just getting out of bed. And if you do slide backwards, if you have problems, that's okay. There's tomorrow. You just keep trying. You never give up. That's life. Struggle. Even when you find it, baby, you still work for it. Anyway, Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for that. 9 there. I fell through the window in a door. I've got a huge obvious scar from that. I also self-harmed when I was younger. The difference being the scars are 9 day. Oh yeah, I've seen, intentionally, unless we're trying to kill ourselves, or we just don't care. The marks, even deep cutting marks, aren't like when you accidentally do something. When you accidentally do it, like my wife once was getting out of bed, and a glass had been left on the floor, and she ended up just making contact with it, busting it. A piece of it ended up cutting into, oh my God, the mess. So these people, like, random glass. We're talking about glass that's just busted out of panes and laying around. When you make contact, it's going to mess you up. And the bleeding is not going to be easy to control. She had an on-call doctor there at the scene, and the doctor said she had nothing wrong with her. That's the thing. Dr. Kipper was at the scene, and he said there was no injuries that needed to be treated. They logged nothing. They treated nothing. Spooky Pooch, thanks for the 2. Anything happen with the Flyers? Not that we are aware of. Again, could there be anything behind the scenes? Could someone get removed? Don't know. Carolyn Starr, thanks for the 7. How much is a membership? I think they're $5 per month. It's a month membership. So when you push the join button, it'll tell you. It doesn't automatically join you with anything. So I think they're $4.99 is what it is. I just rounded up a penny. Corrupted, thanks for the 10 there. Do you know when Elon is scheduled to speak? If he is favorable for AH or JD, to your knowledge? Oh, he's a hard-blown, hardcore Amber Heard person. Hardcore. He is not a JD supporter. Never has been. He's obsessed with Amber Heard. But also, I feel like she has some ammunition. There was a statement at one time, and it's always stuck with me. Again, I'm gonna limit how I say this, because there's a lot of just speculation. But somebody made a picture of this too, and it was Elon walking with her, and it said, "Everybody knows that Amber has something dark on Elon. We just don't know what." She used to host these little sex parties for him. So whatever happened, there might have something to do with his continued involvement in this trial financially. Think about it. All of her friends' legal fees are paid by him too. So it's not just her, it's everyone involved, because none of them are paying for it. So her sister, all of her witnesses, he's paying for everything for her. So they aren't forced to follow the script because they can't afford to defend their lies after they all perjured themselves under oath. And that's true. None of them are on the hook. He's paying for everything. 2012, thanks for the tip. I'm going to send you an email on the photos. Okay, send it over. Send it over, 2012. Let me see. Are we caught up? Aaron? Dropping an Amber Heard should be a new term. And as a side note, Turd's lawyers need Viagra for getting their case. Oh, it is very weak. So get that weak case up. Okay, listen. So tomorrow we're going to start off 8 to 8:15. Get in here. Make sure we have some fun with it. Go over to Popcorn Planet. Check out the recap there. A great recap. Make sure you head on over. Tell them that Umbrella Guy sent you. And I'm actually going to end up killing it here. I think we had a great one. Like I said, make sure to pop up tomorrow. Like it too. Make sure you like the video. Make sure that you tell people we're live because they can't find us on YouTube most of the time. Otherwise. Roxanne Wins, thanks for the 5. Can you explain how Elon is paying for everything? What do you mean? I mean, he's paying for everything. Like, yeah, what do you mean? I don't understand the question there. Like, what is he paying for, or how? Okay, he's financially underwriting. Like, Amber Heard is not paying for her case. Either it is paid for by the ACLU under insurance, which if it's paid for by that, Elon Musk is one of their biggest donors. If you don't believe that, by the way, you don't have to take my word for it. They shouted him out themselves. I posted this. You'll have to give me just a minute because I'll have to roll down. But give me 1 minute. I have to find it. I have to get past coverage for today. I have to go to yesterday. And while we're covering, I make sure that here it is. All right. So this is a statement by the ACLU themselves shouting out Elon Musk. All right. So this is at Elon Musk. Thank you for being one of the biggest supporters of the ACLU. Really appreciate you backing us over the years. So it's not a year. Thank you this year. One of the biggest supporters, period. He's one of their biggest financial backers ever. So when they decided to do an op-ed for Amber Heard, I wonder where that idea came from. Wonder where all of that stuff comes from. Also, we know that he paid $500,000 because her team just admitted this. One of the anonymous donors to the ACLU to pay off that charity donation stuff, $500,000. He paid it as an anonymous donor. So she didn't give it out of anything out of her charity settlement, but he paid $500,000 on her behalf that we know of. May have been more. We don't know yet. We don't know all of that yet. But they admitted to $500,000. But we know that she's not paying for her lawyer, period. Now, what makes me think it's him and not the ACLU is this. The same lawyer that is picking up her tab is also picking up the other folks. See, they don't have money. Like Whitney Heard, for example, is broke. She's absolutely broke, but she has the same lawyer that Amber Heard has. How's she paying for it? Well, you know who's paying for all of this. And you also have Josh Drew, who is penniless. That guy is also supported by the same lawyer, and so on. They have all of these people are represented by the same lawyer. The ACLU, even with an insurer, would not pick up the tab for that. So who's paying for the tab? Well, Amber Heard's not going to pay that outright. So I'm pretty damn sure that that's Elon Musk. That's where the money comes from. Elon's paid for everything before. Why wouldn't he pay for it now? And I think he pays for it more than that. Elon, if you want to know how messed up this connection with Elon and her is, when Grimes was having one of their kids, Elon Musk was on Twitter while she's... No, I'm sorry, right after she delivered. I was going to say while she's in labor. No, that's not correct. Right after she delivered. He's on Twitter while he's sitting at the damn hospital arguing with people about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. That's when he challenges him to a fight on Twitter. I mean, when you think about that's mind-blowing. Your significant other right then is just delivered. You got a brand new baby and you'd rather fight for the honor of your ex with her ex or her XXX or whatever. I mean, that's bizarre, isn't it? That's very bizarre. Elon, there, I think I think it's more than obsession though. I think there's something else. What is it? I don't know. I have no idea, but that there's something there. Let me make sure we got all supers in there too. 2012, thanks for the additional two. Y'all indeed. Anyway, go and check out Andy Signore, though. Popcorn Planet. Make sure you go. Again, say that Umbrella Guy sent you because, like I said, he puts together a good recap. And I'm going to get out of here. So you folks have a good one and make sure to arrive tomorrow. We'll have fun. We'll continue this. Thank you, folks. Bye there.